LoveLore Library. Chapter 387. Lin Xian was speechless. It was so damn real. This was Ling Ying. What's wrong? You hung up. Miao Xiaomiao moved closer to Lin Xian and glanced at him. Probably the signal is bad. Lin Xian coughed awkwardly. He couldn't tell her that he was hung up, could he? That would be so embarrassing. He was a handsome young man who was loved by everyone and whose flowers bloomed when they saw him. He couldn't let Miao Xiaomiao look down on him. TSK, who are you kidding? The signal of planet Aqua Blue can be received even if it's thousands of kilometers away. How far is it now? 80 kilometers and there's no signal. It's definitely hung up. Why is my signal so good? Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Why did he have to suffer for his pride? Heh, men. Lin Xian touched his nose awkwardly. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The signal was really bad just now. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can call you again. Lin Xian then dialed Ling Ying's number. A few seconds later. The subscriber you have dialed is currently in a call. Please try again later. Lin Xian, wow. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Let's hang up. Pfft, Miao Xiaomiao didn't know why. Even though the consequence was that they couldn't go home, she just wanted to laugh. Men. Hee hee, pig trotters. Lin Xian was embarrassed. Ah. This Ling Ying didn't give him any face at all. No, he had to teach him a lesson when he got home. Laugh. If you laugh again, I'll smack your butt. Lin Xian glared fiercely at Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao subconsciously covered her still burning butt and took a step back. Bastard. Lin Xian then sent a WeChat message to Ling Ying. If you don't pick up the phone, I'll go find Chuxue. Ling Ying yawned and fumbled for his phone. Then, he saw Lin Xian's message. Bah. Then, Lin Xian's phone rang. I want to ask you, how many hats do you want? This was a message sent by Ling Ying. Lin Xian, wow. As expected, he couldn't hold on. My bad, my bad. Little Ying, I can't go home now. I need your help urgently. Ling Ying secretly shook her head. Then, she sat up. Send me your location. Lin Xian happily sent her his location, then showed Miao Xiaomiao the chat history. Of course, he only sent her his location from the back. Do you see that? This is my charm. On the surface, she didn't pick up the phone, but in fact, she directly asked me for the location. Don't block me. I want to see what they're talking about. Miao Xiaomiao said. Lin Xian, no way. Che, hypocritical old man. Miao Xiaomiao wrinkled her nose cutely. Lin Xian coughed dryly to hide his awkwardness. Let's wait. Let's find a place to sit and wait for Ling Ying to come. 80 kilometers. She'll be here in an hour. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. Then, the two of them found a place where they could hide. There were more trees and shrubs nearby. Then, the two of them sat down against a tree. The first thing Lin Xian did when he sat down was to put his hand on Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful legs. What a beast! Miao Xiaomiao's body trembled. Then, she sent a kick over. However, Lin Xian easily dodged it. Get lost. Pervert. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian with disdain. Then, she quickly ran to the tree opposite and sat down. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Sigh. Men are so difficult. Little Miao, when do you plan to find a boyfriend? Lin Xian brought the topic back to this point. None of your business. Meow Xiao Meow glared at Lin Xian. Of course I have to care. Hurry up and tell me. I don't know. Meow Xiao Meow turned her face to the side. How can you not know? Lin Xian casually threw a stone over. Meow Xiao Meow caught it with her hand. Then, with a little force, the stone turned into powder. See that? If you dare to provoke me again, I'll crush you as easily as crushing this stone. Meow Xiao Meow said proudly, throwing down a harsh sentence. Lin Xian saw that she still had a serious expression on her face. He couldn't help but laugh. Really? Then pinch me. Let's see if I'm harder than this stone. Humph. You're not made of steel. You're definitely not as hard as a stone. Meow Xiao Meow snorted. But I'm bigger than the stone in your hand. Lin Xian laughed. Ding. Flirting with young sister. Scumbag value plus 50,000. Meow Xiao Meow didn't realize that there was a problem. Then I can crush it too. Why don't you try squeezing it first? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Humph. Meow Xiao Meow was just saying. If she really wanted to hit Lin Xian, she definitely wouldn't. At this moment, Meow Xiao Meow's figure suddenly retreated. Ah, she screamed. Then, Lin Xian saw that Meow Xiao Meow seemed to be dragged away by something. Whoosh, Lin Xian instantly stood up and rushed over. He took out 1,000 evils. When Lin Xian rushed into the bush, his pupils suddenly shrank. A huge toad was standing there. Its long red tongue was wrapped around one of Meow Xiao Meow's legs and pulling it into its mouth. This toad was probably 5 meters long. It was a terrifying creature. Its overall appearance wasn't much different from a small toad. It was just that the pustules on its body were especially disgusting and big. Its eyes were blood red and were especially terrifying. Lin Xian. Meow Xiao Meow unleashed a variety of powers, but none of them caused any substantial damage to the toad. Furthermore, her legs were bound and she was dragged into the air. Anyone would panic in such a situation, not to mention Meow Xiao Meow, who was completely unprepared. After all, she was only a 14-year-old girl. Caw caw, Lin Xian gripped 1,000 evils tightly and released his spatial attribute to appear above the huge toad. Chi! He held 1,000 evils with both hands and stabbed down. The sword pierced through its skin and flesh. But the toad's skin was probably too thick to cause any substantial damage. But there was still pain. Following that, its tongue subconsciously let go of Meow Xiao Meow and it let out a sharp cry. Lin Xian pulled out 1,000 evils and rushed towards Meow Xiao Meow. He grabbed her waist and used Blink Shadow again to appear 10 meters away. The moment the sword was pulled out, one of the pustules on the toad's skin burst open. Poison splashed out from within and all the flowers and plants it touched were instantly corroded into ashes. Hide further away. Lin Xian said to Meow Xiao Meow and ran to the other side. Meow Xiao Meow sniffed. She was really scared to death and quickly hid behind a tree. Lin Xian, you be careful. Meow Xiao Meow shouted worriedly. Lin Xian then released his Eye of Cave Spirit to check. Level, Mysterious Heaven Realm 6-star, Attribute, Earth. It is a demonic beast that is slow but has strong defense. The most terrifying thing about it is its extremely nimble tongue, which is extremely flexible and has great attacking power. Its body is extremely poisonous, and anyone who touches it will die. Skill, uses its tongue to create a fast whipping effect. It is extremely powerful. Releases a powerful sound wave. It has an extremely strong destructive power. The 1,000 Poison Toad King's Fatal Attack. It deals 1000 damage to the enemy but also 800 damage to the user. All the pustules on the toad's skin burst open. The poison will spread to all enemies within 10 meters. Chapter 388. The Thousand Poisons Toad King was probably Lin Xian's first time encountering this type of demonic beast. Of course, there were many different types of demonic beasts in the world, and it was impossible for a cultivator to have fought with all kinds of demonic beasts. But obviously, it was good news if one had fought before. In future battles, one would be able to understand the habits and fighting style of this type of demonic beast, and it would be beneficial. A toad-type demonic beast, especially one this large, was really a little exaggerated. Even the flaming liger from before would be like a little brother in front of this Thousand Poisons Toad King. At least in terms of size, it was so. Mysterious Heaven Realm 6 stars. Lin Xian's cultivation had risen to Mysterious Heaven Realm 3 stars. The gap between 3 stars was still quite large, especially when compared to other demonic beasts. Furthermore, this Thousand Poisons Toad King was of the Earth attribute, and its defense was very high. The reason his sword had been able to pierce through was probably because this Thousand Poisons Toad King had not reacted in time to release its defensive energy, allowing Lin Xian to succeed. But even if he succeeded, it was practically useless against this Thousand Poisons Toad King. Its skin was coarse and its flesh was thick. The entire length of the sword had pierced into its body, but it did not seem to be able to pierce through its disgusting fat and injure its internal organs. Lin Xian's grip on Wan Xie's hand tightened. Miao Xiao Miao was hiding in the distance, watching Lin Xian and the Thousand Poisons Toad King's every move with worry. Previously, she had released various types of power. Earth rank martial skills, fire attribute, and wind attribute had all been tested, but they were unable to cause any harm to the Thousand Poisons Toad King. Even if it was a Mysterious Heaven Realm 3 star, how could it remain indifferent when she released an Earth rank martial skill as a Mysterious Body Realm 10 star? Furthermore, Lin Xian's sword had pierced through the Thousand Poisons Toad King's back, so Miao Xiao Miao could roughly guess the Thousand Poisons Toad King's cultivation. Although she was embarrassed and worried, Miao Xiao Miao understood that she had no right to participate in this battle. If she participated, not only would she not help Lin Xian, she would even drag Lin Xian down. She was very smart and not pretentious, just like how some people felt sorry for Lin Xian and let him fight alone at a time like this, not caring about their own cultivation levels. In any case, they just said they wanted to help and then stood up. In fact, they couldn't help at all. On the contrary, if the demonic beasts shifted their target to her, it would distract Lin Xian from saving and protecting her. Why bother? Hence, this was what made Miao Xiao Miao so good. She was very smart. Shua, the Thousand Poisons Toad King, did not set its sights on Miao Xiao Miao just because she had dodged. Although in its eyes, this kind of tender and fragrant girl would definitely taste better, it still had to deal with the man in front of it first. It opened its disgusting, bloody mouth that was covered in mucus. Its tongue that was covered in its mucus rushed towards Lin Xian at an unimaginable speed. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he dodged to the side. Bang! That tongue directly pierced through a tree behind Lin Xian with ease. Lin Xian, fuck. Is that a tongue or what? So fierce. If it directly pierced a person's body, wouldn't that person also be pierced through like this tree? What was even more exaggerated was that the tongue was too lazy to even pull it out. It directly swept to the side, and the powerful force directly uprooted the tree and threw it towards Lin Xian. Boom! A large crater was created in the ground. Of course, it didn't hit Lin Xian, but it was enough to see how strong this Thousand Poisons Toad King was. Mysterious Heaven Realm 6 stars. Normally, with my strength, I should be able to cause damage to it. But if it's Earth attribute, then it's a different story. let's give it a try first. Lin Xian's mind was whirling as he landed. Then, he suddenly raised Wanxia and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. The Thousand Poisons Toad King was fierce, but it definitely had a weakness, and that was its agility. It wasn't just its agility. Although its flexible tongue was very long, Lin Xian was already in front of it. It couldn't retract its tongue in time. And using its tongue to attack Lin Xian was not fast or strong, so there was no need to worry at all. Thousand Lightning Blaze Slash. Lin Xian's Wanxia flashed with purple lightning as he slashed at the huge Thousand Poisons Toad King. The power did indeed hit the Thousand Poisons Toad King's body, but at this moment, the Thousand Poisons Toad King's body was wrapped in an earthy yellow light. The sword and lightning slammed into the toad's body as if they were hitting a hard rock. This was the earth attribute. Lin Xian's Thousand Lightning Blaze Slash was filled with Wanxia, and with the support of Wanxia's spirit weapon, his strength was raised to 150%. Even so, he was still unable to cause any damage. With the difference of 3 stars, the earth attribute's defensive power, and the demonic beast's physique that was much stronger than humans, Lin Xian's lightning, spirit weapon, and earth-grade sword skills were all unable to penetrate it. So after Lin Xian slashed out with the sword chi of the Thousand Lightning Blaze Slash, he quickly pulled away. He was thinking of a way to fight. How to deal with it. There was a way, but whether it would work or not, he had to give it a try. Lin Xian, if we really can't beat it, let's use the space attribute to run. Miao Xiao Miao looked worriedly at Lin Xian as she shouted. No. Its disgusting tongue actually touched your leg. I won't allow it, only I can touch it. This little master must kill it. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Miao Xiao Miao's heart trembled slightly. Could it be that he was fighting this powerful demonic beast because of her? Just because this demonic beast used its tongue to bind her leg. Bastard! Why was he still teasing her at this time? But Miao Xiao Miao's heart was actually filled with sweetness. She was just worried about Lin Xian. Then you must be careful, this demonic beast's cultivation is very high, and it's very strong, and it's poisonous. Got it. Poison, Lin Xian's poison should be useless against it. Its cultivation was too high, and it was also poisonous. Shua, the Thousand Poisons Toad King spat out its tongue again, but this time it came out faster than before, and it seemed to carry some kind of power. Death Whip. Lin Xian frowned, guessing that it was the Thousand Poisons Toad King's martial technique. He quickly used Blink's shadow to pull away. This was Lin Xian's advantage against this demonic beast. Boom, 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 the next scene left Lin Xian speechless. The tongue seemed to have gone mad as it lashed out madly at a nearby area. When it hit the ground, the impact caused the surrounding area to be smashed to pieces. That's right, the ground was smashed to pieces. One could only imagine how powerful this tongue that didn't seem very thick actually was. Doesn't it hurt? Lin Xian's mouth twitched. This was his own tongue. Aw. Doesn't it hurt at all? What an angry creature. Chapter 389. Miao Xiao Miao was trembling with fear. Luckily, Lin Xian had the spatial attribute. Otherwise, if it was just a simple battle, the Thousand Poisons Toad King's high-frequency high-strength martial arts technique would be very terrifying. It might be fine against those with high agility, but against those with low agility, this martial arts technique would definitely be fatal. Let me test your strength again. Physical attacks like swords might not have much effect on it, but what about pure elemental attacks? With Blink's shadow 10 meters and Lin Xian's high movement speed, he quickly rushed in front of the Thousand Poisons Toad King. Before its wildly lashing tongue returned, Lin Xian slammed his right hand on the ground. 5. Thunder celestial phenomenon. Sizzle, boom, terrifying purple lightning instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the Thousand Poisons Toad King. Miao Xiao Miao was trembling with fear from afar. She put her little hand on her chest and prayed for Lin Xian. Nothing must happen to him. Boom, all of a sudden, a region of the lightning was broken through, and Lin Xian's figure flew out. Roar, a very sharp sound wave, which made people subconsciously cover their ears, but was completely useless, dispersed the lightning. Careful! Miao Xiao Miao shouted. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. A sound wave that was invisible to the naked eye, but seemed to be able to be felt directly rushed over. Blink Shadow. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian used Blink Shadow again and left the line. The moment Lin Xian landed on the ground, he turned his head and saw that the terrifying sound wave had destroyed the small forest in front of him, about 10 meters wide. This was a fucking sound wave. This was practically the shock wave of a bomb. Lin Xian, stop fighting. Miao Xiao Miao saw that Lin Xian was having a hard time fighting and said. She was mainly worried that Lin Xian would accidentally get hit. That wouldn't be good. No. I said I'll kill it if it touches you. Whoosh. The Thousand Poisons Toad King leaped a dozen meters away, landing on Lin Xian. It stuck out its tongue in midair. Lin Xian, damn it. There's still more to it. Luckily, he had Flash Shadow. With the help of his powerful Blink Shadow, Lin Xian quickly widened the distance between them. Following which, the lightning in Lin Xian's hand flashed once more as he unleashed the lightning thousand blaze slash once more. He only hoped that the Thousand Poisons Toad King wouldn't choose to fight him head-on, but would choose to defend. He didn't know if he would succeed or not, but this was the only way. Of course, Lin Xian had other methods, but it was best not to use them. Whoosh! The moment the Thousand Poisons Toad King landed, Lin Xian rushed over. Extreme Thunder Sky Flash. Lin Xian was so fast that the Thousand Poisons Toad King's tongue was unable to effectively capture him. As for Lin Xian, he was constantly attacking the Thousand Poisons Toad King. At the same time, thunder was condensing around him. Buzz buzz buzz. Extreme Thunder Sky Flash, success. The terrifying lightning formed a sword formation that trapped the Thousand Poisons Toad King within, constantly bombarding its huge body. The Thousand Poisons Toad King had no choice but to release some of its power to block the lightning strikes. Miao Xiao Miao's mouth was slightly agape. Where did Lin Xian get his hands on so many powerful martial skills? This was too abnormal. She even felt that if the Thousand Poisons Toad King didn't have the earth attribute, it would definitely die under this sword technique. However, this wasn't Lin Xian's true killing move. If Miao Xiao Miao had noticed, she would have noticed that the purple lightning around the Thousand Evils Toad King was now surrounded by a black light. Black and purple intertwined together. Exchange for attribute, strength. Lin Xian secretly exchanged for a 100% increase in strength. Whoosh. Following which, Lin Xian abruptly unleashed the lightning thousand blaze slash. Boom. This sword slashed onto the Thousand Poisons Toad King's body. The Thousand Poisons Toad King felt that Lin Xian's power wasn't a threat to it, so it didn't choose to dodge. But to be honest, it couldn't dodge anyway. Within the Extreme Thunder Sky Flash, other than the sword chi released by Lin Xian, it still had to block the countless lightning strikes. So it might as well just use the earth attribute to block them all. However, when Lin Xian's sword chi hit it, it finally realized that something was wrong, but it was all too late. The Thousand Poisons Toad King's huge body was directly sent flying by the lightning. Miao Xiao Miao's mouth was wide open. Why was the same skill as before able to create such a powerful effect on the Thousand Poisons Toad King this time? The reason was simple. It was the power of the Thousand Evils shadow. It could ignore defensive chi shields. The Thousand Poisons Toad King's defensive chi shield was combined with the Earth attribute's defense. Lin Xian had broken through its defensive chi shield, but the Earth attribute alone was not as strong. In comparison, it was weaker by almost half. Then Lin Xian's Lightning Thousand Blaze Slash, the power of darkness, the powerful impact of lightning, and the 100% increase in strength. If he still couldn't cause any damage to the Thousand Poisons Toad King, then Lin Xian could just go die. Taking advantage of the Thousand Poisons Toad King's heavy injuries, Lin Xian's figure flashed and rushed over again. Lightning Flash. Along the way, Lin Xian condensed Heavenly Thunder Flash and threw out several Heavenly Thunder Flashes, causing an extremely terrifying explosion. So powerful. Miao Xiao Miao's eyes sparkled like stars. It was indeed powerful. This was not because beauty was in the eye of the beholder. However, in the next moment, when Miao Xiao Miao saw Lin Xian rush into the dust created by the lightning flash, there was a loud explosion. At first, Miao Xiao Miao thought that Lin Xian had thrown out something, but in the next moment, Miao Xiao Miao saw a large amount of poison splatter out. All the living things and trees within a few dozen meters that were touched by the poison instantly withered. Whoosh, Lin Xian's figure flew out. Plop, the Thousand Poisons Toad King was dead, but before it died, it released the poison explosion. Lin Xian was too careless. He could have condensed lightning flash continuously from a distance and killed it. Why did he take the risk to rush over? Lin Xian. Miao Xiao Miao's face changed, and she rushed over with her wind attribute. Lin Xian. Miao Xiao Miao hugged Lin Xian and found that his body had turned greenish-black. This was a sign that the poison had entered the body. Lin Xian's right arm was covered in green poison, and it felt like his arm was going to rot. The poison spread quickly, and his lips turned black, and his face turned greenish-black. Lin Xian. Miao Xiao Miao hugged Lin Xian, her trembling hands trying to help Lin Xian wipe away the poison, but it was useless. The poison was absorbed the moment it came into contact with the body. Drip, 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 Miao Xiao Miao hugged Lin Xian, and tears fell uncontrollably. Little Miao Miao, Lin Xian said weakly. Don't talk. Miao Xiao Miao cried and wiped her tears. Where's big sister Ling Ying? How much longer will she take? Can she be faster? Miao Xiao Miao panicked. Chapter 390. As a cultivator, she could naturally tell how deep Lin Xian's poison was and how strong it was. How long could he live if he became like this in such a short period of time? Little Miao Miao, Lin Xian called out again. Whoa, I told you not to hit me, I told you not to hit me, but you still hit me. Miao Xiao Miao broke down and cried, burying her head in Lin Xian's arms. Because, only I can touch your leg. Lin Xian said weakly. You're still talking, don't talk anymore. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Miao Xiao Miao raised her head and wiped her tears. Her crying made her look very pitiful. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. My condition. I know. I'm afraid I can't hold on and have to go back for treatment. Wah! Hearing Lin Xian's words, Miao Xiao Miao broke down and cried again. You won't. You're so bad. A bad person can live for 1,000 years. You won't die. Miao Xiao Miao shook her head, tears flowing down her cheeks. Lin Xian slowly raised his hand. Miao Xiao Miao quickly grabbed Lin Xian's hand. Little Miao Miao, what I said to you before is true. Miao Xiao Miao's tears fell uncontrollably. What did he say before? Confess. Don't talk anymore. Talking will speed up the spread of the poison. Meow Xiao Meow was helpless and in despair. She had no way to help Lin Xian detoxify the poison. She felt very guilty, very uncomfortable. Lin Xian came to the beast domain for her and went to kill the 1,000 poisons Toad King to avenge her. If Lin Xian died, Meow Xiao Meow really didn't know what meaning she had left. She also didn't know how to explain to Lin Xian's sister and Lin Xian's friends. She couldn't bear to. It was as if her incomparably loved one was leaving. No. I have to say it. Lin Xian's voice became even weaker. Meow Xiao Meow tried to wipe away her tears, but they still fell uncontrollably. If I were to confess to you again, would you agree? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Meow Xiao Meow started crying again. She tried to hold it in, but she couldn't. Idiot. Big idiot. We'll talk about it when you're better. Meow Xiao Meow hugged Lin Xian, her little head buried in his chest as she let out a frightened and aggrieved cry. In other words, if I'm fine, you can be my girlfriend, right? Lin Xian asked. Emma, you'll definitely be fine. Meow Xiao Meow said with a sobbing tone. Ding, deceiving a big sister, bad plot, scumbag value plus 500,000. When Lin Xian heard the system notification, he immediately broke the attack. That's right, he was poisoned. The moment he was poisoned, Lin Xian panicked. He was really panicking. After all, this was a mysterious Heaven Realm 6-star poison, and the toad was the leader of the 5 poisons. Although it definitely wasn't the toad, since there were such rumors, it proved that its poison was very powerful. But in the next second, when Lin Xian used the poison in his body to resist the poison, Lin Xian discovered that the 2 poisons were compatible. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Xian's poison could refine the toad's poison and make it a part of his own poison, which would strengthen his poison. So Lin Xian didn't panic. As long as he circulated his poison, the toad's poison would be absorbed. At the same time, Lin Xian thought of an extremely wretched scheme. If it succeeded, he would definitely be able to take Meow Xiao Meow down. That's right, pretend to be heavily injured. See, he succeeded just like that. Meow Xiao Meow agreed. As long as Lin Xian was fine, as long as he was alive, she would agree to be Lin Xian's girlfriend. This scheme was indeed wretched and despicable, and was in line with the actions of a scumbag, but Lin Xian had no other choice. Although it was indeed a little shameless, Lin Xian had already been shameless so many times, so one more time wouldn't make a difference. Getting a girl was more important. In other words, he was silently walking further and further down the path of being a scumbag. Really? Lin Xian confirmed as a sly grin appeared on his face. Meow Xiao Meow inexplicably felt that Lin Xian's tone wasn't right, as if he was fine. She looked at Lin Xian with teary eyes, and Lin Xian quickly returned to his weak appearance. And, I promise you, you must hold on. Sister Ling Ying will definitely be here soon, I'll call her. Meow Xiao Meow frantically took out her phone. Wait. Lin Xian suddenly said. Meow Xiao Meow wiped her tears and looked at Lin Xian. I feel that the poison in my body can refine the poison of the 1,000 poisons Toad King. Let me try, maybe I can survive. Meow Xiao Meow revealed a surprised expression. Hurry up and try. She felt that if Lin Xian didn't try, he really wouldn't be able to hold on until Ling Ying arrived. Help me sit up. He had to act until the end, or he would expose himself and Meow Xiao Meow would be angry. Normally, she would be angry. She was so worried, but it turned out that he was lying to her. Of course she would be angry. Meow Xiao Meow then helped the weak Lin Xian up, and Lin Xian sat down to meditate. Stay away from me. Lin Xian. Oh. Miao Xiaomiao then let go of Lin Xian and moved a few meters away from him. Then, the poison around Lin Xian's body began to refine the poison of the 1,000 poisons Toad King. Miao Xiaomiao sat there and stared at Lin Xian, wiping her tears. Then, her beautiful eyes revealed surprise. Because she saw that Lin Xian's dark lips, face, and skin were slowly fading to a normal color. What did this mean? It meant that the poison was dissipating. About 3 minutes later, Lin Xian's complexion completely returned to normal. Phew! Lin Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and at the same time, retracted the poison around him. I'm fine. Lin Xian then turned to look at Miao Xiaomiao, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Miao Xiaomiao was so surprised that she almost cried, and then nodded vigorously. Hug. Lin Xian smiled and reached out his hand. No, Miao Xiaomiao turned her head and wiped her tears. Lin Xian stood up. Remember what you said just now. Lin Xian walked in front of Miao Xiaomiao and gently wiped her tears again. To be honest, he felt a little sorry for her. Wah! How could he be such a jerk? Fuck! What? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian. Just now, she was worried and scared, so she agreed to Lin Xian without thinking. That is, if I'm fine, you have to agree to be my girlfriend. You want to go back on your word? Miao Xiaomiao's face suddenly turned red. No. Miao Xiaomiao turned her head to the side and said shyly. So you agreed? No. I agreed in a hurry. Miao Xiaomiao mumbled. Wah! You didn't keep your word. I'd rather die. Lin Xian looked like he was heartbroken. No. Miao Xiaomiao hurriedly explained. For the sake of your promise, I insisted on not fainting, insisted on wanting to live, insisted on finding a way to get rid of the poison, and when I finally got rid of the poison, you actually wanted to go back on your word. Really, there's still poison left on the side, right? I don't want to live anymore. Goodbye, Miao Xiaomiao, liar meow. Chapter 391. When Miao Xiaomiao heard Lin Xian's words, she immediately felt bad. Of course it was towards her. Yes, she had already promised Lin Xian. Was it really not good to go back on her words now? However, she did not want to reject Lin Xian. It was just that as a girl, she had to reject him tactfully. No, I didn't reject you. Miao Xiaomiao mumbled softly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He looked as if he had succeeded in his scheme, but it disappeared in a flash. Then you didn't lie to me. No, Miao Xiaomiao lowered her head and blushed. Anyway, she quite liked Lin Xian. She might as well let him have it. After all, she had already promised him. Then you agree to be my girlfriend. Lin Xian's lips curled up and he quickly moved in front of Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao lowered her head and nodded lightly. He did not know why, but he felt that taking Miao Xiaomiao gave him a different feeling. He did not know what this feeling was. You really agreed? Lin Xian confirmed again and reached out to pinch Miao Xiaomiao's soft cheeks. Yes, how many times do you want me to say it? Miao Xiaomiao raised her head and pouted with a red face. Then give me a kiss. Lin Xian grinned. Go, pervert. Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian cutely. However, there was a tinge of shyness in her eyes. It was not the same before. Lin Xian chuckled. She was such a young girl, and he was just joking around. he didn't want to harm her. Lin Xian then pulled Miao Xiao Miao's soft and delicate hand. It was especially white and tender. Miao Xiao Miao shyly tried to pull her hand back. However, after thinking about it, she was Lin Xian's girlfriend. It was only right for him to hold her hand. Miao Xiao Miao did not pull her hand back. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. You have been rewarded with scumbag points plus 1 million. The mission reward has been released. Ding! World Carefree is expected to learn it in 1 hour. Please wait. Ding! Detected that the host is cheating on 4 women. This is the behavior of a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 5000000. Ding! Host tricked a little lowly. What a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 5 million. Ding! Host has leveled up to advanced scumbag man. Lin Xian, fuck. And it was extremely trashy. Wasn't it all because of this damned system? Lin Xian had a headache. There were already 4 people at the mahjong table. If the 4 of them were to meet, he would win the game. What should he do? Now, it was indeed satisfying. But what about the future? Could they accept each other? That's impossible, this isn't ancient times. But what was satisfying was that Miao Xiao Miao's mission gave Lin Xian 20 million scumbag points. Including the previous one, it was now 57 million. Since it reached 50 million scumbag points, Lin Xian was not stingy anymore. After all, this little girl was now his little girlfriend. He couldn't treat her badly, right? Ding! You have exchanged for cost 4000000. 4 million scumbag points was nothing compared to what Miao Xiao Miao got. Little girl, give me a kiss and I'll give you something good. Lin Xian rubbed Miao Xiao Miao's hair and said with a smile. No. Miao Xiao Miao turned her head away. Although she had confirmed their relationship, her pride and shyness didn't allow her to do so. Not only her, even Ling Ying was the same. Lin Xian had spent a lot of effort to get her. Moreover, if he didn't get to know her better, it would be even harder to get her. Lin Xian did not give up. No matter what, he couldn't lose out, right? Then Lin Xian pointed at his cheek and said, "You don't need to kiss my mouth, just my face." No. Miao Xiao Miao shyly turned around. Then I don't know who to give this good thing that can let you directly reach the mysterious heaven realm. Lin Xian weighed the heavenly star fruit in his hand. Miao Xiao Miao's big eyes sparkled. What did Lin Xian say? It can let me reach the mysterious heaven realm right now. How is that possible? Aren't cultivators only able to increase their cultivation by killing monsters? However, after thinking about it, he realized that Lin Xian had indeed come up with a lot of good things that people thought were fantastical yet effective. Wasn't that the attribute increasing potion that he had given Yi previously an example? Before that, no one knew that attributes could be increased through potions. Perhaps Lin Xian was telling the truth. After all, in Miao Xiao Miao's eyes, Lin Xian was indeed very mysterious and powerful. Tisk, bragging. Miao Xiao Miao said proudly, but she was obviously moved. Why would I lie to you? Here. Lin Xian handed the heavenly star fruit to Miao Xiao Miao. She quickly reached out to take it, but Lin Xian dodged. You haven't kissed me yet, I'm not giving it. Lin Xian laughed. You're lying, this is probably an ordinary fruit that you picked on the road. Miao Xiao Miao said in disbelief when she saw the fruit in Lin Xian's hand. What's in it for me to lie to you? Just for you to kiss me on the cheek. You have to know that you're my girlfriend now, so we'll have to kiss sooner or later. I just want to give this good thing to you. You're not lying to me, Meow Xiao Meow looked at the heavenly star fruit in Lin Xian's hand, then looked at Lin Xian and asked suspiciously. Why would I lie to you? When have I ever lied to you? Humph. Too much. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. She seemed to be right. Hurry up, let me tell you, I also gave this fruit to Han Chuxue. She used this fruit to advance to the mysterious heaven realm. Lin Xian said. You gave it to other girls? Meow Xiao Meow questioned. Lin Xian, fuck. Am I an idiot? But this little girl is already used to being my girlfriend, so she's starting to teach me these things. Seems a little interesting. She's my friend, and you should have heard about this from Ling Ying. I did it to help her get out of the shadows. Oh, okay. Meow Xiao Meow nodded her little head slightly. Can we kiss now? I'll give it to you if you kiss me. If it's fake, I'll never kiss you again in this life, and you can forget about touching me. I'll ignore you. Humph. Meow Xiao Meow said proudly and shyly. Come. Lin Xian smiled and moved his face closer. Meow Xiao Meow's little heart was beating too fast. She never thought that one day she would take the initiative to kiss a boy. But why did she feel like she was being cheated? She didn't understand, but she felt like she was being cheated. But she didn't have any evidence, and she didn't dare to ask. Sob. Chapter 392. Meow Xiao Meow looked at Lin Xian's shameless face and felt embarrassed and unhappy. She, the great Meow Xiao Meow, was actually taken down by this big hooligan. Humph. Then, Meow Xiao Meow slowly closed her eyes. It's just a kiss, what's the big deal? It's not even a kiss on the lips, just take it as kissing a pig's butt. Meow Xiao Meow's long eyelashes trembled slightly, proving that her heart was not calm at all. These beautiful girls were all natural beauties. Basically, they all had long eyelashes. It really looked like the finishing touch. Those long eyelashes, especially when they trembled slightly, were especially alluring. Meow Xiao Meow slowly moved forward. According to Lin Xian's temperament, he should have turned his head away and Meow Xiao Meow would have kissed him on the lips with her eyes closed. But Lin Xian did not want to harm this girl. After all, she was only 14 years old. Just a kiss on the face was enough. He really felt that he was a warm guy. Meow Xiao Meow's lips were a little cold, but very soft, especially soft. No wonder she was so young, she was still young. Then, Meow Xiao Meow quickly took a step back and hurriedly combed her bangs to hide her panic. Oh okay, give it to me. Then, Meow Xiao Meow stretched out her hand to Lin Xian, but her face was red and she was too cute. Here. Lin Xian smiled and placed the Tianxing fruit in Meow Xiao Meow's hand. The next heavenly star fruit would be worth 8 million, and he still had to prepare one for Ling Ying. So, if he used it again, it would be 16 million. Therefore, even though Lin Xian seemed to have accumulated 53 million renminbi worth of scumbag value, it really wasn't much. Meow Xiao Meow looked at the Tianxing fruit in her hand curiously. She had never seen this fruit before, but she did not feel that there was anything special about it. Can it really reach the mysterious heaven realm? On Sky Blue Planet, we can only raise our realm by killing monsters. Meow Xiao Meow still felt that it was too far-fetched. Then, do you think that the potion I gave Yi before that can increase her attributes is a fantasy? Meow Xiao Meow nodded. Although she wasn't present, she had heard about it. It was indeed a fantasy, but it had come true. Eat it now. You'll know once you eat it. Lin Xian smiled and reached out his claws towards Meow Xiao Meow's perky butt. Meow Xiao Meow, get lost. Pervert. Die. Meow Xiao Meow quickly ran away. This bastard. Even if they were boyfriend and girlfriend now, she was still a child. This bastard already had ideas about her. Damn it. Lin Xian smiled and said nothing. It was just teasing her. He couldn't really do anything. For example, even if Meow Xiao Meow asked Lin Xian to fuck her, Lin Xian wouldn't touch her. Although he was a man and Meow Xiao Meow was a very beautiful little loli, it was too sinful. Meow Xiao Meow blushed and took a small bite of the heavenly star fruit. Whether she believed it or not was just a guess. She would know once she ate it. Of course, although Meow Xiao Meow didn't like Lin Xian, she still believed in Lin Xian. What surprised Meow Xiao Meow was that the fruit was like jelly in her mouth. In the next second, the jelly seemed to melt into water. It was so smooth that she couldn't even swallow it. The water flowed down her throat and into her body. Amazing! Meow Xiao Meow gasped in surprise. Although she didn't feel like she had improved much with just one bite, the special texture was enough to surprise her. There's no effect. Meow Xiao Meow looked at Lin Xian and said, "Eat it." Lin Xian. Oh. Then Meow Xiao Meow obediently ate the entire heavenly star fruit. After eating it, Meow Xiao Meow felt a surge of energy quickly condensing in her body and spreading to every corner of her body. Under Lin Xian's gaze, Meow Xiao Meow's feet formed a field of energy. The dust and leaves on the ground were swept up and danced around her. Shwa, a few seconds later, the energy spread out. Lin Xian released his power to block the oncoming impact and the leaves that were rushing over like bullets. Wow! Then Meow Xiao Meow's excited cry came from the front. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Mystic Heaven Realm, I'm at the Mystic Heaven Realm. Meow Xiao Meow was so happy that she almost jumped up in joy. Although she was smart, proud, and mature, she was still just a 14-year-old little girl. The Xian Heaven Realm was the realm that she had always dreamed of. Although she could reach a higher realm with her ability, a 14-year-old one-star Xian Heaven Realm was really too exaggerated. Han Chuxue was only at the Mystic Heaven Realm 1 star. But how should she put it? Even if you were 5 years old, you could be at the Mystic Heaven Realm 1 star. Reaching a certain realm in the same year didn't mean anything. You couldn't be called a genius because you only needed the experience of monsters to level up. The most important thing was your combat strength and attributes. In other places, the younger you were, the higher your realm. That represented talent because it was purely based on cultivation. But here, it was different. Here, you could level up by killing monsters. That didn't mean anything. So, generally speaking, judging whether a person was a genius or not was not based on their realm, but their combat strength and attributes. Seeing Meow Xiao Meow's happy expression, Lin Xian was also happy from the bottom of his heart. Amazing, right? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Meow Xiao Meow ran in front of Lin Xian like the wind and even wanted to hug Lin Xian. But just as she was about to reach out, she quickly stopped and said shyly, "Thank you." Lin Xian smiled and scratched her delicate little nose. "You're still saying thank you to me? Grow up quickly and warm my bed for me. That's the best thank you. Go to hell." Meow Xiao Meow said angrily. Also, Meow Xiao Meow said seriously. "Whether I grow up or not, it's not up to me. It's up to time. What I mean is, you don't have to be old, but you have to be old in the right places." Lin Xian said with a smile. Meow Xiao Meow tilted her head and thought carefully. Then, she understood what Lin Xian meant. Scram! Damn pervert! Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Meow Xiao Meow silently lowered her head and looked at a certain place. She muttered in her heart, is it really that small? Alright. You've also reached the mystic heaven realm. With your wind and fire dual attributes, you should be able to get into the top 10 in the Sky Marshal tournament, right? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Meow Xiao Meow shook her head. It's difficult. Just you, Han Chuxue, and Sister Lingying have taken up 3 spots. There's also Qin Xiaotian. The other 2 academies also have more than 10 Mystic Heaven Realm experts. Meow Xiao Meow was helpless. But if your strength can keep up, you don't have to worry about this. They're strong, but why can't you be stronger than them? Since when is it your turn to teach me? Meow Xiao Meow muttered. Because I'm your boyfriend. Chapter 393. Meow Xiao Meow pouted. Why did it feel so awkward? She was still an innocent and cute little fairy, while Lin Xian was already an old man. So what if she was Lin Xian's little girlfriend? She couldn't let him take advantage of her. Even if he wanted to, he had to wait until she was older. Who told him to call her young? Okay. I'll take it that you're right, okay? Meow Xiao Meow rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian grinned. Then let's kiss again. Go to hell, kiss your head. Pervert. You like to take advantage of girls. Ah. Am I wrong to take advantage of my little girlfriend? It's very reasonable. Meow Xiao Meow's head shook like a rattle drum. No. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This girl was getting cuter and cuter. Right. Meow Xiao Meow suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Xian seriously. What? Lin Xian scratched his head. Meow Xiao Meow thought for a moment, then said while playing with her fingers, although I've been tricked by you, it depends on my mood. There are a few things we have to say first. First, you can't take advantage of me just because you're my boyfriend. I'm still young. If you take advantage of me, you're a pervert and will be sentenced. That won't do. I'm your boyfriend and you're my girlfriend. Even if you're young, our relationship is still there. If I don't take advantage of you, then what's the difference between our status and before? Lin Xian quickly said. Although he didn't want to harm this little girl, he had to take advantage of her. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss? Hearing Lin Xian's words, although it was a little infuriating, it seemed to make some sense. Then, you'll have to get my permission first. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Okay. Then Meow Xiao Meow continued playing with her fingers. Second, you're not allowed to tell anyone, especially everyone in the Wind Mercenary group. Not even Grandpa. Why? Did I embarrass you? Lin Xian awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Yes. Lin Xian, hey, even if it's you, can you not answer so quickly? I beg you, can you think for a bit? Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead. It's mainly because I don't want others to know that I'm only 14 years old. If they find out that I'm in a relationship at such a young age, Grandpa might tell Dad and Dad might hit me. Meow Xiao Meow pouted. Lin Xian was suddenly enlightened. It turned out to be Chan Zi. This girl was afraid of her father. He was only 14 years old. That was puppy love. TSK, I'm so perverted. And third, you are not allowed to continue flirting with the other sisters. Lin Xian, I refuse the third point. Ah. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Meow Xiao Meow went crazy. Bastard. She was his girlfriend. Shouldn't he reject her right in front of her face? Lin Xian then said reasonably, think about it. You won't let me take advantage of you, and you won't let me do anything. You won't even let me kiss you. I'm a normal man. If I have a girlfriend like you and I don't have one, what should I do? Do you want me to suffocate to death? Miao Xiaomiao seriously considered Lin Xian's words. It seemed to make sense. Then what are you going to do? Miao Xiaomiao raised her head and looked at Lin Xian. That depends on what you can do. Miao Xiaomiao pouted and said, kiss my face. How is that enough? Then what else do you want? Miao Xiaomiao stomped her feet. Lin Xian smiled and said, all right. When I need you in the future, I'll look for you. Get lost. I won't agree to it. Miao Xiaomiao kicked a stone at Lin Xian and then sat on a rock beside her. Flames gathered in her palms, as if she was feeling the strength of her current strength. Lin Xian sat beside her and placed his leg on top of her slender legs. Help me knock on my leg. Miao Xiaomiao was speechless. How about I help you cremate it? Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth and placed the flame in her hand in front of Lin Xian. Come on. Humph. Miao Xiaomiao snorted proudly and then extinguished the flame. She then unhappily knocked on Lin Xian's leg with her small hands. This was the benefit of having a girlfriend. Even though she was still young, if Lin Xian's leg had been placed on Miao Xiaomiao's thigh in the past, she wouldn't have been able to pinch off 2 pounds of meat for Lin Xian. Although she was unhappy, she still helped Lin Xian knock on his leg. That's why there were still benefits in getting a girl. As for Carefree Under the Heavens, Lin Xian hadn't completely learned it yet. However, Carefree Under the Heavens was a Heaven-class 10-star skill. Let alone a Heaven-class 10-star skill, Lin Xian didn't even have a Heaven-class skill. He did have the Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison, but Lin Xian had never used it before. He really didn't know how strong this Heaven-class skill would be. Carefree Under the Heavens was a Heaven-class 10-star skill. That was close to a God-class skill. Lin Xian was also looking forward to seeing how strong it would be. After about 40 minutes, Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao heard the sound of car horns from afar. The two of them talked about a lot of things during this time. Lin Xian also tried to take advantage of her and had some success. It's coming. Then Lin Xian released a bolt of lightning into the sky. Ling Ying saw a purple bolt of lightning in the sky while driving. She knew that it was released by Lin Xian and drove over. Family. Seeing Ling Ying get out of the car, Lin Xian ran over with his arms wide open. Miao Xiaomiao pouted angrily. He even said that he wouldn't go and hook up with other girls after having her as his girlfriend. This bastard went and asked for a hug from Ling Ying right in front of her and took advantage of her. Bastard. A man's mouth was indeed a liar. He wanted to take advantage of other girls right in front of her, not to mention when she wasn't around. This was what a man was like. Miao Xiaomiao stomped her feet angrily. Ling Ying nimbly avoided Lin Xian's evil claws. Hee. Lin Xian wasn't unhappy that he didn't take advantage of Ling Ying. This was his big wife, the kind that could be fucked. You came in your pajamas. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. What do you think? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Her hair was still messy, but her looks were there. If she didn't have good looks, she wouldn't have come out so confidently. Thank you, Sister Ling Ying. Sorry for the trouble. Miao Xiaomiao walked over and thanked her. The two of them had been through the trip to Lin Feng City and had gone through life and death together. They could be considered friends who had gone through life and death together. Their relationship was still very good. They would also chat in private. Miao Xiaomiao knew that Lin Xian and Lin Ye were now living in Ling Ying's house. Chapter 394. To Miao Xiaomiao, she was quite envious of Ling Ying for being able to live with Lin Xian. Of course, she might suspect that there was a relationship between Lin Xian and Ling Ying, but it was only a suspicion. After all, Ling Ying was also very outstanding, so she might not necessarily like a bad guy like Lin Xian. However, Miao Xiaomiao felt that she had not interacted much with Lin Xian's sister, and their relationship was not very good. Moreover, she was Lin Xian's girlfriend now. Although she would not make it public, she really wanted to get along well with Lin Xian's sister and build a good relationship with her. Ling Ying looked at Miao Xiaomiao and smiled. "It's fine. Your car was destroyed by demonic beasts." Miao Xiaomiao nodded. "Yes, it was destroyed as soon as we got out of the car." "Wah. Little Ying Ying, I asked you to come and you ignored me. Little Miao Miao just casually thanked you and you said it was fine. Why do I feel like you're treating me differently? Am I still the person you love the most? You're a piece of shit." Lin Xian, she was a little naughty. It seemed that she was in need of some sun again after not being taught a lesson for a few days. "Just you wait," Lin Xian said fiercely. This was not the first time Ling Ying heard Lin Xian say, "Just you wait." Every time, she would be punished very badly. "It's over, it's over, it's over. It's her period. Hurry up and come. Let's go. It's already very late, so there will be fewer demonic beasts. But when dawn comes, there will be a lot of demonic beasts." Demonic beasts had a habit. There would be more demonic beasts in the middle of the night. But this time, most of the demonic beasts would come out at around 10 p.m. to 2 p.m. to hunt for food. After 2 p.m., there would be fewer demonic beasts. But around 4 or 5 p.m., when dawn was about to break, the number of demonic beasts would reach a peak again. There was a saying, "Purple chi from the east." Purple chi could be understood as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Martial artists who had the God's Child system did not need it. But demonic beasts, or people from many years ago, like Bing Lingyue and the others, did not rely on the system to cultivate. It was purely through cultivation. Other than talent and hard work, they also needed heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The purple chi from the east was at that time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was the most abundant. It was the same for demonic beasts. They needed to cultivate to raise their cultivation levels, and many demonic beasts would come out cultivated at that time. That was the reason why there were so many demonic beasts at that time. But how should I put it? It might not be dangerous, because they were all cultivating at this time, not looking for food. So if they didn't want to attack, it would be fine even if you walked past them. However, demonic beasts basically have territorial awareness. As long as you appear, you will basically be attacked. Ling to you and the to send them to drive to the home, to drive to the to drive. You sunu. Li. Is little fairy at home? Lin Xian asked. Of course. Sister Linya is always at home. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian, curious as to why Lin Xian would ask that. Why don't we not go home tonight? Lin Xian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, reached out and placed his hand on Ling Ying's leg. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian, started the car, and took Lin Xian's hand away. What? Did you bring your ID card? Ling Ying was speechless. Lin Xian had already said so much. Of course she knew. She was not a young and ignorant girl. Get lost. I'll kill you. Ling Ying took out a dagger and threatened Lin Xian. If you really can't do it in the car. Lin Xian smirked. Whoosh! Ling Ying angrily stepped on the accelerator and sped off. It was late at night, and there was basically no one on the road. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. We've tried it in the living room, the sofa, the bedroom, the balcony, the kitchen, and even on the table. But we haven't tried it in the car. It's just nice that there's no one around at this time. Ling Ying was speechless. Please go to hell, okay? She was secretly helpless. This bastard was getting more and more impudent. Hey, I'm serious. Did you bring your ID card? Lin Xian said. No, get lost. Ah. You're being naughty again. No, I have to show my prestige, do you understand? As a man, I'll make sure you don't dare to be impudent with me in the future. Lin Xian smirked. Ling Ying was speechless. I'm so sleepy. Let's go home. Ling Ying admitted defeat. This Lin Xian was sometimes as bored as a child. Still sleepy. Tell me, what did you do when I wasn't around? Ling Ying let go of the steering wheel and counted with his fingers. Let me think, how many men did I have sex with yesterday? 1, 2, 3, 8. You have 8 green hats, 50 yuan each. Give me 400 yuan. Ling Ying stretched out his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was speechless. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Girls can't be serious. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. What? You're allowed to hook up with other girls all day long, but I'm not allowed to hook up with other boys. Ling Ying also rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. When did I hook up with other girls? Don't slander me. I swear, you're the only one I've had sex with. If I'm lying to you, I'll have ulcers on my head and pus on my feet. I'll die an ugly death. Lin Xian didn't think there was anything wrong with that. There was also Ling Longshui. But was she a human? She was a demon. Ling Ying didn't believe Lin Xian's words. He was hanging around girls all day long. Even if he hadn't had sex with them, it could only be said that he hadn't succeeded yet. Ling Ying understood Lin Xian quite well. This man was a playboy. And his perverted nature was displayed on the outside. He wasn't the kind of person who tried his best to hide that he was a playboy. He would flirt with other girls in front of you. How to say it? This was also his unique point. Did it mean that he didn't have any ulterior motives? That didn't seem right. But he was too arrogant. Flirting with other girls in front of his girlfriend. Wow! He was too invincible. Ling Ying didn't understand how he could do this. Was it because of her connivance? But she didn't want to care about Lin Xian. It couldn't be said that she didn't want to care, but she didn't have the strength. TCH, don't swear. God knows how many girlfriends you have outside other than me. Ling Ying snorted and said. Lin Xian, wow. This was a bit awkward. She couldn't have known something, right? That shouldn't be. How is that possible? I only have you. Ding. Hiding the truth from your girlfriend is considered a scumbag's behavior. Scumbag value plus 100000. That's right. Lin Xian admitted that this was indeed a scumbag's behavior. He admitted it. But he couldn't just tell Ling Ying that he had other girlfriends, right? And there were 3 of them. Unless he didn't want to live anymore. Really? Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian and then turned her head. I don't believe it. I think there are several of them. Chapter 395. Needless to say, after hearing Ling Ying's words, Lin Xian was very confident. Very confident. Did a few? What nonsense. He really didn't. I swear. I really didn't do a few. I swear on the happiness of the rest of my life. Lin Xian made a solemn vow, looking very serious and confident. Is that so? Didn't do a few. Does that mean you only did one? Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian while driving. Lin Xian, wow. As expected, Ling Ying was better than Miao Xiaomiao. She could hear the hidden meaning in Lin Xian's words. Although Miao Xiaomiao's IQ was high, she was still young and had less experience. Having a high IQ didn't mean that she couldn't be tricked easily. Look, she was tricked by Lin Xian. But what about Ling Ying? She was too familiar with Lin Xian's methods. She immediately caught the loophole that Lin Xian was trying to hide. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. No. Not really. Lin Xian said awkwardly. Ding. Felt Ling Ying's jealousy. Scumbag man value plus 300000. Previously, when he was jealous, the scumbag man value would at most increase by 50,000 or 100,000. This time, it directly increased by 300,000. It was enough to see how unhappy and wronged Ling Ying was, but she didn't show it. To be honest, Lin Xian really blamed himself. If it wasn't for this damn system, Lin Xian really felt that Ling Ying alone was enough. This woman was really good. Of course, Lin Yi couldn't be let off either. Even if he didn't have anything to do with other girls, just being good friends was enough. But reality didn't allow it. Lin Xian was also tired. Ling Ying was very smart. As long as Lin Xian showed a little bit of abnormality, she would be able to guess what was going on. After all, girls were very sensitive. The saying that a girl's IQ would be halved when she was in love was true. However, this so-called IQ was not the IQ of thinking, but the IQ of treating the man she liked. For example, when Ling Ying fell in love with Lin Xian, she even felt that Lin Xian had slept with other girls, but she couldn't bear to give up on him. She was even willing to let Han Chuxue and Lin Xian have some kind of relationship. Didn't this mean that she had become stupid? Of course. Han Chuxue? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. What? No. You're the one who thinks too much. All right. Ling Ying didn't want to expose him either. Well, don't drive it home. Lin Xian said as he rubbed his nose. Although he felt guilty, he really wanted to bully Ling Ying. Get lost. Either you get out of the car and find someone else, or you go home. It's your choice. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. She really felt wronged in her heart. Although she was prepared, it was useless. She was the daughter of the Ling family in Tiandu. She had countless suitors and all kinds of outstanding boys. She could forget about being with Lin Xian, but he was still fooling around outside. She couldn't do anything about it. Wow! She never thought that she would have such a day. Go home, go home. And I don't have any other girls to look for. Lin Xian grinned. Like hell I'll believe you. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said, Do you have anything to do tomorrow? No, nothing, Lin Xian quickly replied. Accompany me shopping tomorrow. Are you free? Yes, I'm free. Even if Lin Xian had something important to do, he still had to accompany Ling Ying tomorrow. This girl was too wronged, and Lin Xian really felt bad about it. Originally, he had planned to go to Ling Longshue's place tonight to complete the mission, but he felt bad about it and decided to go home and accompany Ling Ying. Okay. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying felt much better. Oh right, big sis Linya is sick. Ling Ying suddenly thought of something and said. What? Lin Xian's face was full of surprise. She's sick. Today, when big sis Linya came home from work, she coughed and seemed to be quite weak. She didn't have any appetite for dinner, so she lay on the bed and played with her phone for a while before going to sleep. That shouldn't be. Lin Xian frowned. What's wrong? Little Fairy is at the arcane body realm now, how could she be sick? Ah. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying was also stunned. People below the arcane body realm could still get sick, but their immunity was very high, so it was very difficult for them to get sick. However, after reaching the arcane body realm, getting sick at this realm was a bit unreasonable. Ling Ying didn't know that Linya had reached the arcane body realm. Linya relied on the fruit that Linglong Shui gave her to advance. She was very low-key, so this kind of thing wasn't worth mentioning. So at first, Ling Ying didn't think much of Linya's illness, but when he heard Lin Xian say that she was at the arcane body realm, he was shocked. That's right, why would an arcane body realm cultivator get sick? Although nothing was absolute, the probability of an arcane body realm cultivator falling sick should be less than 1 in 100,000, right? Lin Xian nodded. She's at the arcane body realm. Let's go home first. Do you have a fever? This time, Lin Xian didn't have any thoughts of going with Ling Ying, which also made Ling Ying extremely worried. He also didn't have the mood to go shopping with Lin Xian tomorrow. If Linya was simply sick with a fever, she could just rest at home and they could also go shopping. However, an arcane body realm cultivator falling sick inexplicably made them feel that something was wrong. Ling Ying nodded. She has a fever, it's more than 39 degrees. She has taken medicine, but Sister Linya doesn't want to go for an 4. Sister Linya is asleep, do you want to disturb her? Lin Xian said, let's go home first. For things like illness, it could only be treated through medical means. The so-called wood attribute and light attribute were useless. Therefore, it didn't mean that with the wood attribute and light attribute, there was no need for medical staff. The wood attribute and light attribute were more used to treat external injuries, internal injuries, or some poisons. Illness wasn't within the scope of treatment. Ling Ying sped up the car, and they soon arrived home. Linya's door was open. After all, there were no outsiders at home. She and Ling Ying had a good relationship, like sisters. Moreover, they were both girls, and Lin Xian was her little brother, so there was nothing taboo. Lin Xian and Ling Ying walked in quietly. They didn't dare to turn on the light, afraid that the light would wake Linya up, but it was enough to rely on the light in the living room. On the bed, Linya was lying there quietly. Because it was late autumn, the weather was relatively cold, and she was covered with a quilt that wasn't too thin. She was gentle and elegant, and it was the same when she fell asleep. Her sleeping posture was incomparably sharp compared to Ling Ying's. Ling Ying's hair would fly to the sky when she woke up the next day, but Linya would still be very neat. This was the difference. Lin Xian gently reached out his hand and placed it on Linya's forehead. She didn't wake up. How is it? Ling Ying asked curiously in a low voice. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It's not hot anymore. The fever is gone. Phew, then it's fine. You scared me. Ling Ying patted his chest. Chapter 396. Lin Xian looked at Linya and said, Little Fairy, you still have to rest at home. Without an 4 drip, it's easy for the fever to not be completely cured if you rely on medicine to reduce it. It's quite cold outside today and the wind is quite strong, so you should stay at home and rest well. I'll bring you lunch in the afternoon. If you're obedient and rest well, we'll go shopping again in the afternoon and at night, okay? For a girl, as long as it was shopping, it was like being injected with chicken blood. When Ling Ying heard that Lin Xian wanted to accompany her in the afternoon and the 3 of them would go shopping together in the evening, she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she was especially excited. Shopping for the whole day. How cool would that be? And with Lin Xian and Linya accompanying her, it was comfortable. Linya was very disappointed when she heard that Lin Xian didn't want to take her shopping, but when she heard the second half of Lin Xian's sentence, she immediately became happy. Okay, but won't you be tired? Linya looked at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian was tired. Men and women were different. Women shopping was like men playing games, they enjoyed it and never got tired. But if Lin Xian were to shop for the whole day, he would be physically and mentally exhausted. But for their sake, he would be tired. Moreover, shopping with two beauties, other than being tired, it didn't seem to be a loss. Men can't say they can't, and they can't say they're tired. Lin Xian grinned. Linya and Lingying obviously understood what he meant. The two girls rolled their eyes at Lin Xian at the same time. After that, they washed up and changed into new clothes. Then, Lin Xian and Lingying went shopping. Linya also stayed at home to rest. Not for anything else, but to be able to go out with Lin Xian in the afternoon and evening. She was also willing to go shopping. Lin Xian realized that he was a talent. They shopped for about an hour and ate a lot of delicious food. Lingying also bought a lot of things, but they were all placed in the interspatial ring. This was a convenient place that didn't need Lin Xian to carry, so it was relatively less tiring. Then, Lin Xian suggested that they go watch a movie. Lingying naturally agreed. Ever since she started dating Lin Xian, they had never watched a movie together. But she had watched it with Linya a few times. Ling didn't think much about it. She didn't know what Lin Xian. She didn't know what Lin Xian. Lin Xian's thoughts. It was to watch a movie for 2 hours. If they didn't want to watch a movie, then 2 hours. How tiring would that be? It would be better to spend these 2 hours in the theater. It would be good to just sit and watch the movie. It wouldn't be tiring at all. They would buy the last ticket and be intimate with Lingying. How comfortable would that be? Lingying really thought that Lin Xian wanted to watch a movie with her. When he saw Linya's situation, the Imperial Sacred Art of Healing's memory seemed to exist, but he could not figure it out. You're not calling the doctor. Lingying looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Linya's fever was not an injury. It was not a wood attribute or light attribute healing ability. Only the hospital's medical methods could help. I can try first. Go get some ice packs. Ah, okay. Although Lingying did not understand, she only needed to know that Lin Xian would not do anything bad for Linya. Therefore, she quickly went to prepare the ice packs according to Lin Xian's instructions. At this moment, Lin Xian was holding Linya's small hand. He released the spiritual power in his body and probed her body to find the source of the illness. It was so hot. It was definitely not a normal fever or cold. There must be some mutation or something in her body. With Lin Xian's proficiency in medicine, especially the Imperial Sacred Art of Healing, he could easily find the source of the illness. For example, if there was a slight difference in a certain area, Lin Xian would be able to sense it. Other people would also be able to sense it if they didn't understand it. However, they didn't understand it. No matter how they probed, they wouldn't be able to tell what the problem was. Lin Xian closed his eyes and focused all his spiritual power on probing Linya's body. Lingying prepared the ice packs and gently wrapped a thin towel around Linya's forehead. Then, she sat at the side worriedly and watched Lin Xian check on Linya. At that moment, Lin Xian seemed to have sensed something. He followed closely and opened his eyes abruptly, revealing a look of disbelief. Chapter 397. What surprised Lin Xian the most was that he had found the cause. Why would a person have a fever? There were many reasons, but the most common reason was viruses, bacteria, and other dirty things entering the body. At this time, the white blood cells would produce a bunch of cytokines to attack them, which would cause a fever. Normally, this kind of fever would be treated with medicine, and martial artists would not be able to detect the cellular level. However, Lin Xian felt that Lin Ya's fever was not a normal one, which was why he checked. However, his illness was not caused by a mutation in his body, but by an insect. That's right. There was a bug in Lin Ya's body. It was this bug that caused Lin Ya's current condition. This bug was very, very small, and when Lin Xian checked with his spiritual power, he found that this bug was not normal. Even a full-body CT would not be able to detect it. As for medicine, it was naturally useless. Why would such a bug appear in Lin Ya's body? Then, Lin Xian opened his eyes. How is it? Ling Ying quickly asked. I found it. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. His spiritual power had forced the bug back, and it was useful. The most difficult thing was to detect it. Only martial artists who were especially careful could detect it. Usually, people with a fever would choose medical treatment, so no one would be able to detect it. It was a death sentence. How many people would think that a person with a fever would need a martial artist to check? Very, very few, because it was deeply ingrained in people's minds that a martial artist could not interfere with a fever. Is there a way? Lin Xian nodded, yes. Fortunately, Lin Xian was smart enough to check on Lin Ya. If he had simply sent her to the hospital, it would have been useless. Then, Lin Xian said to Ling Ying, give me a dagger for you. Ah. Ling Ying gave Lin Xian a dagger in a daze. Go prepare a basin, a wet towel, and gauze. Ling Ying hurriedly prepared everything and put it on the coffee table. She had no idea what Lin Xian was trying to do. Was he going to use a knife? Why did Lin Ya have a fever and why did Lin Xian have to use a knife on her? Wasn't this messing around? Little fairy, endure the pain. Chief, Lin Xian then cut open a wound on Lin Ya's fair and beautiful arm, causing blood to flow out. When Ling Ying saw this scene, he was both dumbfounded and unable to bear it. Lin Ya groaned in pain and subconsciously pulled her arm back. However, she was still in a daze and did not wake up. Lin Xian pulled her back. Lin Xian then released his spiritual energy into Lin Ya's body. The spiritual energy chased after the worm and forced it towards Lin Ya's wound. Whoosh! A small blood-red figure flew out from Lin Xian's wound. Lin Xian's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He immediately froze it with a slight chill and reached out to grab it. Ling Ying, help treat little fairy's wound. Ah. Oh, oh. Ling Ying was dumbfounded the entire time. He then hurriedly helped clean Lin Ya's wound and wrapped it with gauze. The wound was actually nothing much. If she wanted it to heal faster, she could ask Lu Yufan to come over and release some wood attribute healing energy. What surprised Ling Ying was that Lin Xian had just released ice attribute energy. Although it was just a bit of energy, she was certain that it was ice attribute. That was released directly by Lin Xian. It couldn't be, right? That meant that other than space, lightning, and poison, Lin Xian also had ice attribute. It couldn't be, right? But if it wasn't ice attribute, how could it be explained? What kind of demon was this Lin Xian? It was one thing for a person to have two attributes, but at this moment, Lin Xian was holding the frozen bug and observing it. What's this? After Ling Ying helped Lin Ya wrap the gauze, she saw the small ice cube in Lin Xian's hand. She then looked over and saw a very small red bug frozen inside. This bug looked more like a soft-bodied bug. It wasn't too disgusting, about 0.1 centimeters. It was really, really small. However, this fiery red color was really strange. Wait a minute. Lin Xian had just frozen this little thing. Ling Ying seemed to have seen this little thing fly out from Lin Ya's wound. Could it be that this was the thing that caused Lin Ya to have a fever? So strange. Lin Xian then said, "It's a creature called the firebug." Firebug. Ling Ying had never heard of this before. Lin Xian had also never heard of it before. However, Lin Xian recognized this bug after seeing it clearly. This was because it existed in the memories of the imperial physician's sacred technique. This was a type of goo worm. It was very disgusting. After entering the human body, it would cause the human body to burn and have a fever. Moreover, CT scans wouldn't be able to detect it. If it was allowed to grow, even martial artists wouldn't be able to detect it because it was too good at disguising itself. However, no one on planet Aqua Blue knew about goo worms. This required the control of the goo worm for it to grow. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to detect it. This type of fire bug would cause a person to die of fever bit by bit. Most importantly, once it reached a level where even martial artists couldn't detect it, they could only watch as the person died. This was the most terrifying part. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he wasn't too late. Planet Aqua Blue didn't seem to have goo techniques. Anyway, that was what Lin Xian remembered. However, Earth did. Ling Ying, do you know about goo techniques? Goo techniques? What's that? Lin Xian shook his head. It's nothing. Since Ling Ying didn't know about it, it shouldn't exist. Even if it existed, it shouldn't be something they could come into contact with. Luckily, he didn't know about goo techniques. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Did this fire bug accidentally enter Lin Ya's body? Lin Xian wasn't sure. In fact, Lin Xian was more inclined to believe that the fire bug was man-made. Although the fire bug looked quite powerful, its vitality was extremely low. It could only live in the bodies of living creatures. Otherwise, it wouldn't live for more than a few days. How could such a bug exist in Tianhua City? It couldn't fly. It only flew because Lin Xian used his spiritual power to push it up. The fire bug moved slowly. It probably could only move a few dozen meters a day. How could it enter Lin Ya's body? Moreover, this bug didn't bite through flesh and enter. Normally, it would enter through a living creature's food. It would enter through its food. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that someone must have prepared the fire bug specifically to attack Lin Ya. This person didn't have the ability to kill Lin Ya. Or rather, he wanted to use other methods to kill Lin Ya without leaving any traces. That's why he used the fire bug. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. Who else? Who else wanted to attack Lin Ya? Qin Xiaotian. Logically speaking, he should be the one attacking. He couldn't have attacked Lin Ya alone, right? Moreover, this was a special period. Who else could it be? Lin Xian really couldn't think of anyone. Chapter 398. Although Lin Xian didn't tell Ling Ying too much, Ling Ying was very smart. Of course she could guess what was going on. At least she knew that the frozen bug in Lin Xian's hand was the culprit that caused Lin Ya's high fever and coma. A bug that caused an arcane body realm cultivator to have a high fever and even coma might be life-threatening. This was really something that Ling Ying had never heard of before. Lin Xian then used a bit of strength and crushed the bug. Lin Xian, why would this bug appear in Sister Lin Ya's body? I've never heard of such a situation. Ling Ying asked Lin Xian in astonishment. I'm not too sure either. It's all speculation. Let's wait until little fairy wakes up and ask her if anything unusual happened during the day. Ling Ying nodded, then the two of them stood guard by Lin Ya's side. As expected, her body has cooled down. Ling Ying said with a sigh of relief after feeling the temperature of Lin Ya's body with her jade hand. Lin Xian nodded, that means it's because of this charcoal bug. After a while, Lin Ya's eyebrows slightly knitted. Lin Xian and Ling Ying hurried over, then Lin Ya slowly opened her beautiful eyes. What entered her eyes were the two people's heads. Lin Ya's large eyes were filled with confusion. Then she moved her arm, which pulled on her wound and revealed a pained expression. Does little fairy's arm hurt? Let me help you blow on it. Lin Xian lightly pinched Lin Ya's pink cheeks and said with a smile. Lin Ya's charming face reddened, then she sat up. What happened to me? What's with my arm? She didn't quite understand what was going on with her. Ah, you had a fever. The fever was quite serious, then your groggy arm was injured by a knife. Lin Xian didn't tell her the truth because he didn't want her to worry. Lin Ya rubbed her forehead. It's a bit dizzy. Ling Ying poured a cup of hot water for her and placed it beside her. She understood why Lin Xian didn't tell her the truth. Lin Ya only remembered that after Lin Xian and Lin Xian left, she went to bed to take a nap. When she woke up, she wanted to make some lunch for herself. At that time, she was still normal, but she was getting dizzy and couldn't even stand. She couldn't remember anything after that. Little fairy, did you have any abnormalities in the company yesterday? Lin Xian asked. Huh? Lin Ya didn't understand why Lin Xian would ask this. Was there anyone suspicious people's rights? Someone s. Not to course, I too s. Then, how did you eat? The fire bug entered the human body through food. Therefore, this was what Lin Xian was concerned about. I was quite busy yesterday. When I was done, there wasn't much food left in the kitchen. I ordered some takeout for lunch. It was delivered by a delivery man. Delivery man? What kind of delivery man? Lin Xian asked quickly. As expected. If Lin Ya ate in the cafeteria normally, she would be fine. Coincidentally, something happened to her and she ordered takeout. Was there a cause and effect between them? Ling Ying understood what he meant. Lin Xian suspected that the bug entered Lin Ya's body through food. Lin Ya shook her head. I don't know. Little Qing helped me bring the takeout. What's wrong? Little Xian, do you think my fever is because of lunch? It can't be. Lin Ya asked in confusion. Little Qing was Lin Ya's assistant. Lin Xian, maybe. Little fairy, you should rest at home. Ling Ying, please take care of little fairy. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Ling Ying knew what Lin Xian was going to do. I'll go out first. Lin Xian pinched Lin Ya's cheeks out of habit and rushed out the door. Lin Ya looked at Ling Ying strangely and asked, Little Ying, is there another reason for my fever? Ling Ying shook his head. No, he just thinks it's because of the food. He wants to cause trouble. It's fine. Lin Ya wasn't a fool. There must be a reason why Lin Xian was asking such irrelevant questions and why he was in such a hurry to leave the house after asking those questions. Food. She was at the arcane body realm. If she had a fever or fainted just because she ate something, it wouldn't make sense. Therefore, Lin Ya felt that there must be something wrong with the food. But since he didn't say anything, she didn't continue asking. Big sister Lin Ya, you should rest at home for the next 2 days. I'll call Mang Mang over later and let her treat your external injuries. Won't it be too troublesome? Lin Ya asked softly. It's not troublesome. I just invited her over for dinner. This girl ran over eagerly. Ling Ying smiled and continued, Big sister Lin Ya, you should rest for a while. Let me know if there's anything. I'll go prepare the ingredients first. Thank you. Big sister Linya, don't be so polite with me. Ling Ying laughed and walked into the kitchen. At this moment, Lin Xian drove Lin Ya's car to her company. Young Master Lin. Lin Xian walked through the company. Those who knew him all called him Young Master Lin. After all, they knew that he was Lin Ya's younger brother. Lin Xian came to Zhang Qingqing's office. It could be considered an office. Usually, he would help Lin Ya deal with some matters. When Lin Ya was around, she would be with Lin Xian. When she wasn't around, she would deal with things in her own office. Dong dong dong. Please come in. Then, Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked in. Lin Xian. Why are you here? Zhang Qingqing was surprised to see Lin Xian. Lin Ya wasn't here either. Zhang Qingqing was a pretty woman. She was 26 or 27 years old and was already married. She was very capable in business, so Lin Ya made her her right-hand woman. Lin Xian didn't have a good relationship with her. That was because they didn't spend much time together. However, in the entire company, she probably interacted with Lin Xian the most. Therefore, their relationship could be considered the best. Now, there were two people that Lin Xian was suspicious of. The first was Zhang Qingqing, and the second was the delivery man. Zhang Qingqing was the one who gave Lin Ya lunch. In other words, she had interacted with Lin Ya midway. Therefore, Lin Xian suspected her. However, Lin Xian didn't suspect her too much. Lin Xian knew this person's character very well. Moreover, Lin Ya treated her well. She was just an ordinary salesperson in the company. She was chosen by Lin Ya and was promoted. However, who could say for sure what a person's heart was? Sister Qing. Lin Xian called out and sat on the sofa next to her. Zhang Qingqing poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. Of course, she could tell that Lin Xian was here for something. What's the matter? Did Boss Lin ask you to come? If there's anything, Boss Lin can just give me a call. Zhang Qingqing moved a chair and sat in front of Lin Xian. No, my sister has a fever and is resting at home. I have something to ask you, Sister Qing. Lin Xian looked into Zhang Qingqing's eyes the whole time when he spoke. Chapter 399. Anyone can lie, anywhere, but the eyes can't. The eyes are the window to the soul. This sentence is not groundless, and it is not without basis. Perhaps, you are very shrewd, very scheming, and have an incomparably calm state of mind so that you won't be exposed when you lie. However, Zhang Qingqing in front of him, although she has been in society for several years, she would never be calm to that extent. However, when Lin Xian said this sentence, her eyes didn't show the panic that Lin Xian wanted to see, only worry. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. She shouldn't be. If she was, I believe that Lin Ya would be very sad when she knew. The previous incident of the factory crystal, coupled with this incident, would she really suspect that there is no trust between people around her? Would she even suspect that there is something wrong with her character? Why do the people around her always want to harm her? Fortunately, she shouldn't be. Lin Xian still felt that he was quite good at judging people. Since he basically felt that she wasn't, then Lin Xian could tell her freely. Does President Lin have a fever? She didn't tell me. Lin Xian said, it's nothing serious. Right, Sister Qing, my sister ordered takeout for lunch yesterday, right? Zhang Qingqing didn't know why Lin Xian asked this. She nodded, yeah, President Lin usually doesn't eat takeout for a few months. It is all cooked in the cafeteria. Yesterday, President Lin was in a hurry to rush a project and didn't even have time to eat. I wanted to leave some food for her, but President Lin said that she didn't know when it would end, so I didn't leave any food. After that, there was no more food, so she could only order takeout. Did something go wrong? It shouldn't be. President Lin ordered a long-established takeout. Lin Xian hesitated slightly, and then said she had a fever because someone did something to her. It wasn't a simple fever. Did the delivery person see it? Ah. Zhang Qingqing showed a surprised expression. Can a fever be tampered with? Could it be some kind of virus? Then she replied to Lin Xian, I saw the delivery man because I was the one who took the takeout. Any recollection? Lin Xian asked. Zhang Qingqing lowered her head and pondered. She's wearing a takeout uniform and a hat, but she's a girl. He's quite young. A young girl. Lin Xian frowned. Yes, and I feel that it's quite beautiful. It's just that the makeup is a little heavy. You reminded me. If she's just a simple deliverman, she shouldn't have such heavy makeup. Zhang Qingqing suddenly realized this point. Lin Xian also confirmed it. That was right. There were very few female delivery workers, but there were indeed some. However, a young girl with heavy makeup delivering food. This was obviously abnormal. Even if she wanted to earn money, wouldn't it be easy for her to find a higher-paying job with makeup and a pretty face? Moreover, she didn't have to be so tired. Takeout was exposed to the elements, rain or shine. It was useless to wear makeup. At the end of the day, the money she earned was not even as much as the money she spent on makeup. Of course, it might be a little exaggerated, but according to Zhang Qingqing, there was something wrong with this person. Can the surveillance camera capture it? Yes. Yes. Follow me. Then Zhang Qingqing brought Lin Xian to the surveillance room. Zhang Qingqing personally operated the surveillance camera and adjusted the video to the previous time. As she personally took the food for Linya, she definitely remembered the time very clearly. Then Lin Xian stared at the video closely. The video showed a figure wearing a yellow takeout uniform standing at the company's entrance. Soon, Zhang Qingqing's figure walked over, took the takeout, and walked back. There really didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Sister Qing, can you zoom in? Yes. But it's a little blurry. Then Zhang Qingqing retreated and paused at the scene where it was easiest to see her face. Then, she zoomed in. Zhao Mengyue. The image was a little blurry, and he couldn't see her face. However, with such a sharp chin and half of her face, Lin Xian could basically tell that she looked like Zhao Mengyue. Then, Lin Xian took out his cell phone and chatted with Wang Fugue. He didn't know where Wang Fugue had gotten Zhao Mengyue's photo. Although Wang Fugue was a little timid, he was quite good at socializing. After all, he was rich. With some money, he could basically get any information he wanted. Sister Qing, can you see if that's her? Lin Xian handed the photo over. Zhang Qingqing took a look and nodded. It's her. Why do you have her photo? Do you know her? Is she the one who wants to harm CEO Lin? Should I call the police? Zhang Qingqing bombarded him with a series of questions. With Zhang Qingqing's affirmation, Lin Xian was basically certain. Zhao Mengyue. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. He originally thought that this woman would no longer have anything to do with him, but he never expected her to still hold a grudge against him. However, it was normal. With a woman's temperament, it was normal for her to hold a grudge. However, based on Lin Xian's understanding of her, this woman was brainless. She wouldn't take revenge like this, right? However, that might not be the case. Lin Xian seemed to have never seen her again after he beat her up. He also didn't know her whereabouts. That's right. Other than Qin Shaotian, he should also have Zhao Mengyue as an enemy. However, Lin Xian had never thought much of Zhao Mengyue. He felt that this woman wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. He never expected that the smaller the ant, the more likely it was to cause unimaginable consequences. Her advantage was that Lin Xian didn't think much of her, so she could do whatever she wanted. "Thank you, Sister Qing." Lin Xian snapped out of his daze and said to Zhang Qingqing. No. It's what I should do. President Lin isn't in any danger, right? Zhang Qingqing asked. No, but be careful of unfamiliar people who enter the company recently. Increase the security. Got it. Zhang Qingqing nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. Sister Qing, you're busy. After saying that, Lin Xian left in a hurry. In the car, Lin Xian gave Wang Fugue a call. Brother Xian. Wang Fugue seemed to have finished eating with Lu Junjun. Fatty, do you know where Zhao Mengyue is right now? Do you know where she is? Is she in the Sky Marshal Court? Lin Xian asked. Wang Fugue said, Brother Xian, I already asked about the photo you wanted. She hasn't appeared in Tianhua Academy since you beat her up, but she's still in Tianhua City. Where's her home? This. Zhao Mengyue lost her family 2 years ago. She's the only one left. As for where she is, Brother Xian, it might take some time to find out. Wang Fugue said. Help me check it out. Alright, it's a small matter. Brother Xian, do you have any other orders? Hee. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then said, no need. Just keep an eye out for me. Right, there's one more thing. Help me check if there's a creature called the firebug. See if you can find any information. Chapter 400. Wang Fugue ate a mouthful of vegetables. Firebug. I'll remember it. If I can't find it, I'll ask my family to help. Thank you. Wang Fugue smiled and said, Brother Xian, your business is my business. But this vegetable tastes really bad. Brother Xian, when you're free, I'll treat you to a big meal. I want to eat meat. He said bitterly. Lin Xian smiled. This fatty had put in a lot of effort for Lu Junjun, but Lu Junjun should be living a happy life. Brother Xian, please call me when he treats you to a meal. Otherwise, I'll lose weight for nothing. Lu Junjun's voice and Wang Fugue's wails came from the other end. Alright, I'll remember it. I'll hang up first, you guys eat. Lin Xian then hung up the phone and took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Sometimes, he felt powerless. If he had his own power and established his own intelligence network, then this kind of thing would be much easier to investigate. At this moment, Lin Xian even had an idea, and that was to establish his own power, a power that he could use. Other than the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Holy Palace, and the Trial Union, why couldn't there be another phenomenal superpower? If he had a superpower of this level for him to use, then many things should be much easier. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Lin Xian didn't have any ambition. He really just wanted the people around him to not be hurt. He didn't have that much energy to build a power, and he didn't have the ability to do so. Lin Xian never thought that he was extraordinary. All of his efforts were to protect himself and the people he loved. There was nothing else. Lin Xian knew about this matter for the time being, so he would naturally pay attention to it. However, he still needed Wang Fugue to help Lin Xian find Zhao Mengyue's whereabouts. If he could find the firebug, he might be able to find Zhao Mengyue. Wang Fugue's Wang family was one of the wealthiest businessmen in China. Their wealth was comparable to that of a country. Although they were in the business world, they were still considered a powerful family. They naturally had their own channels and their own intelligence network. That was why Lin Xian wanted to ask Wang Fugui for help. But to be honest, he didn't have many people who could help him. Thinking about it, it was quite awkward. After that, Lin Xian drove home. How is little fairy? After returning home, Lin Xian saw Linya and Lingying sitting on the sofa. There was even a girl with them. Lu Yufan. This time, Lu Yufan came alone and did not bring Yi Yi with him. It was unknown if she had told Yi Yi about it. Linya looked at Lin Xian and said, Fan Fan healed me. It's fine now. Lin Xian glanced at Linya's arm. The bandage was still bleeding. It was probably changed. It was now clean and white. However, with Lu Yufan's healing ability, she should have healed about 20% of it. However, 20% should be enough to reduce the pain by a lot. On the other side, Lu Yufan chatted with Linya alone. Linya also couldn't stay idle. She shouted to Lin Xian, Little Xian, what dishes do you need to choose? Bring them over. We'll help here. Okay. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony and brought over a pile of vegetables. They sat here and chatted. It was also good to choose the dishes. The most important thing was that Lin Xian, who was a cook, had a hard time picking the ingredients. How could a man like him be as meticulous as a girl? Moreover, he couldn't settle down to pick the ingredients quietly. Sister Linya's arm is still injured, and you're letting her choose the dishes. On the surface, they're siblings. In the kitchen, Lingying couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Xian. Chapter 401. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, You don't understand. Little fairy can't stay idle. Even if you don't let her choose the ingredients, she will run to the kitchen every once in a while. It's better to let her sit there and chat with Fan Fan while she chooses the ingredients. Alright, you cook, I'll help. Lingying said and then unwrapped a lollipop for himself. Lin Xian, you cook, I'll help. Fan Fan just said that she wants to eat your cooking, so you cook. Lin Xian, alright, I'll cook. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. His status as a man. It looked like he had to find another chance to ask Lingying for advice. He had to fight for his status and dignity as a man. After that, the four of them happily finished their dinner. Lu Yufan chatted with them for a while, then Lin Xian drove her home. Lin Xian, why don't you and Yaya move in with me? In the front passenger seat, Lu Yufan's little face was red. She had probably thought about it for a long time before saying that. Oh. Lin Xian turned his head to look at the red-faced Lu Yufan and couldn't help but tease, why? Will you have a chance to fuck me if I move in with you? Lu Yufan, fuck your sister. Stinky hooligan. If there was a pillow beside her, Lu Yufan would definitely have thrown it at him. Then why do you want me and little fairy to move in with you? Lin Xian's question stumped Lu Yufan. Because my house is slightly bigger. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Could this girl not find a good reason? If you're jealous, then so be it. Stop looking for excuses. You're jealous because you see little fairy and I living in Lingying's house. Lin Xian said. Lu Yufan, ding. Felt Lu Yufan's shyness. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Really, Lu Yufan was about to break down. Was this man a straight man? Even if you can see it, can you not say it out loud? Damn. Scram. I won't. Lu Yufan hurriedly explained. Alright. I believe you. Lin Xian chuckled. Then are you going or not? Of course, Lin Xian, Lu Yufan's. I'm not going. It's actually quite nice to live here. Moreover, there are 3 rooms and 1 living room for 3 people. Lu Yufan pouted, feeling wronged. Then, Lin Xian explained, you have your parents at home. It's inconvenient. That's true. Lu Yufan cutely wrinkled her nose. Then, Lin Xian laughed. I know, you just want to do me, right? Scram. Stinky pervert. Lu Yufan pouted. How about, Lin Xian's lips curled up. Don't go home tonight. Aw. Lu Yufan looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Why don't you go home? I forgot to bring my ID. Did you bring it? I brought it. Lu Yufan knew that, but she really didn't think that way. Let's go and get a room. Lu Yufan, get off. I want to get off. Lin Xian, hey, are you the devil? Lu Yufan's little face was simply too cute. Then, she stared at Lin Xian as if she was looking at a big bad wolf and said, send me home. Hee hee. You don't want to get a room, right? Then I'll drive you to a place where there's no one. Anyway, this car is quite spacious. We can do it in the car. Scram. I want to go home. Lu Yufan was really scared. This Lin Xian might really do that to her. But to be honest, why did she have some expectations? Ah. Was she the devil? Okay, I'll send you home. Lin Xian was of course just teasing her. Lin Xian felt that teasing young girls was a very interesting thing in life. He never got tired of it. Lu Yufan, was he going to give up just like that? If he persisted, or forcefully brought her to the hotel, she might really do that to him. Lu Yufan thought to herself dejectedly. Then, she quickly patted her little face. God! What was she thinking? She was already thinking of giving herself to him. It was too scary. This wasn't her Lu Yufan. They had only been dating for such a short time. They had only kissed, and it was only once. She didn't understand why she would have such thoughts. If Lin Xian knew Lu Yufan's true thoughts, he would definitely drive her to the hotel. Send her home. What was this like? It was like asking a young girl out for dinner and a movie in the middle of the night, then asking her where she wanted to go next. The young girl said she didn't know, and the boy said he would send her home. This was the stupidest person in the world. The young girl could accompany you out in the middle of the night, and you still didn't understand. Unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't know. After that, Lin Xian sent Lu Yufan to her house. This was a villa complex, all big and small villas. It was a place where rich people lived. Lin Xian realized that if he could win over these young girls, he wouldn't have to work hard. Each and every one of them was a rich young lady. Yi's house is just next door. Lu Yufan said to Lin Xian when she got out of the car. Actually, she just wanted Lin Xian to stay a little longer. It would be good even if they went to look for Yi together. Lin Xian didn't seem to realize this. He shook his head and said, no, it's late, and her family is at home too. It's too troublesome. You go home, you can go home. Oh. Lu Yufan pouted and waved at Lin Xian. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Then, Lin Xian drove back. Big pig trotter. Lu Yufan looked at the taillights of Lin Xian's car and couldn't help but stomp her feet. He didn't even want a chance. But thinking about it, it didn't seem like he gave him a chance, so he couldn't blame him. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to continue to pursue Ling Long Shui, and Bing Lingyue's little sister. But now, he could only put them aside for now. It was safer to stay at home tonight. Halfway through the car, Lin Xian's phone rang. Lin Xian glanced at it and saw that it was Wang Fugue. Fatty. Lin Xian answered the call. Brother Xian, the things you wanted me to investigate are almost done. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and said, Speak. Wang Fugue then said, Ever since Xiao Mengyue was beaten up by you, she didn't go to Tianhua Academy. She started to mingle with all kinds of high society. During this period of time, she hooked up with 4 or 5 men. She already sold her place. It seems like she's either staying in a hotel or staying at home with those men. What about her current location? Wang Fugue continued, It's been a while since there's been any news of her. It's like she disappeared from the world. But 2 days ago, she went to Chen Group's chairman's place with him. She should still be there in 2 days. Brother Xian, you can go take a look. Chapter 402. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Chairman of the Chen Group. Send me his information and his home location. Oh right, can you find out about the firebug? Wang Fugue blushed with shame and said, Brother Xian, very few people know about this firebug. I only got some information from my family, but that's the only thing they know about it. At most, they only know about one of its effects, and it seems like it exists in the Yanlong Heaven Cave. As for the rest, there's no news at all. This thing doesn't have any special uses. Lin Xian nodded, thanks. Send me the location first. I'll go take a look. Brother Xian, do you want me to accompany you? No need. The fewer people, the smaller the target. Okay, send it over right away. Then, they ended the call. Lin Xian leaned against the seat of the car and sighed. He felt a little tired for some reason. He suddenly felt that his life was more tiring than anyone else's. Was it because of him? In the end, Lin Xian placed all the problems on himself. If he didn't kill Jiang Tianyu and Jiang Tianhao, he wouldn't have been noticed by Jiang Zun. If he didn't beat Xiao Mengyue, this wouldn't have happened. And Qin Xiaotian, he still had to try his best to please girls and pick them up. If he couldn't, his level would be reset. Wow. Lin Xian felt really tired. However, he couldn't give up. If he gave up on any of these things, the consequences would be unimaginable. Phew, Lin Xian exhaled. He felt a little lost in his life. However, he only knew that he had to become stronger and protect them. Therefore, he couldn't relax. Right now, he just wanted to hug Ling Ying and do nothing. Then, he would sleep soundly and wake up the next day. Soon, Lin Xian received a message from Wang Fugue. The information of the Qin Group's chairman, including his address. Lin Xian glanced at it. Chen Cheng's father. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. The chairman of the Qin Group was called Chen Siheo, and he belonged to the top family in Tianhua City. Of course, it was only limited to Tianhua City, but he was still rich, and he was also Chen Cheng's father. He usually had a lot of mistresses and mistresses. Whoosh! Then, Lin Xian drove toward the target area. The sky gradually darkened, and it was already 11 p.m. Actually, this time was not bad. Of course, Lin Xian didn't go to Chen Siheo's house. Instead, he went to his private residence. With the Wang family's ability, they were able to find out a few of Chen Siqing's private residences. There were villas, ordinary 3-bedroom apartments, and even houses that he bought for his mistresses. As for which house he was in now, it was not easy to find out, but it could be guessed. If he was still with Xiao Mengyue, and if Xiao Mengyue was his new lover, she couldn't be with another mistress, right? Jinjiang Villa. This was also considered a villa group, but the location was relatively remote. However, the scenery was especially good. For other villas, the distance between two villas might be very close. However, because this place was remote, the scenery was good, and there weren't many people. Therefore, when it was built, it was rare. The distance between the two villas was more than 100 meters. This was the place that Shinsiheo frequented the most, and also his most secret home. What surprised Lin Xian was that when he arrived near Shinsiheo's villa, he saw that the villa's lights were on. In addition, this was a secret home, so the lights were on. Lin Xian could only pray that the woman inside was Zhao Mengyue. Then, Lin Xian's figure slowly crept toward the villa. For Lin Xian, who was at Mysterious Heaven Realm 3 stars and had the space attribute, sneaking into such a villa was simply too easy. The lights in the villa were not in the living room, but in one of the rooms on the second floor. The light was still very soft. Of course, this was very normal. Many people liked to be in the dark, but some people preferred to be lit with soft light. Lin Xian released the space attribute and directly went to the room next door with the lights on. The two rooms were only separated by a wall. Lin Xian did not need to worry that there would be someone in this room. As a secret residence, there would only be Shinsiheo and his lover here. With the lights on, how could there be anyone in this room? When Lin Xian entered, he roughly glanced around. This was also a room, but it was not very tidy. After all, not many people lived here. Then, Lin Xian began to try to listen for any movements in the room next door. There was no movement. At least he couldn't hear anything. Strange, why didn't the two of them make any noise? Or had they already ended? Why didn't they turn off the lights? Did they like to sleep like this? Lin Xian did not know. He tried to wait in the room next door for a few more minutes, but there was still no movement. In the end, Lin Xian chose to make a move. Of course, he did not foolishly push open the door and enter, nor did he use the space attribute to directly teleport in. He went to the balcony. Every bedroom on the second floor of the villa had a small balcony. They were not connected, but they were only 2 to 3 meters apart. Lin Xian came to the balcony of this room and teleported to the balcony of the room with the lights on and looked over. There were curtains and the curtains were drawn. However, there was a small gap at the edge that was not completely closed. Lin Xian opened the gap slightly and looked in. "Since you're here, why hide? Come in." A voice suddenly came from inside. Lin Xian frowned. This voice belonged to Zhao Mengyue. She could actually find him. Previously, her realm was at most the spirit condensation realm. No, she was not even at the spirit condensation realm. Then how could she have improved to the point where she could sense Lin Xian's existence in such a short time? In other words, she was now at the mysterious heaven realm. No, she could have improved. She just needed to kill monsters. Could it be that she had been crazily killing monsters during this period? What about her combat power? To be honest, sometimes it was infuriating to compare oneself to others. In the eyes of others, Lin Xian was very powerful and leveled up quickly. However, Zhao Mengyue did not have any outstanding points, yet she leveled up even faster. No, there must be some special reason for her to be able to improve so quickly. Then, Lin Xian flashed in. Unfortunately, if he had the dark attribute, he would not have been discovered. In the room, Zhao Mengyue was wearing white pajamas. She was smoking a lady cigarette as she sat on the bed, leaning against the headboard. She crossed her long white legs and took a puff of the cigarette. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and blew a puff of smoke at him. She did not look flustered at all. And beside her lay a man. In Lin Xian's opinion, he was already dead. Chapter 403. Lin Xian released his Eye of Cave Spirit. As expected, the reason why Zhao Mengyue was able to detect him, sense his subtle movements, and not panic at all was because she had reached the third level of the mysterious heaven realm. She had actually reached the same realm as him. To be honest, Lin Xian was quite surprised. But how should he put it? It was very normal. With enough demon beasts and enough experience points, how could she only reach the third level of the mysterious heaven realm? It was very easy for her to reach a higher level, but it was unknown how strong she was. In Lin Xian's opinion, for Zhao Mengyue to be able to improve so quickly, she must have someone helping her. With her previous strength of the Qi-building realm, how could she reach the third level of the mysterious heaven realm in such a short period of time? Why are you standing? Sit. Zhao Mengyue glanced at Lin Xian, then took another puff of her cigarette. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. Did you kill him? Lin Xian glanced at the man. It was naturally Qin Siheo. Of course I did. It's the mysterious heaven realm. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't want free experience? Moreover, I've already obtained what I could from him. As she spoke, Zhao Mengyue played with a card in her hand. Lin Xian frowned. She actually spoke of killing people so casually. Only the evil fiend shrine would be so indifferent to human life. It seems that you have completely evolved from the green tea watch from before. Lin Xian sat on a chair at the edge of the balcony and looked at her. How should he put it? Lin Xian was not sure how strong Zhao Mengyue was right now, but she seemed to be very calm. However, Lin Xian was not afraid of her. Then it's all thanks to you. Zhao Mengyue sneered. No, no, no. You chose to be a green tea watch yourself. I didn't bring you into this profession. Zhao Mengyue did not seem to be angry because of these words. Lin Xian realized that she had changed a lot. It was really shocking to have such a big change in such a short period of time. In the past, she was an idiot, a pure idiot. But now, she seemed to be more shrewd and mysterious. Profession. Zhao Mengyue took a puff of her cigarette and glanced at Lin Xian. Using this to eat and eggs has already become a professional habit. Is it not considered a profession? Ha! Zhao Mengyue sneered. Yes, but isn't it all thanks to you? Oh. Thanks to me. Lin Xian's eyebrows raised. Zhao Mengyue's eyes as she looked at Lin Xian's as Mengyue, she, of course, Lin Xian's. Shua, because of you I you to kill you to kill you, because of you. Zhao Mengyue's I Mengyue you, I, because of you, I, who didn't even dare to kill small animals, killed people for the first time, the second time, the third time. Then I realized that I actually liked killing people. I used all kinds of methods to torture them, and then used all kinds of methods to kill them. Watching them die in despair, ha ha ha. It felt so good. Zhao Mengyue laughed sinisterly. Lin Xian frowned. She had lost her mind. Zhao Mengyue then glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, it's all because of you. The only reason I became strong is because I want to take revenge. I want to kill you. I want you to pay the price for insulting me. I want you to see the people closest to you die one by one in pain. I want to see your eyes filled with despair and your roar of anger. Ha ha ha. Zhao Mengyue laughed. So, you're the one who killed my sister. Although Lin Xian was shocked by Zhao Mengyue's change, so what? She had a reason, didn't she? Ha ha ha, of course. How is it? Is she going to die now? Ha ha ha, you don't know why, right? Are you in despair? Ha ha ha. Zhao Mengyue laughed sinisterly. She seemed to be in a good mood. Sorry, she's fine. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. What? Zhao Mengyue revealed an expression of disbelief. Then, she laughed. That's impossible. Don't try to trick me. She had only found out about the fire bug by accident. She knew very well that there were very few people in this world who knew about the existence of the fire bug, let alone someone who had such an incident. If they didn't think of the fire bug, how could they have discovered it? Therefore, she felt that Lin Xian was trying to trick her. Isn't it just the fire bug? You think you're very smart, right? When Lin Xian mentioned the fire bug, Zhao Mengyue knew that Linya was definitely fine. I don't care what happened to you. Whether it's because of me or not, I only know that you brought this upon yourself. Don't think that you have a reason for killing people. Moreover, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. He stretched out his hand and the 1,000 evils appeared in his palm. Anyone who dares to attack the love of my side will pay the heaviest price. After saying that, Lin Xian's 1,000 evils condensed lightning. Lightning 1,000 blaze slash. Zhao Mengyue was shocked when she felt Lin Xian's aura. Mystic Heaven Realm 3 stars. She thought that her realm had risen fast enough, which was why she dared to be so presumptuous in front of Lin Xian. That was because she felt that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to return today. But now, it was different. Because he was Mystic Heaven Realm 3 stars. She was only Mystic Heaven Realm 3 stars. But Lin Xian had the dual attributes of space and lightning. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure flashed and directly teleported near Zhao Mengyue with instant shadow. Zhao Mengyue's pupils suddenly shrank. She subconsciously took out her spiritual weapon and then suddenly turned around to block. Sizzle! The two swords collided and the lightning scattered. Bang! In the next instant, Zhao Mengyue's body was directly sent flying by the lightning. She crashed through the balcony and fell down. Lin Xian rushed over without hesitation. In mid-air, Zhao Mengyue suddenly turned around and quickly landed on the ground with the help of a tree. After landing, she staggered a few steps and then clutched her chest. She was too shocked. This Lin Xian's strength was countless times stronger than hers. In the same realm, she even felt that she wasn't qualified to fight with Lin Xian. Why? Why? Why was there such a huge difference in the same realm? In the beginning, she thought that it was good enough that Lin Xian was Mystic Heaven Realm 1 star and she was Mystic Heaven Realm 3 stars. She thought that victory was in her hands, but now that she thought about it, even if Lin Xian was Mystic Heaven Realm 1 star, she might not be a match for Lin Xian. She had still underestimated this person. Then, Zhao Mengyue slowly raised her sword-wielding right hand. Her arm couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Xian had slashed a hole in her spiritual weapon. One had to know that this wasn't an ordinary weapon made of steel. It was a spiritual weapon. A hole in the spiritual weapon. Whoosh! Lin Xian landed in front of her. Zhao Mengyue quickly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with viciousness and fear. Chapter 404. Lin Xian looked coldly at Zhao Mengyue in front of him. Anyone who had ulterior motives or posed a threat to Linya and the others could not live. They absolutely could not live. They were all kind and pure. They were too easily fooled, too easily deceived, and too easily hurt. You could have lived and continued your life, but you chose to court death. Lin Xian's aura condensed again. Then, he released the power of space, spatial imprisonment. At the same realm, Lin Xian should not be able to control her for too long, but the extremely short period of time should be deliberate. Ha ha ha, Zhao Mengyue laughed out loud and took out a cylindrical object. Lin Xian, I've underestimated you. I was careless this time. We'll meet again. You, and everyone around you, had better be careful. Because, there will always be a demon by your side, a demon that you personally created. With that, Zhao Mengyue turned the cylindrical spirit artifact, and her figure was sucked into a certain space. It should be some kind of spatial spirit artifact. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Then, Zhao Mengyue's figure disappeared, and at the same time, her voice sounded, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. I am now a member of the evil fiend hole." Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect Zhao Mengyue to have a spatial spirit artifact. He failed this time. Lin Xian was lying if he said he was not panicking. He thought that he could safely get rid of Zhao Mengyue this time, but he really did not expect her to have a spatial spirit artifact. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. This was bad news. Zhao Mengyue was actually a member of the evil fiend hole. Lin Xian did not understand how these people joined the evil fiend hole. To be honest, Lin Xian had dealt with the evil fiend hall many times from beginning to end. He really did not know what kind of organization it was. Every enemy was the evil fiend hall, which made Lin Xian feel that the evil fiend hall seemed to be outside of people's lives, but there were too many people around him who were members of the evil fiend hall. How big was this organization? How many members are there? Since Zhao Mengyue was a member of the evil fiend hall, it meant that he, Linya, and the others might be in danger. It wasn't just Zhao Mengyue, it might even be the other members of the evil fiend hall. Lin Xian was secretly annoyed. He wondered if he had the ability to kill Zhao Mengyue before she could use her spatial spirit tool. He was wondering if there was a bottom line. He was already going all out. This could be seen from the fact that Lin Xian had directly released the Lightning Thousand Blaze Slash. This was something that couldn't be helped. Zhao Mengyue was able to escape because her spatial spirit tool's spatial power was stronger than Lin Xian's. This didn't mean that Lin Xian's spatial power wasn't strong. It was just that in terms of pure power, her spirit tool was stronger than Lin Xian's mysterious Heaven Realm 3-star. That was why she was able to escape from Lin Xian's spatial shackles. Lin Xian recalled Wan Xia. He didn't know what to do now. Sometimes, when there were more people around, there would be more fetters. For example, Zhao Mengyue didn't have any relatives. She could do whatever she wanted. She could even tell Lin Xian that she was a member of the evil fiend hall. To be honest, he was quite envious. Lin Xian sighed slightly and then left. At least Zhao Mengyue wouldn't attack them for a while. From Lin Xian's perspective, this woman was someone who would find a way out for herself. In other words, every time she took action, regardless of whether she was confident or not, she would find a way out for herself. Only when she had a way out would she attack. And her spatial spirit tool was her way out. However, Lin Xian was very clear about her spatial spirit tool, especially the one she used. It was very rare. With her ability, it was already very exaggerated for her to have one. It was impossible for her to have a second one in a short time. Therefore, it was possible that they would be safe for the time being. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation. He also wasn't afraid that the enemy would focus all their attention on him. He was really afraid of this kind of existence that was a threat to the people around him. Lin Xian urgently needed something now. Something that could save everyone's lives. He didn't have it. He might have it. He could use the big wheel to draw. However, would he be able to draw it with the big wheel? Not necessarily. But there was one person who might have it. That was Linglong Shui. Lin Xian just happened to be planning to exchange treasures with her. He would give her a tribute increasing potions and she would give him medicinal pills. Lin Xian didn't want those medicinal pills. In this critical period, he needed them to be safe. However, he needed to discuss the specifics with Ling Longshui. Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and the others needed it. Although Yi Yi wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend, if something happened to Yi Yi, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't sit back and do nothing. He would also be threatened, right? Lin Ye also needed it. Their realms weren't high. As for the others, they probably didn't need it. Their realms were all at the mysterious heaven realm. It was enough. As for Wang Xintong, Lin Xian had just communicated with her on WeChat not long ago. She had also advanced to the mysterious heaven realm. She was training crazily to improve her combat ability. Zhao Mingyue's attribute was fire. If she encountered Wang Xintong might not be a match for Wang Xintong even if she cultivated so hard. Right now, Lin Xian didn't want to think too much. He just wanted to sleep and do what he wanted to do tomorrow. When he returned home, Lin Ye and Ling Ying were sitting on the sofa. The two of them were wrapped in a blanket and watching a horror movie with the lights off. It was unknown whether they were too engrossed or too scared, but they didn't even hear Lin Xian open the door. The two girls' eyes were big. At this moment, their big eyes were watching the LCD TV. Their small mouths were slightly open. The two girls' hands were held together under the blanket. They were wearing very revealing clothes. Lin Xian purposely didn't close the door. If he closed the door, they would definitely hear the sound. Then, Lin Xian used Blink's shadow to appear behind the two girls. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Xian suddenly said. "Aw." The two girls couldn't help but scream. Ding! Scaring little big sister, causing her to be frightened. Scumbag value plus 100000. Lin Xian held back his laughter as he looked at the two girls. "Is there something wrong with you?" Ling Ying couldn't help but throw her cotton slippers at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian caught it with one hand. Lin Ye lightly patted her chest. She was also scared. Ling Ying then turned on the lights and angrily looked at Lin Xian. "Ha ha ha, two cowards watching a horror movie here. Whose idea was it?" Lin Xian held back his laughter. Go, go, go. I'm so angry." Ling Ying angrily glared at Lin Xian. The atmosphere of watching a horror movie was suddenly gone. Moreover, she was scared. She was even laughed at by Lin Xian. Wow! So annoying. Then, Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian and said, "Hey, let me tell you, I wasn't scared." Chapter 405. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling Ying was about to go crazy when she saw Lin Xian laughing. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm really not scared." Ling Ying's face was red as she quickly explained. "Come on, your voice was even louder than little fairies, and you're still not scared. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Ling Ying's face was red. "I'm not looking anymore, I'm so angry. I'm going to wash up." Then, Ling Ying went to the bathroom. Lin Xian then sat beside Lin Ye with a smile and pulled Lin Ye into his arms. Lin Ye was shocked and quickly escaped from Lin Xian's arms. "No." Lin Ye quickly said. "Why not?" "Little Ying will see." Lin Ye tidied her messy hair. Lin Xian grinned. "So what if she sees? I'm hugging my little fairy." Then, Lin Xian hugged Lin Ye again. Ling Ying walked out and saw this scene, but she didn't think much of it. "Hey, Lin Xian, let me tell you, you can't take advantage of Lin Ye just because you're her brother," Ling Ying said. Lin Ye then pushed Lin Xian away. "I'm going to wash up too." After saying that, Linya ran away as if she was escaping. Ling Ying obviously didn't think much of it. Wasn't it normal for a brother to hug his sister? However, she knew that Lin Xian and Linya weren't biological siblings, and Linya was so beautiful. This guy wouldn't really have improper thoughts about Linya, right? He couldn't be that perverted, right? It was hard to say. Damn pervert. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was unhappy. He returned a fierce look and said, "How am I a hooligan? Don't slander me." Humph. Taking advantage of Sister Linya. Aren't you a hooligan? Fuck. That's my sister, so what? For example, if you had a younger brother, wouldn't you have physical contact with your younger brother? Women. Ling Ying, get lost. She couldn't out-talk Lin Xian, so she could only say this and walk away. After washing up, they went back to their respective rooms. After all, it was already midnight. Linya didn't plan to go to the company tomorrow. In fact, she didn't need to go to the company every day, but Linya was used to being cautious and conscientious. She was used to taking care of everything herself. In fact, it didn't matter if she didn't need to go to the company. After Lin Xian returned to his room, he lay on his bed and thought about something. About 20 minutes later, he rolled his eyes. Tonight, he needed a lady's embrace to sleep. Then, Lin Xian released his space attribute and went directly to Linya's room. The moment he entered, he smelled a faint fragrance. He was really drunk. This was the difference between a man's room and a woman's room. This space attribute was too useful. With the space attribute, Lin Xian felt that committing crimes was easy. He could teleport to the vault in the bank and then teleport away after he had filled up all the money. Fuck. I'll do this when I run out of money in the future. Linya probably slept too much during the day. At this moment, she was playing with her phone with the lamp on. Then, she paused because she saw a large shadow on the wall from the corner of her eye. That shadow naturally wasn't her. She suddenly recalled the horror movie she had just watched. Linya slowly raised her head. When she saw that it was Lin Xian, Linya heaved a sigh of relief. "What are you doing here?" Linya reproachfully rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. She was almost scared to death. Hee hee. Lin Xian flicked his shoes and jumped onto Linya's bed. "I can't sleep. I need a lady's hug to sleep." Linya quickly avoided Lin Xian and said gently, "You'll slowly fall asleep when you get back. Also, next time, don't enter my room so quietly. It's scary." Linya patted her chest. "That won't do. What if Ling Ying hears me opening your door?" Then, Lin Xian burrowed into Linya's bed. "Stop playing with your phone. Go to sleep." "Linya, little Xian, you," Linya's face was red. "What's there to be shy about? It's not the first time." Lin Xian grinned. That made sense. It wasn't the first time. Moreover, she had done even more embarrassing things. "Xiao Ying is still in the room next door. It's fine. I'll wake up early tomorrow. Go to sleep." Lin Xian then pulled Linya into the blanket. Then, he placed her head on his arm and hugged her. Linya's face was very, very red. But she had to admit that this feeling was very comforting. "Does your arm still hurt?" Lin Xian and Linya's faces were almost touching. Then, he asked gently. Suya shook her head gently. "It doesn't hurt much anymore after Fan Fan treated it, little Xian." There must be another reason for my illness, right? Linya was very smart. If she wasn't smart, how could she have built such a big company from scratch? Actually, with Linya's ability, she could have built the company even bigger. But how should she put it? She felt that this was enough. If she built the company even bigger, she would be so busy that she wouldn't have time to accompany Lin Xian. Her current life and the size of the company were just right. Moreover, she could focus on building a better company and make better things. She wouldn't have to deceive everyone in pursuit of lower costs. Lin Xian looked at Linya. He didn't answer her. Instead, he kissed her. Linya didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly kiss her. She subconsciously struggled a few times before losing herself. So sweet. A few minutes later, Lin Xian licked his lips and smiled at Linya. Linya's face was so red that she didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. She curled up in the blanket and forgot the question she wanted to ask Lin Xian. That topic was over. Let's sleep. Lin Xian didn't want to do anything. He turned off the table lamp and fell asleep with Linya's soft body in his arms. Needless to say, he slept very peacefully with her in his arms. Linya didn't fall asleep. She looked at Lin Xian. Tonight, Lin Xian hugged her with a lot more strength than before. It was as if he was tightly holding on to something. Girls were sensitive. Linya could feel something just from the way Lin Xian hugged her. She could feel that Lin Xian was very tired recently. Moreover, he didn't feel safe. She could feel it. Linya raised her head and put Lin Xian's arm back. Then, she put her slender arm under Lin Xian's head and gently hugged the sleeping Lin Xian in her arms. Lin Xian had been hugging her all this time. Tonight, she would hug him to sleep just like many years ago. Linya knew that she couldn't help Lin Xian. In fact, she felt that she was quite useless. She knew that Lin Xian might be facing a very, very powerful person. She didn't have the ability. The most she could do was help Lin Xian settle things at home. However, did Lin Xian really need that? In fact, Lin Xian didn't need anything. He just needed her to be well. Chapter 406. According to Ling Ying, Lin Xian had saved her life, and to repay the debt of saving her life, letting them stay in her house was a small matter. Moreover, she was bored living alone, so there were 2 empty rooms. It was indeed a perfect explanation. But in reality, in fact, she felt that her relationship with Lin Xian would improve. More importantly, living in the same house as Linya, compared to other girls, she definitely had the most advantage. After all, Linya was Lin Xian's older sister. Ding! Felt Linya's disappointment, scumbag value plus 10,000. Oh. Lin Xian had just gotten up when he heard the system notification. Why was Linya disappointed again? Lin Xian couldn't understand this point. Coming. Breakfast was quite simple. After living with them for a long time, Ling Ying really knew how to make noodles. Most of the time, a bowl of noodles would be enough for a meal. Most importantly, they all liked to eat it. But before this, Ling Ying really didn't eat noodles. It was all because of Lin Xian. Thinking back, it was so easy and comfortable to make noodles without cooking. It was even delicious. Why didn't she think of it before? It was mainly because she didn't know how to make it better. Oh right, little fairy, remember to come and watch my battle the day after tomorrow. Lin Xian suddenly thought of something and said. He had never shown his strength in front of Linya. To be honest, Linya really didn't know how strong Lin Xian was. She had only heard of Lin Xian's matters outside. Lin Xian really wanted to let Linya see how powerful her little brother was now. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Xian was conceited. He just wanted to let Linya feel that he could be considered outstanding now. Compared to that idiot Lin Xian from before, he was much stronger. I'll go watch. Linya nodded. She also really wanted to see Lin Xian's battle scene. Even if Lin Xian didn't say that she would definitely go, she would still care about this matter. I'll let you see how powerful I am. Just the girl sitting beside you, I'll beat her until she cries. Ling Ying, my bad temper. Ling Ying rolled up his pajama sleeves. Just be careful. Linya said gently. In her eyes, nothing was more important than Lin Xian's safety. Lin Xian nodded, then looked at Lin Xian to Ling Ying and asked, "How many days does the Sky Martial Arts Conference usually ends?" "It's over in 1 day." "A day? So fast." Ling Ying ate a mouthful of noodles and said, "What do you think?" "There aren't many people, mainly the members of the advanced classes of the 3 great academies. Each academy has about 20 to 30 people participating. After all, they know that it's basically impossible to get into the top 10 without reaching the mysterious heaven realm. And if you can't get into the top 10, then there's no meaning. So basically, even if those below the mysterious heaven realm want to participate, they're powerless. Including some young talents who aren't from the 3 great academies, there should be about 100 people." Ling Ying paused for a moment, then continued, "But every year is different. Our batch is actually more powerful than the previous ones. In the past, there were only a dozen or so mysterious heaven realm cultivators. Some of the more powerful 9 stars and 10 stars mysterious body realm cultivators had a chance to enter the top 10. But this time, at least 70% of the participants are in the mysterious heaven realm. Doesn't that mean that the standard of us humans is increasing?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "That's true. For us, the competition is even greater. But for humans, it's also good news. However, the competition isn't that great. Although there are so many mysterious heaven realm cultivators, there are only a few who have a higher realm. And to be honest, there are only a few who are very strong. With your strength, as long as you don't meet me in the top 10, you'll definitely be able to enter the top 10. Ling Ying said faintly. Lin Xian, wow. Woman, how can your skin be so thick? Is it? Ling Ying's small face slightly reddened. Of course, those words were said deliberately as a joke. Little fairy, don't you think her skin is thick? Isn't she just boasting about how outstanding she is? Linya quietly ate her noodles, then said faintly, "All right, you two stop fooling around. Do you want to go shopping after eating?" Originally, they had planned to go shopping yesterday afternoon. However, after Lin Xian and Ling Ying returned, something happened to Linya, so this matter was delayed. However, Linya really wanted to go shopping with Lin Xian. Normally, she would go shopping more often than before, but Lin Xian was not with her. "Of course we're going. I have nothing to do every day," Ling Ying said decisively. If it was in the past, especially when the Sky Martial Conference was approaching, she would definitely go out to grind monsters. If she could raise 1 star, then she would. But if she could accompany Linya to raise favorability, then she would give up. Lin Xian revealed a very hesitant expression. Linya saw Lin Xian's expression and felt disappointed. "If you have something to do, then go do it." Linya looked at Lin Xian and said. "Of course it's nothing. I just don't know what to wear later to look more handsome." Lin Xian laughed. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 2 girls rolled their eyes at him. Linya was also very happy in her heart. She thought that Lin Xian had something to do and could not go out with them. Actually, Lin Xian wanted to go to Linglong Shue's place after eating. The sooner he obtained their protective talisman, the sooner he could be at ease. However, after thinking about it, he did not mind spending the morning. Moreover, he had promised Linya yesterday that he would go together. No matter what, he had to make up for it this time. Besides, going shopping with 2 beautiful girls, as long as they were not too crazy, it would be a kind of enjoyment, okay? Especially when he felt the envious and jealous gazes of the passers-by. Although Lin Xian looked jealous on the surface, what he meant was that they were his little sisters, and they were not allowed to look at them. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. Sure enough, it was great to go out with beautiful girls. Don't think about it. You won't look handsome in anything. Ling Ying silently retorted. Then, he saw Lin Xian standing there in a daze like an idiot. Hey, what are you thinking about? Ling Ying said again, but Lin Xian still did not respond. Then, Ling Ying said to Linya, I guess he's thinking about some hooligan thing again. Linya was helpless. She did not know when this brat became so lecherous. She felt that Ling Ying was right. This Lin Xian must be thinking about something. Wake up, your little sister ran away with someone else. Ling Ying waved his hand in front of Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian came back to his senses. Slurped that he subconsciously sucked in the saliva at the corner of his mouth. Then, he coughed dryly, I'm used to meditating. It's helpful to improve my strength. You can try it when you have time. Meditate my ass. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. This guy didn't even think of a script when he was lying. He still wanted to explain. Lin Xian secretly glared fiercely at Ling Ying. This girl was the type who was especially obedient and patient after being taught a lesson. After some time, the scars would heal and she would forget the pain. Was it because he did not last long enough to teach her a lesson? Chapter 407. Lin Xian had punished Ling Ying too many times. Ling Ying knew it all too well, but she didn't want to admit defeat. What could she do? She was an arrogant woman. There was no doubt about that. So, how should she put it? She was unhappy when Lin Xian bullied her. Naturally, she wanted to rebuke him to balance out her feelings. This was very normal. Ling Ying stared back at Lin Xian without any fear. Comparing whose eyes were bigger. She wasn't afraid. All right. Lin Xian was no match for Ling Ying if their eyes were bigger. In the morning, the three of them strolled around the streets. They were all quite happy. They also had lunch outside. After lunch, Lin Xian left first. As for what Ling Ying and Linya were going to do after that, Lin Xian didn't know. But in Tianhua City, with Ling Ying by Linya's side, Linya would be fine no matter what. Lin Xian came to his original home and took out the key to open the door. Cough cough, Lin Xian had just opened the door when he was choked by a smell. Also, it was a little spicy. Damn! What are you guys doing? Lin Xian looked at the situation inside with a dumbfounded expression. What was going on inside? Ling Longxue seemed to be cooking in the kitchen. At the entrance of the kitchen stood Bing Lingyue and Ling Longyue, who looked helpless and helpless. Both of them turned their gazes towards the kitchen. Lin Xian went over and saw that Ling Longxue was actually cooking. But she also seemed to have no meaning in life. And Ling Longxue. She also seemed to have no meaning in life. Why was cooking so difficult? Looking at the black stuff in the pot, she almost couldn't take it anymore. However, he had seen Lin Xian cook the same way before. Ling Longxue turned her head and looked at Lin Xian with an arrogant and embarrassed look. Then, she let go of the pot. I don't want to cook anymore. After saying that, she walked away silently. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. This girl was quite interesting. She obviously didn't know how to cook, yet she said she didn't want to cook. Bing Lingyue and Ling Longyue heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Bing Lingyue waved her hand and the smell in the house disappeared. Why did you guys cook for yourselves? Lin Xian came over with a smile and sat on the sofa. Nothing, we were just doing it for fun. Linglong Shui pretended to be calm as she poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip of it. TSK. Lin Xian had a look of disbelief on his face, which caused Linglong Shui's face to heat up. To be precise, it was lunchtime. They didn't need to eat, but they were really used to eating 3 meals a day. Originally, they wanted to go out to eat, but Linglong Shui suddenly had an idea and wanted to cook for herself. Bing Lingyue was very supportive, but her sister didn't believe it. Cook? Had she done it before? Then, it became like this. Bing Lingyue was also an empress, but she didn't know how to cook. But she only knew that when she smelled the smell and saw the thing in the pot, she couldn't swallow it. You really want to learn how to cook? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui and asked. In fact, she really wanted to learn. She felt that people who could cook delicious dishes were very powerful, but she stubbornly said, no, I just casually made it. Maybe it wouldn't be so embarrassing if she said it this way. After all, the things she cooked were indeed embarrassing. Lin Xian, have you eaten? Bing Lingyue asked at this time. Yes, I have. I'm hungry. Little Lolita Linglong touched her stomach and said with grievance. These 2 days at home, she had been disciplined by her sister, so she chose to be obedient for now. Although she was unhappy, her sister was really good at disciplining her. What made her feel even more wronged was that she just wanted to eat a good meal. Why was it so difficult? Of course, they wouldn't feel hungry at this realm, but it was different if they liked to eat good food. They felt uncomfortable if they didn't eat good food after a while. A house of 3 beauties, all 3 of them were his targets. Lin Xian also had a headache. Hearing Linglong Shui's words, she was still a little embarrassed. If she knew, she wouldn't have done it. Coincidentally, Lin Xian was here. She was embarrassed. Come and help me. I'll cook some food for you guys. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. I'll do it. Linglong Shui volunteered, which surprised Lin Xian. Then he thought about it. She wanted to learn cooking, right? Lin Xian then walked into the kitchen, followed by the 3 girls. Wash the pots and pans first. Little Bing, do you know how to cook? Nope. Bing Lingyue said confidently. Lin Xian, alright, I'll do it. Help me wash this pot. The 4 of them then busied themselves in the kitchen. Needless to say, it was quite a harmonious atmosphere. I say, have you 2 sisters reconciled? Lin Xian casually chatted with them. Linglong Yue and Lin Xian weren't very close, but Lin Xian had pleaded for her before and even brought her to eat good food. Anyway, she didn't have any bad feelings towards Lin Xian. Humph. Linglong Yue snorted proudly. Linglong Shui said faintly as she washed the dishes, as long as she's obedient, there won't be any problems. Why should I listen to you? Linglong Yue said unhappily. Lin Xian secretly touched his forehead. It seemed like these 2 sisters were still the same. One was unhappy, and the other didn't want her to be bad. Actually, Linglong Shui's actions weren't wrong, but she didn't know how to express her feelings. She would only punish Linglong Yue, and Linglong Yue had just reached the rebellious stage. The more she punished Linglong Shui, the more unhappy she was. The more rebellious she was. In this situation, it would be much better if one of them changed. But to make them change, it seemed a little difficult. Because I'm your sister. Linglong Shui said faintly. Although her tone was calm, there was an unquestionable element in it. Her thinking wasn't wrong. She didn't want Linglong Yue to do bad things. Parents weren't around, so it was normal for an elder sister to discipline her younger sister. Che, you were just born a little earlier than me. If I was born at the same time as you, who knows who would be better? Ling Longyue said unhappily. Bing Lingyue rubbed Ling Longyue's hair and said, she's doing it for your own good. Ling Longyue turned her head to the side. But from Bing Lingyue's actions, it seemed like their relationship was pretty good. Lin Xian said at this time, you're the younger sister. It's normal for her to discipline you. Why do you say that? Ling Longyue stared at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian didn't see it. She's your sister. And don't you think you did something wrong? Lin Xian turned to look at Ling Longyue and said. Ling Longyue snorted. She thought that Lin Xian would stand on her side, but she didn't expect him to stand on her sister's side. You're not a good person either. Ling Longyue muttered. Chapter 408. Lin Xian paused for a moment. How am I not a good person? Am I not a good person just because I said something bad about this girl? However, since her favorability did not drop, there was no problem. Since her favorability did not drop, it meant that in her heart, or perhaps subconsciously, she agreed with what he said. He did not understand, and he did not dare to ask. It's done. Ling Longyue threw the pot to the side and ran out to eat her snacks. However, this girl was still all right. Ling Longyue's pot was the hardest to clear. When Lin Xian gave this pot to Ling Longyue, she didn't say anything and quietly went to clear it. She even cleared it quite cleanly. You guys go out, I'll do it. Then, Bing Lingyue walked out, leaving Ling Longyue behind. What are you doing? Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue said faintly, helping you. TSK, if you want to learn cooking from me, just say so. Why are you helping me? I'm not. Ling Longyue explained. You're not. Lin Xian smirked. This girl was really arrogant. Then I don't need your help, you can go out. Oh. Then, Ling Longyue walked out. Suddenly, Lin Xian realized something. Damn, was there something wrong with him? The girl wanted to stay, but he forced her to leave. Fuck. In about half a hand, Lin Xian had made 3 dishes and a soup. There were 2 pots, so the 2 dishes were cooked together. Half an hour was enough for the rice to be ready. Wowed at the 3 girls stared at the delicious food, and Ling Longyue could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She was the same as Ling Longyue. She had never come into contact with these things before. Then, when she came to human society for the first time, she did not remember anything else but the good food in human society. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with saying that girls were basically foodies. Then, the 3 girls ate Lin Xian's dishes with great satisfaction. Lin Xian had already eaten, so he didn't eat. He leaned on the sofa and thought about something. There was one thing that wasn't too good, and that was that Lin Xian really didn't know how to make a good impression with these 3 girls together. Xiao Linglong, there's something I need to discuss with you. Lin Xian suddenly said. Yes. Ling Longyue agreed. Do you have anything that can save your life? You don't have to give me medicinal pills. Just give me something that can save my life. Ling Longyue put down her chopsticks and glanced at Lin Xian. What about your things? Lin Xian then spent 5 million scum man points to exchange for an attribute increasing potion and gave it to Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue took the potion in surprise. Ling Longyue and Ling Longyue were eating while staring at the thick and strange item in Ling Longxue's hand. Especially Ling Longyu. Although she didn't get along with Ling Longyue was her benchmark. In her eyes, Ling Longyue was the best. She imitated Ling Longyue in many things. After all, they were sisters. Although they didn't seem to get along, they actually cared about each other a lot. It was because of their personalities that they were like this. But it was still okay. At least they could live together and eat together. This meant that the problem wasn't too big. It just meant that both of them couldn't let go of their persistence. That's it. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian in surprise. It didn't seem to be anything special, and it didn't even have a little bit of spiritual energy. Could this thing really make her space attribute complete? She felt like she had been tricked. Yeah, you'll know when you try it. For warriors, because of the existence of the god system, if they had two attributes, they could choose to upgrade one of them. For Linglong Shui, she only had the space attribute, so she could upgrade her space attribute directly. Why did Linglong Shui feel uneasy? She felt that this thing was too ordinary. If it could upgrade her space attribute to complete, it should be a treasure that could cause a bloodbath in the continent, right? But she really didn't feel anything special about this thing, other than the fact that it looked a little fancy. Really? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian in doubt. Damn. We've already understood each other. You still don't trust me. There's no such thing as absolute trust between people. Linglong Shui mumbled and then played with the thick item. Okay. If you don't want it, give it to me. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. If I don't give it to you, how can I use it? Lin Xian, women. Hee. Linglong Shui was still doubtful, but she still had Bing Lingyue and Ling Longyue here. Even if something happened to her, they could protect her. It wasn't that Linglong Shui didn't trust Lin Xian that much, but this thing really didn't seem reliable. But then she thought about it. Didn't Lin Xian take out a treasure that even she thought was strange? Perhaps it really did look so ordinary and mediocre. What is this? Ling Longyue couldn't help but ask. She didn't ask because she wanted it, but because she was worried. Although she didn't like her sister on the surface, she was more worried about her sister than anyone else. In this world, Linglong Shui was her only family. She didn't dare to think about what would happen if something happened to Linglong Shui. She was afraid that she would break down. Linglong Shui said, "It's something that can make my space element perfect." Of course, that's what it says. As for whether it's useful or not, I'll have to try it out to know. How is that possible? Ling Longyue immediately thought that it was impossible. That was because she didn't know Lin Xian well. If she knew a little, she wouldn't have rejected it. She would have only half believed it. Try it out and you'll know. How do I use it? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and held her slender hand. His other hand rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate white arm. This skin is really invincible. Linglong Shui didn't know why. When Lin Xian held her hand, her subconscious didn't take effect. She didn't directly attack Lin Xian, nor did she subconsciously shake off Lin Xian's hand. She was a little surprised that Lin Xian really held her hand. Let go. Linglong Shui didn't say anything, but Ling Longyue couldn't sit still and shouted. Who is her sister? An ordinary human holding her sister's hand. She couldn't take it. See, your sister still cares about you. Lin Xian smiled at Linglong Shui. Who cares about her? Ling Longyue turned her head away and mumbled to herself. Linglong Shui heard Lin Xian's reminder and her eyes lit up. It seems like it's true. She then said to Ling Longyue, Lin Xian and I are friends. Plus, he's helping me to use it. It's fine. Humph. Chapter 409. Now, Linglong Shui's attention was all on the attribute increasing potion. How do I use it now? Ling Longshui asked Lin Xian again. Lin Xian and Ling Longyu's attention was also on this. Give me your hand. Lin Xian once again held Ling Longshui's slender hand. Of course, he could choose not to hold it, but with such a good opportunity, it would be unreasonable if he didn't take advantage of Ling Longshui. Under normal circumstances, Ling Longshui would definitely not have any physical contact with Lin Xian, but this time was an exception. It was very strange. Logically speaking, no one of the opposite sex should be able to touch her, but why was Lin Xian able to touch her? Most importantly, she didn't feel that kind of repulsion. Was it because she had already treated him as a friend? She could only think so. When Ling Longyu saw Lin Xian holding her sister's hand, she was so angry that her breathing quickened. Her big eyes stared at their hands, as if she wanted to see any signs of Lin Xian taking advantage of her sister. Then, she would chop off his arm. On the surface, she looked indifferent, but in reality, this girl was very concerned about her sister. She would even act like this when she saw a man having a little physical contact with her sister. If she knew that Lin Xian had already had sex with her sister, it would be terrible. Lin Xian only knew how to proceed step by step. When it came to a woman like Ling Longshui, he couldn't rush. Now that he was holding her hand, he was already very satisfied. He couldn't reveal any improper thoughts. Girls were all delicate, and if he used a little strength, it would give them a bad feeling. Give me the potion. Lin Xian extended his other hand to Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui passed the attribute increasing potion to Lin Xian, and then Lin Xian directly hit Ling Longshui's fair arm. Ling Longshui frowned slightly. Then, she felt an incomparably pure energy enter her body through her arm. Lin Xian also reluctantly let go of her. Ling Longyu's small mouth opened slightly, because she felt a surge of spatial energy. At this moment, the one who was more shocked was naturally Ling Longshui. She could clearly feel the spatial energy rushing into her body. If she didn't feel it for herself, she wouldn't dare to believe that such a terrifying amount of spatial energy was contained in such an item. Following which, Ling Longshui closed her eyes. After which, her delicate body slowly rose into the air and floated in the air to meditate. Her delicate body was surrounded by a powerful energy. The gene potion fell to the ground. The energy inside had already been absorbed by Ling Longshui. It was already a piece of trash. Lin Xian had just picked up his teacup and drank a mouthful of water. Then, he looked up at Ling Longshui and spat out the tea. Ling Longyu, who was in front of him, reacted quickly. Her spatial energy made all the water float in the air, and then all of it flew into the rubbish bin. What are you doing? Ling Longyu gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Xian. He actually spat on her. If it wasn't for her quick reaction, her face would have been wet from Lin Xian's tea. So. Sorry. Lin Xian hurriedly said. However, his attention was no longer on this matter. Ding. Peeping at little sister is the ultimate behavior of a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 300,000. Really? Lin Xian didn't do it on purpose. But Ling Longshui flew up. She was wearing a dress. She probably didn't realize anything. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then turned his head. However, he seemed to be looking at something from the corner of his eyes. Ding. Still peeping at little sister, ding, Ling Longyu and Ling Longshui didn't seem to realize this because they were attracted by the spatial energy around Ling Longshui's delicate body. Ling Longyu looked at her sister, and then looked at Lin Xian who was drinking tea on the sofa. The teacup was at his mouth for a few seconds, but he didn't drink it. What was he looking at? Then, Ling Longyu roughly followed Lin Xian's gaze. Damned lecher. Then, Linglong Yu was enraged, and a terrifying energy rushed towards Lin Xian. Bing Lingyue reacted quickly, and an ice crystal formed in front of Lin Xian, blocking the energy. Lin Xian quickly regained his senses, and a chill ran down his spine. Damn! Isn't this little loli too cruel? To think that he gave her lollipops, brought her to eat good food, and even cooked for her. Ding! Linglong Yu's favorability towards you -3. Current favorability, 0, Lin Xian, damn it. Cough cough, I'll go to the balcony to get some fresh air. Then, Lin Xian quickly ran away. Don't run, you damn lecher. Linglong Yu didn't give up, and wanted to chase after him, but she was stopped by Bing Lingyue. What's wrong? Bing Lingyue didn't want Linglong Yu to kill Lin Xian, so naturally, she had to stop her. He, Linglong Yu pointed at Lin Xian, who had run to the balcony, and was so angry that she couldn't speak. He's peeking at Linglong Shui. Ha! Bing Lingyue looked up, and seemed to have realized something. She secretly shook her head, not knowing why. Logically speaking, she should be angry, but more than that, she felt helpless. It's okay, I can't see anything. Why can't I see anything? I can see everything. Linglong Yu was anxious to death. Let's wait until your sister finishes refining. Humph. Linglong Yu angrily looked at Lin Xian on the balcony, and harumphed, but there was nothing she could do. At this moment, Lin Xian's hand that was holding the teacup trembled slightly, not because he was afraid, but because he was a little anxious. Damn it! This girl seems to be harder to deal with than her sister. Lin Xian was speechless. She was indeed beautiful, exquisite, and shockingly beautiful, but her temper was too big. She would attack at the slightest provocation. Miao Xiao Miao's temper was also bad, but she knew her limits. This Linglong Yu's strength was probably very high, and she was used to staying in the demon race. Anyway, if she was unhappy, she would attack, and if she killed, then so be it. In short, it was a little scary. Sigh, this Linglong Shui's favorability towards me has reached more than 20, at least I can guarantee that she won't attack me. Moreover, we have had a deep conversation, and she definitely has some special feelings for me. As for little Bing Bing, although she is the Ice Empress, she is more like a little fairy. Because of Xiao Linglong, not only will she not attack me, she will even protect me like before. But this Xiao Linglong's favorability towards me is now at 0, which means that she will not hesitate to kill me. Lin Xian scratched his head. It was so difficult to be a man, and this Linglong Yu was also his mission target. He had to take her down, no matter what. This was the most awkward thing. Therefore, he needed something very important. At least, he had to ensure that Linglong Yu would not kill him even if she was unhappy with him. That was the least he could do. What a scam. Why didn't he control his eyes? Chapter 410. Inside the house, Linglong Yu was holding an apple and a toothpick. She kept poking the apple as if it was Lin Xian. In this world, only she could go against her sister. No one else could. If she saw him, she would kill him. She would not let him take advantage of her sister. 1 minute later, Linglong Shui's body landed on the floor. She opened her beautiful eyes and a ray of light shot out. How is it? Bing Lingyue looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui revealed an expression of incomparable excitement, surprise, and shock. Really, to be able to see such an expression on the face of an expert of her level, then something extremely important must have happened. Linglong Shui then stretched out her slender hand and a force gathered in her palm. As a void fox, Linglong Yu was very familiar with this force. Suddenly, she felt it carefully and then her mouth opened wide. Space element. Great success. Linglong Yu looked at Linglong Shui in disbelief. Linglong Shui nodded, yes, great success. She was also very shocked. It was really too inconceivable. Such a simple and ordinary thing could actually make her space attribute reach the large success stage. It was simply too exaggerated. Just the space element reaching great success would increase her combat power by at least 10%. You might think that it was just a 10% increase, so what? But is 10% of a 10% increase compared to 10% of a 100 million? No. Moreover, in a sense, there was a huge difference between great accomplishment and great accomplishment. Linglong Shui was also the only one in the history of the Void Fox to reach great success in the space element. Linglong Shui didn't know what she was feeling right now. On one hand, she hated Lin Xian because he was a lecher who took advantage of her sister. On the other hand, she admired him because he was able to make her sister's space attribute reach large success. Didn't that mean that she could also reach large success? So she was very, very conflicted. Linglong Shui then looked at Lin Xian who was on the balcony. Ding! Linglong Shui's favorability towards you plus 12. Current favorability, 35. When Lin Xian heard the system prompt, he felt a little comforted. He had profited, at least Linglong Shui had profited. 35 points of favorability had increased by more than 10 points. For a woman like Linglong Shui, this was simply too difficult. Linglong Shui walked towards the balcony. Bing Lingyue and Linglong Yue did not follow her. Lin Xian smelled a fragrant wind. He turned his head and saw the picturesque Linglong Shui. For a moment, Linglong Shui didn't know what to say to Lin Xian. Thank you. After a long time, she looked at Lin Xian and said these two words. Lin Xian smiled and looked at her. What are you thanking me for? This is a transaction, so there's no need to thank me. Linglong Shui shook her head and said, a transaction is a transaction, but I still need to thank you. You don't understand what it means to us Void Fox race. What does it mean? Does it mean that you can marry me and be my wife? Lin Xian laughed and teased. Ding. Feeling displeasure from Linglong Yue, scumbag value plus 10,000. Sister Bing, look at that person. He really has designs on Linglong Shui. Did you hear what he said? Linglong Yue secretly clenched her fist. She really wanted to punch Lin Xian to death. Bing Lingyue said, you don't like a man who has a good relationship with your sister. Then you can't let your sister die alone, right? You too. Otherwise, how are you Void Foxes going to pass down the legacy? But I just hate him. He's too wretched. Linglong Yue said unhappily. He's too wretched and despicable. You hate him, but you still went out to eat with him. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. The relationship between the three of them was quite interesting. Linglong Yue and Linglong Shui didn't have a good relationship. Both of them were very arrogant. However, both of them cared about each other very much. As for Bing Lingyue, she was Linglong Shui's best friend. Both of them really hit it off. Linglong Yue and Bing Lingyue's relationship wasn't bad. Bing Lingyue was more like the middleman between the two of them. She could see through a lot of things. There were some things that Linglong Shui would tell her and Linglong Yue would also tell her. However, they just wouldn't tell each other. I didn't hate him before, but I really hated him just now. Linglong Yue snorted and said unhappily. Then what if he becomes your sister's partner? Impossible. Linglong Shui wouldn't have such low standards. Bing Lingyue smiled and didn't say anything. When Linglong Shui heard Lin Xian's words, her reaction wasn't too big. If it was before, she might have warned Lin Xian. But now, she was very excited and grateful to Lin Xian. She didn't think that Lin Xian was teasing her. She then said, "A long time ago, I heard from my mother. At that time, humans had just appeared and there was no real human civilization. We void foxes were the kings of the continent. At that time, we were at our peak. There were more than 500 of us in total, and there was even a time when human civilization almost disappeared. Then why are you and your sister the only ones left?" Lin Xian was very surprised. The void foxes, how could beings of this level disappear? I heard Mother mention that there was a catastrophe at that time. More than half of the life on planet Aqua Blue disappeared. The void foxes, as the main force to resist the catastrophe, were almost wiped out. There were only a few of them left, and some of them were even on the verge of death. After a few years, only father and mother were left. What kind of catastrophe was so terrifying? Linglong Shui shook her head. "I don't know. Mother didn't tell me in detail. It's a mystery." "Then what does it have to do with your space element?" Linglong Shui said, "When my mother and father left, they mentioned that there was a place on planet Aqua Blue that was once the territory of the heavenly foxes. There is a secret place that only void foxes can open. The only way to open it is to have the power of the void." The void? Above space is the void. The void fox cultivates the void, so it's fine to call itself space. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said, "So, are you going there? Is there something very important in there? Perhaps, finding that place will allow me to advance to the heavenly Dao realm in a short period of time. Or perhaps, that place holds the secrets of what happened in the past. Or perhaps, I can find the reason why my parents left." Lin Xian had once heard Linglong Shui mention that her parents had gone off to an unknown location years ago, leaving them behind. Eventually, they never returned. The reason why it was confirmed that they had perished was because of the 2 god lamps in their house. When the lamps extinguished, they perished. Chapter 411. For Linglong Shui, this matter was a lifelong burden. She had been searching for a way to improve her spatial attribute for many, many years. Over the years, she had found many powerful natural treasures and experienced many dangers. She had also improved the purity of her spatial attribute. However, how many natural treasures were there in this world? At one point, she even felt that it was basically impossible for her to raise her space attribute to the major success stage. Firstly, her cultivation level was too high. Secondly, her space attribute wasn't an ordinary space attribute. It was the void attribute. A space attribute natural treasure that could raise her space attribute to this level was really too rare. However, she really didn't expect that Lin Xian could actually raise her space attribute to the major success stage with something so simple. Her gratitude towards Lin Xian was indescribable. He had done something that she could not do in 100 years. As for Linglong Shui, the secret behind her parents' mysterious deaths and the fact that the Void Fox clan was almost exterminated might be hidden in the secret realm of the Void Fox. She had to go, and Lin Xian had fulfilled her wish. Only she understood this gratitude. Linglong Shui also understood it, but her understanding was not as profound as Linglong Shui's. "Then are you going to go to your secret realm now?" This was not good news. If he went, who knew when Linglong Shui would return? By then, he would not be able to complete his mission. However, Linglong Shui's words made Lin Xian heave a sigh of relief. "I don't know where that place is now, so I won't go there for the time being." Lin Xian then smiled and said, "When the time comes, can you bring me along?" "Why do you want to go?" Linglong Shui's brows furrowed slightly. "No other reason. I just want you to bring me to meet your parents." Ling Longshui did not understand the meaning behind Lin Xian's words. Then, she said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Lin Xian was secretly helpless. This girl did not understand. If she did, she would have gotten the scumbag points. "Oh right, there's something I want to discuss with you." "Go ahead." Now that Lin Xian meant something different to Ling Longshui, her attitude towards Lin Xian was much better. "It's our deal from before. I don't want those pills anymore. Can you give me some life-saving items?" "Save my life. You have the spatial attribute, do you still need anything to protect your life?" Lin Xian shook his head. "It's not me. It's my friends and my sister. Now that there are existences in the outside world that can threaten their safety, I hope to give them some protection. Tell me who she is, and I'll help you kill her." Lin Xian, fuck. They couldn't afford to offend him. "The point is, I also want to, but I can't find her." Ling Longshui pondered for a bit, then said, "There is, but if their realm isn't high enough, they won't be able to use it, just like the Heaven's Wrath Needle. Isn't there anything that doesn't require a high realm to use?" Lin Xian seemed to have thought of something. Ling Longshui was in the virtualized realm. It was easy for her to take out a shocking treasure, but it seemed difficult for her to take out something that could be used by an arcane body realm cultivator. "Wow." Ling Longshui thought for a bit, then asked, "It's enough to save my life. There's no need to kill the other party, right?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, there's no need to kill the other party. The main thing is to save my life." Then, a few pure white beads that looked like glass balls appeared in Ling Longshui's hand. These are heavenly void pearls. To put it simply, they're some kind of spatial spiritual artifact. You just need to give them these heavenly void pearls. When they're in danger, crush the heavenly void pearls, and the void will send them somewhere. No matter how strong the spatial seal is, it won't be able to stop them, unless it's a spatial seal that surpasses the power of the heavenly void pearls. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. "Somewhere?" Lin Xian asked in surprise. "I can set up the teleportation location for you. In other words, it's a fixed-point spatial jump." "Okay." Lin Xian took the heavenly void pearls. There were exactly 4 of them. Lin Ye, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi each had one. Lin Xian would consider who to give the last one to. Perhaps he would give it to Wang Xintong. Her cultivation level should be lower than Miao Xiaomiao's. Even if they were in the same cultivation level, her combat power should be lower than Miao Xiaomiao's. At least Miao Xiaomiao had the wind element, which could be used to escape. She only had water and light. She couldn't fight or escape. "Thanks," Lin Xian said. On the other side, Ling Longyue's mouth was slightly open. She gave the heavenly void pearls to Lin Xian. "Damn it. Is it very powerful?" Bing Lingyue asked. Ling Longyue said, "It's very powerful. It's so small that it can teleport between the 2 farthest points on planet Aqua Blue. Every single one of them contains a lot of my energy and power. If it's only a few dozen kilometers, it's a waste," she said with a pained expression. Lin Xian didn't know this. If he knew, he would be shocked too. Teleport between the 2 farthest points on planet Aqua Blue. How far was that? Planet Aqua Blue was more than 10 times the size of Earth. That meant it could teleport 10 times the diameter of Earth. This was really too exaggerated. Ling Longshui was a void fox in the great virtual realm. How far could she go with a spatial jump? Even if it was very far, it wouldn't be too far. The limit of her power was there. It's very powerful. But, compared to Ling Longyue's void attribute, it's nothing, right? Ling Longyue was slightly stunned. Thinking about it, it seemed to be true. But she was still a little unhappy. You might be able to get along well with Lin Xian. He might be able to help you improve your space attribute. Who needs his help? Ling Longyue crossed her arms and snorted proudly. Although she said that, she really did hope that she could improve her space attribute. Where do you want to set the teleport? Ling Longyue asked. Here. How about it? Lin Xian asked. Here. Lin Xian nodded. Sure. This was where Ling Longyue and the rest lived. If they encountered any danger, they would be safe here. Plus, they were familiar with this place. Ling Longyue cast a spell on the spot. Her slender fingers quickly drew some kind of seal in the air. Lin Xian saw something similar to a hexagram spinning in the air. This was drawn by Ling Longyue. Shua, following that, the hexagram suddenly fell and landed on the ground. Then, it slowly lost its luster. Ling Longyue took a deep breath. Actually, it wasn't that easy. This was because the teleport was set to be extremely far away. But it didn't matter. Lin Xian carefully kept the heavenly void pearl. 2 more jade bottles appeared in Ling Longyue's hands. Here. Chapter 412. Lin Xian was stunned. For me. Ling Longyue nodded slightly. Since I've promised, I naturally have to keep my promise. There are 14 pills in each jade bottle. They'll help you recover your injuries and spirit energy. They'll be more effective than before, but that's all because I don't have any more ingredients to refine them. Thank you. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. Originally, he thought that if he could get 4 heavenly void pearls from Ling Longyue, it would be enough to protect Lin Ye and the others. However, Ling Longyue still agreed to the previous matter, which was equivalent to her giving the heavenly void pearls to Lin Xian for free. This girl was so kind that it made him think of the sun. There's one thing, Ling Longyue told the truth. She had never asked anyone for help before. Lin Xian seemed to have taken many of her first times. Tell me, why? Are you shy? Don't tell me you've fallen for me. Lin Xian grinned. Ling Longyue, she ignored Lin Xian's words and said, although it's not right, if you still have that treasure, I hope you can raise your spatial attribute to large success. Don't worry, I'll definitely take out something of equivalent value to exchange. How much do you think it's worth to raise the heavenly void fox's attribute to large success? Ling Longyue said truthfully, very much. It's unimaginable. At the very least, these pills and the heavenly void pearls can't compare to the increase in my spatial attribute to large success. Then do you have anything you can exchange with me? Ling Longyue nodded. There's a lot, but it's just whether you'll like it or not. Of course, Lin Xian would be interested in her good stuff. To her, the attribute increasing potion was a treasure. However, to Lin Xian, it was only worth 5 million. It was worthless. Any random item from Ling Longyue was a treasure to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not want to give it to Ling Longyue. Let's talk about it later. Your younger sister is very prejudiced against me now. I'll consider it again when she becomes obedient. Ling Longyue didn't insist. She nodded and didn't say anything. Then, she turned around and returned to the living room. Sister. When Ling Longyue saw Ling Longyue enter, she quickly went over to her. She sometimes called Ling Longyue sister and sometimes Ling Longyue. Perhaps it was mainly based on her mood at the time. What is it? Ling Longyue looked at Ling Longyue. She really wanted her younger sister's space attribute to reach the large success stage. That way, if she wasn't by her side one day, or if she met with danger outside, her strength would increase by a bit. That lecher was peeping at you just now. Ling Longyue said angrily. Ling Longshui didn't have much of a reaction. She only nodded slightly. Peeping, wasn't it normal? This wasn't the first time she noticed Lin Xian peeping at her. It was also normal. After all, he was a man. At first, Ling Longshui was very disgusted. She wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, she couldn't do anything to him. She had said it many times, but Lin Xian always said that she couldn't even look at him. She couldn't refute. Later on, she gradually got used to Lin Xian looking at her. Ling Longyue was stunned. Her sister had such a reaction. No. It was because she didn't explain it clearly. Bing Lingyue secretly shook her head. She didn't care about their matters. She just needed to sit there and drink her tea. Lin Xian didn't dare to come in. He knew that with Ling Longyue's temper, she would definitely tell Ling Longshui. Therefore, he didn't dare to come in. When you were sitting cross-legged in the air, he was peeping at you from below. Ling Longyue emphasized again. However, Ling Longshui didn't realize anything. You were wearing a skirt. Ling Longyue's voice became louder. At this moment, Ling Longshui suddenly realized something. She was wearing a skirt. Lin Xian heard it very clearly. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It's over. Well, I have something to do. I'll go back first. Bye-bye. With that, Lin Xian leaped down from the balcony on the second floor. Then, he dashed into the distance and disappeared in a short while. Ding! Felt Ling Longshui's embarrassment and anger. Scumbag value plus 100,000. It didn't mean that Lin Xian could do whatever he wanted just because he helped Ling Longshui. Of course not. Ling Longshui's little face was flushed red from embarrassment and anger. Sister, do you want me to catch him and whip him? Ling Longyue could already imagine the scene of her whipping Lin Xian. She was looking forward to it. No need. Ling Longshui recovered and said calmly. The teapot flew up and so did the teacup. The teapot automatically filled the teacup in the air. When the teacup landed in Ling Longshui's hand, she took a sip. With power, one could do whatever they wanted. They didn't even need to do it themselves. Ah! Hearing her sister's words, Ling Longyue thought that she had heard wrongly. She's not going to pursue the matter. Is this still my sister? Once, when the two of them were roaming around Monster Wind City, a few monster kings had coveted their beauty. After a few flirtations, Ling Longshui had crushed them into nothingness on the streets. Lin Xian had peeked at her naked body and she's not going to pursue the matter. Could it be that what my sister Bing had said was true? That the two of them could very well become partners? That must be fake, right? Who does he think he is? How could he be worthy of my elder sister? And how could my elder sister take a liking to such a lecher? However, if their relationship wasn't that good, why would my sister not do anything to him even though she was being teased? Wah! I don't want this bastard to be my brother-in-law. I don't want to be his sister-in-law. Ling Longshui didn't know what Ling Longshui was thinking in such a short period of time. Ling Longshui explained, it's my mistake. I forgot about this. It should be on the ground. Perhaps he just happened to glance at it. Ling Longshui's face was slightly hot as she explained. What do you mean by, just happened to glance? His eyes were almost slanted to his temples. Ling Longshui, we'll talk about it in the future. Besides, he can't see anything. Ling Longyue, what do you mean he can't see anything? Who are you? You're not Ling Longshui. Get out of her body. Linglong Shui liked Linglong Shui because of the acacia flower. But now, this liking was slowly fading away. It was more of a sisterly love. Ever since she saw the musical that Lin Xian and Ling Ying acted out, she felt even more awkward. She didn't know why, but Linglong Shui didn't tell her. Because Lin Xian told her not to tell, she didn't do anything. Even now, when she saw Linglong Shui being taken advantage of, she was only interested. She was just a little disappointed. Perhaps she didn't realize that this disappointment was directed at Lin Xian. Chapter 413. Lin Xian returned home in a panic and saw a guest the moment he opened the door. Why are you here? Lin Xian looked at Han Chuxue in surprise. The three of them had their own unique features, but they were all extremely beautiful. They were sitting together and eating dinner. I'm here to look for Ling Ying. I think you're here to freeload. Actually, she didn't have much to do. It was just that she hadn't contacted Lin Xian for a few days, so she wanted to come over and spend some time with Lin Xian's sister. Han Chuxue and Linya weren't familiar with each other, so she didn't know what she was thinking. They all knew that Linya was Lin Xian's sister. Girls who liked Lin Xian obviously wanted to leave a good impression on Linya and build a good relationship with Linya. This was very normal. The key was that Lin Xian hadn't contacted Han Chuxue for the past few days. He didn't even chat with her on WeChat. Han Chuxue was inexplicably flustered. She found out from Ling Ying that Lin Xian and her sister Linya were living in her house. She was inexplicably flustered and wanted to come over. Linya pulled out a chair for Lin Xian and said softly, "Little Xian, be more polite." Ahahaha. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He then said, "It's an honor to have a beauty like Miss Han here." Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. She didn't know why this brat was so straightforward. Why were there so many outstanding girls surrounding him now? Linya really didn't understand. In the past, she was scared to death that Lin Xian couldn't find a girlfriend. Even if he did find one, it might not be true love. Now, she was scared to death. How many girls was Lin Xian looking for? No, which one should she look for? I'm looking for Ling Ying to go out and train. Do you want to go? Han Chuxue asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I won't be going. I still have something to do. Their meal was considered a midnight snack, and it was very simple. Han Chuxue bought some food on the way here. Han Chuxue was a little disappointed, but then she nodded slightly. It's almost midnight. Do you still have something to do? Ling Ying asked another question. Perhaps this fellow was going out to fool around with other young ladies. No, it's early in the morning tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be able to come back so early in the morning, so I'll just forget about it. Furthermore, with my current cultivation level, I should be able to handle the Tianwu assembly for the time being. Even if you can't get first place, you can still get into the top 10, Lin Xian said after taking a sip of milk tea. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Linya was relieved. Every time Lin Xian went out, she would be worried. However, she knew that for a martial artist, going to the demonic beast domain was a must. Getting first place wasn't that important to Lin Xian. Xiao Runing's mission hadn't been triggered yet. In fact, Lin Xian didn't want to take her down from the bottom of his heart. At the very least, he should trigger the confession mission before taking her down for real, right? As long as he was in the top 10, he would be able to advance. The top 10 would be able to participate in the competition between the top 10 in each city in China. After that, the top 10 would be decided. Then, the 5 empires would decide on a total of 50 people. Out of these 50 people, 10 of them would enter the God's Awakening door. These 10 people were the strongest 10 people selected from the 5 empires. It could be said that these 10 people were definitely the strongest in the younger generation. No matter what family or power you were from, no matter how strong you were, you would still want to enter the God's awakening door. As for whether or not he could take down Heartwarming, this was a serious problem. Lin Xian really liked this big sister. He definitely couldn't bear to give her up. Lin Xian was suddenly stunned by this thought that popped up in his head. Fuck. What was he thinking? He actually wanted to take the initiative to pick up other big sisters? Wasn't this what a scumbag would think? God. Forget it, one more wouldn't be too much. After all, there were already 4. Ling Ying, Lu Yufan, Wang Xintong, and Miao Xiao Miao. Lin Xian gave up. Fuck. So be it if he was a scumbag. As long as he could carry this bowl of water evenly, it was fine. Lin Xian counted the girls who were related to him. Maybe they would become one of his girlfriends in the future. There were already 4. Then there was Han Chuxue, Ling Longshui, Ling Longyue, Bing Lingyue, Yi Yi, Heartwarming, and Lin Ya. 11. Did he have 8 kidneys? No way. No way. Hey, hey. Ling Ying waved his hand in front of Lin Xian. TSK, what are you thinking about again? Ling Ying helplessly withdrew his hand. She didn't know when it started, but Lin Xian loved to daydream. She was used to it. Lin Xian then came back to his senses. Aw. What's the matter? Nothing, nothing. I'm leaving with Chuxue. Are you sure you don't want to come? Lin Xian shook his head. No, you guys be careful. Okay, Lin Ya's sister, we're leaving first. Be careful. Then Ling Ying and Han Chuxue left together. Xiao Xian, Chuxue is not bad. After they left, Lin Ya said so. Lin Xian, wow. This little fairy, she said that every beautiful girl was not bad. There are many good girls, but none of them are mine. Lin Xian shrugged and said. How can that be? I feel that they all care about you. Really? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Lin Ya nodded seriously. You have to trust a girl's intuition. As a girl, I know girls better than you. I advise you to find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's not good for the other girls to wait. Then wouldn't it be worse for them if I confirmed a girlfriend? Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Ya, then what do you want? To have 3 wives and 4 concubines in ancient times. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It's not impossible. Lin Ya helped Lin Xian peel an apple and said, if you have the ability to make girls not jealous of each other and make them willing, then I don't care. But you can't have a girlfriend and fool around behind her back. That's not okay, do you hear me? I know, I know. Lin Xian smiled and took out the heavenly void orb. Lin Ya handed the apple to Lin Xian and took the heavenly void orb. What is this? The heavenly void orb. It's a type of spiritual tool. If little fairy encounters danger outside, just crush it and it will send you to a safe place in an instant. Lin Ya didn't care too much about this. She was more concerned about why there would be danger. Last time, Lin Xian gave her a spirit pearl of frozen snow. Not long after, she encountered danger. This time, Lin Xian gave her the heavenly void orb to save her life. So she knew that Lin Xian must have caused some trouble outside. Little Xian, try not to cause any trouble outside. If something happens to you, I don't know what to do. Lin Ya said gently. I know. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't want to cause trouble because Lin Ya and the others were in danger. But trouble always came to him. Lin Xian really couldn't do anything. Chapter 4:14. Linya kept the heavenly void orb. She looked at Lin Xian and said, "If you can't get something, don't force it. Safety is the most important thing. Anyway, you can't do anything bad outside." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. "I know. I definitely won't do anything bad." "Okay." Linya nodded slightly and said, "It's getting late. Let's wash up and go to bed." Lin Xian revealed a mischievous smile. Then, he pulled Linya's hand and said, "Ling Ying won't be home tonight, so no." Linya said as usual. Then, she quickly ran away. "No. You have to do it even if you can't." Lin Xian grinned and ran into Linya's room. The next morning, Lin Xian walked out of Linya's room and said no. Didn't she give in last night? However, Lin Xian still did not push Linya down. If he wanted to, he could really push her down at any time. But he couldn't bear to do it. Really? The more you like someone, the more you want to push them down. Instead, you want to protect them gently. You can't even bear to see the sun. After making breakfast for Linya, Lin Xian left. The first thing he did was to go to the Sky Martial Court. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were there. "Ha! Why did you give us this thing?" Lu Yufan played with the heavenly void orb in his hand. "To save our lives," Lin Xian said. "To save our lives. Yi and I don't go out. Even if we go to the demonic beast domain, we have experts from our family. There's no need. You should use it yourself. Usually, you go to the demonic beast domain. Moreover, you don't have an expert to guide you. You're in more danger than us." Lu Yufan then handed the heavenly void orb over, and so did Yi Yi. However, Yi Yi and Lu Yufan were very happy because Lin Xian was thinking about them. This proved that they were very important to Lin Xian. As Lin Xian's girlfriend, Lu Yufan was a little jealous when she saw that Lin Xian had also married Yi Yi, but it didn't matter. Yi Yi was her best friend, and she also needed to be safe. It's not the same. It's safer to keep it for emergencies. Danger doesn't necessarily exist only among demonic beasts. Lin Xian did not take it back. Lin Xian would only feel more at ease if they had the means to protect their lives. Yi Yi's beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Xian, and then asked softly, "Are you saying that someone will harm me and Fan Fan?" Her gentleness and Linya's gentleness were two different kinds. She was a young lady from a noble family, a beautiful young girl. Yi is still smarter. "Give me a kiss." Lin Xian's face moved closer, causing Yi Yi's face to blush slightly, and then she took a step back. Ding! Felt Lu Yufan's displeasure. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Of course he was displeased. "It's fine if you're flirting with other girls outside, but you're asking for a kiss in front of me, your girlfriend." "Damn! What do you mean?" "You mean I'm not smart." Lu Yufan put her hands on her waist and said angrily. "Yes." Lu Yufan, "Aw." Lin Xian. Then she went crazy. Lin Xian laughed. He felt that making girls go crazy was a very enjoyable thing. Lu Yufan was one, and Miao Xiao Miao was another. Lin Xian loved to make these two girls go crazy. Being unable to do anything was the best. All right. I'm just joking." Lin Xian patted Lu Yufan's little head, and then Lu Yufan instantly quieted down. She was so quiet that Lin Xian was stunned. Damn. This girl became quiet. Lu Yufan's little face was completely red. It was just that Lin Xian patting her head was too flirtatious. Lin Xian had never patted her head like this before, and there were so many people around. She was completely embarrassed. A little girl's shyness was really unintentional. After all, she was only 17 years old. Moreover, she grew up in a pampered environment. She was actually very innocent. Her world was very beautiful, and her yearning for love was also very beautiful. Every time she watched those idol dramas, the male lead would pin the female lead against the wall or pat her head. God, she couldn't stand it. Hey, why are you blushing? Lin Xian looked at Lu Yufan's lowered head. Her little face was completely red, and then he revealed a surprised expression. No. No. Lu Yufan shook her little head. Then raise your head for me to see. Go to hell. Lu Yufan stepped on Lin Xian's foot and ran away. Damn. Why do you girls like to step on feet? I don't even know how many pairs of my shoes are ruined. Lin Xian said bitterly. Yi said charmingly, because I don't know what else to do. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. What did that mean? Then he seemed to understand. For people who weren't on good terms, flirting with girls would result in a backhand slap. But for people who were on good terms, girls couldn't slap boys, right? Little fists hitting the chest. That was possible, but it would appear very ambiguous in front of others. Therefore, stepping on the feet was the most common action. I'm going to look for Fan. Is there anything else? Yi actually didn't want to be separated from Lin Xian. After all, she quite liked him. However, she didn't know what to do with Lin Xian. It was very awkward, so she could only run away. There's nothing else. Remember, you have to carry the heavenly void pearl with you like a spiritual weapon. Remind Fan as well. Yi nodded her little head. Okay, I'll tell Fan. Go do your work. You guys work hard to improve yourselves. Got it. Then Yi ran away. Lin Xian went to look for Xiao Runing, but she wasn't there. He wanted to pinch her butt. Lin Xian had pinched Xiao Runing's butt many times. After that, Lin Xian took a taxi to the Bounty Hunter Guild. It was still early. It was only 9 o'clock, but the Gale Mercenaries Cafe was already open. Sister Qian. Lin Xian called out. The cafe was empty except for Wang Qian. You're here. Wang Qian poured Lin Xian a cup of coffee out of habit. Where's little Meow Meow? Wang Qian said, she's probably sleeping in the room over there. She should be awake soon. She slept a little late last night. She slept here. Lin Xian suddenly had a bad idea. Wang Qian nodded. Yeah, she rarely comes home. Sometimes, she just sleeps here when it's late. Anyway, there's a room here. Lin Xian nodded and took out the Heavenly Void Pearl. Originally, he wanted to give the Heavenly Void Orb to Wang Xintong. However, after thinking about it, he realized that his relationship with Wang Xintong was actually quite secretive. It was very rare for the two of them to appear in public together. Therefore, compared to the others, she should be safer. Furthermore, Lin Xian had chatted with her last night. She had already reached the profound heaven realm. The Heavenly Void Pearl was given to Wang Qian mainly for her safety. After all, Qin Shaotian was very strong. However, if she didn't need it, then Lin Xian would definitely take it back. Chapter 4:15. Wang Qian took the Heavenly Void Orb in astonishment, just like the other girls. What's this? Lin Xian said, Heavenly Void Orb, a spatial spirit artifact. It can teleport you to a certain location in an instant, used in times of danger. Wang Qianqian smiled, then threw the heavenly void orb to Lin Xian. I don't need it, give it to the other girls. You have so many girls around you, can you take care of them all? Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly, then said, Sister Qianqian, you're making me feel very awkward. Wang Qianqian smiled, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, this is a man. Lin Xian then handed the heavenly void orb to Wang Qianqian, then said, but there are very few men who are as responsible as me, keep the heavenly void orb for now, just in case. Lin Xian then said, Sister Qianqian, what's your cultivation level? Of course, he could tell, Mystic Heaven Realm 4 stars. He was just asking. Mystic Heaven Realm 4 stars. Lin Xian then said, Qin Shaotian was Mystic Heaven Realm 1 star a long time ago. For someone who is very competitive, he doesn't want to be in the top 10 in the Tianwu tournament, he definitely wants to be first. So, he will definitely crazily grind in the beast domain, even if his cultivation level is low. I'm afraid it won't be much lower than yours, Sister Qianqian. Wang Qianqian nodded, that makes sense, this Qin Shaotian is very strong, although I haven't felt the strength of his ice attribute, since he can become famous in Tianhua City, it makes sense, it's good to be careful. Then, she put the heavenly void orb away. But, if this heavenly void orb is useless, you still have to return it to me. Lin Xian said shamelessly. Can't you keep it as my reward for helping you? Wang Qianqian looked at Lin Xian with a smile on her face. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian scratched his head and said with a smile, okay. Sister Qianqian, you've helped me so much. The reward is certain. I can't let you work for free. Wang Qianqian smiled and said, I'm just joking. Between friends and comrades, there's nothing wrong with helping out a little. Besides, you saved little Meow before. To be honest, the Meow family hasn't repaid this favor yet. Just treat it as me helping to repay a little. They gave me an Earth-tier martial skill. Wang Qianqian smiled faintly and said, an Earth-rank martial technique is nothing compared to saving a life, especially to the Meow family. Actually, Lin Xian wanted to say that the Meow family had given the Meow family's daughter to him. That's right, Meow Xiao Meow was already his. What else could he want? Then why is big sister Qianqian helping the Meow family? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Lin Xian always felt that Wang Qianqian had some special relationship with the Meow family. She was too loyal to the Wind Mercenary Group. As a profound Heaven Realm cultivator, she wasn't strong, but she wasn't weak either. She should have a higher realm and a bigger stage, but she naively stayed in this place all day long, quietly grinding coffee. The Meow family has also saved my life. Then, Wang Qianqian thought for a moment and said, how should I put it? Actually, I quite like this kind of life. I don't have much ability, and I don't have many pursuits. It's really good to live a quiet life and find someone I like to be with. Yes, everyone is different. Lin Xian said. Of course it's different from you. You should have a bigger stage. You also hope to have a bigger stage. When you dazzle everyone, then you can pick up more girls, right? Wang Qianqian said with a smile. Lin Xian, no way. I'm actually very pure. Wang Qianqian smiled and said, more coffee. Okay. Then, Lin Xian asked, Sister Qianqian, what's the situation on Qin Shaotian's side? Wang Qianqian said, I think he'll ask me out tonight or tomorrow night to prepare to make a move. You should also prepare in advance. These days, he's been asking me out frequently and chatting with me on the phone. These 2 days, he did seem a little anxious. According to what you said, he'll definitely make a move before the Tianwu conference. Then, it will be today or tomorrow. I'll inform you when the time comes. You should also be prepared. Lin Xian nodded and said, okay. This time, it wasn't for anything else but to get evidence. Perhaps Wang Qianqian alone could handle it without him showing up. That would be the best. Sister Qianqian, if you can handle it, just use the heavenly void orb. Don't be stingy. For this matter, the heavenly void orb wasn't worth mentioning. I know. I'll decide when the time comes. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he rolled his eyes. Then, can I go take a look at little Miao Miao? Wang Qianqian smiled. Sure, just go in from there. The third room with a lot of anime characters on the door is hers. She should be up by now. Then I'll go. Then, Lin Xian scratched his head and walked over a little embarrassedly. Wang Qianqian looked at Lin Xian ambiguously, then sat at the side and played with her phone. As a bystander, she could see more clearly. She could see that Lin Xian liked Miao Xiaomiao, and Miao Xiaomiao treated Lin Xian very differently. As a girl, she naturally knew that this girl liked Lin Xian too. It was really not easy to make this proud young miss like a boy. If Lin Xian wanted to go to her room, why wouldn't she let him? He couldn't possibly do anything perverted to Miao Xiaomiao after going in, right? That shouldn't be the case. Wang Qianqian felt that although Lin Xian was quite perverted, he should be quite reliable. At the very least, he definitely wouldn't do anything perverted. Moreover, Miao Xiaomiao was still so young, how could he do it? Therefore, Wang Qianqian underestimated Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian walked along the corridor and passed by the small kitchen. Although it was small, it was quite beautiful and clean. After passing by, there was a narrow passage at the back, and Lin Xian saw a few rooms. Lin Xian looked for the door with all kinds of anime stickers and easily found it. Hee hee. Standing at the door, Lin Xian couldn't help but rub his hands and reveal a perverted smile. I'll give her a surprise early in the morning. Lin Xian raised his hand and was about to knock on the door, but then he thought, why would I knock on the door? Although knocking on the door was a polite thing to do, he felt that he wasn't a polite person. Moreover, it was his little girlfriend inside, so what was the big deal? Lin Xian went in mainly to look at Miao Xiaomiao's sleeping posture. This girl was very proud, so was she like a lady when she slept? Then, Lin Xian slowly pushed open the mysterious door. Chapter 4:16. What did Lin Xian do to her? Miao Xiaomiao didn't know. She had really fallen asleep. Anyway, when she woke up, she saw Lin Xian. As for what he did before she woke up, she really didn't know. Then, Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian and pointed at Lin Xian. Tell me, did you do anything overboard to me? Lin Xian quickly shook his head. No, I only kissed you a few times. Miao Xiaomiao was speechless. In an instant, her face turned red. Wang Qianqian smiled. When she saw Lin Xian smile, she knew that Lin Xian was lying. But logically speaking, Miao Xiaomiao should be able to tell. Why was she blushing? Blushing meant that she believed him, right? If Miao Xiaomiao didn't have the identity of Lin Xian's girlfriend, she would have kicked Miao Xiaomiao away just like before. She wouldn't have believed Miao Xiaomiao, but now that she was Lin Xian's girlfriend, she might have believed it. Pervert. Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth and said. Wang Qianqian was speechless. That wasn't right. She didn't believe him. But Miao Xiaomiao looked like she believed him. But if she did, she wouldn't have scolded him with a red face, right? Was this still Miao Xiaomiao? Wang Qianqian had a very clear view of the situation. Ha ha ha, I'm kidding. I didn't kiss you. I just tickled your feet a few times. Lin Xian laughed. Miao Xiaomiao shuddered. Get lost. You're even more perverted. Miao Xiaomiao blushed and sat aside. She anxiously drank coffee to calm herself down. Well, I'll go back first. Lin Xian said. Miao Xiaomiao quickly turned around and asked instinctively, You're going back? She was disappointed. She had to go back not long after coming here. Humph. Lin Xian laughed. Why? You can't bear to leave me. If you don't want me to leave, just say it. TSK, hurry up and leave. Actually, Lin Xian didn't have much to do. He just wanted to visit Wang Xintong and Wu Linglong Shui and the others. It wasn't a good thing to have too many girls around him. It was tiring. Most importantly, Miao Xiaomiao had already been taken down by Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't have to worry about her punishment, but he had to worry about Linglong Shui and the others. The punishment for Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue's mission was reset to 0. Bing Lingyue's mission punishment was to permanently lose her water and ice attributes. Lin Xian did not want to lose any of them. Lin Ye's quest was much better. There were rewards but no punishments. It didn't mean that Lin Xian changed her after playing with her and threw her away. He didn't play with her and didn't take advantage of Miao Xiaomiao, so he didn't feel too guilty about it. Let's go. I'll play with you guys another day. Little Meow Meow, you better prepare for the Sky Marshal Assembly. Got it. Right now, the Sky Marshal Assembly was indeed the most important thing. Lin Xian then left. After Lin Xian left, Wang Qianqian smiled and brought a cup of coffee to Miao Xiaomiao's side. Have you fallen for Lin Xian? Wang Qianqian asked with a smile. Ah. Miao Xiaomiao froze for a moment, then quickly shook her little head. No, no. Who would like that stinky hooligan? Miao Xiaomiao said with a red face. She didn't know how to tell others, so she chose not to tell others about her relationship with Lin Xian. This was also good. Although she felt a little wronged, how could Wang Qianqian see through it? No. Wang Qianqian smiled but didn't say anything. Ah. Sister Qianqian, don't talk nonsense. Miao Xiaomiao's face was red. Ha ha ha, I won't say it, okay? Then her phone rang. Wang Qianqian glanced at it. It was a message from Qin Xiaotian. Ah, Sister Qianqian is chatting with a man. He even asked you out for a meal. Miao Xiaomiao glanced at it and quickly said. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Wang Qianqian replied. Miao Xiaomiao's mouth opened slightly. Sister Qianqian, he's your boyfriend. Because Wang Qianqian didn't mention him, Miao Xiaomiao didn't know that he was Qin Xiaotian. Also, she didn't know that Lin Xian had asked Wang Qianqian for help. Only 4 people knew about this, Qin Xiaotian himself, Wang Qianqian, Lin Xian, and Zhang Tian. Lin Xian didn't even tell Ling Ying about this. Ling Ying only knew that Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian might have some sort of conflict, but he didn't know the reason behind it. No, I'm just doing him a favor. Wang Qianqian smiled and rubbed Miao Xiaomiao's hair. If I have a boyfriend, wouldn't you be the first to tell me? Oh, but you promised to go out with him for dinner and a movie. How can you help me like this? Wang Qianqian smiled. I'll tell you next time. Then she walked away. She knew that Lin Xian didn't want to tell anyone for the time being, so she didn't tell Miao Xiaomiao. So mysterious. Miao Xiaomiao blinked her big eyes in confusion. She had never seen Wang Qianqian so mysterious. On the way to the temple, Lin Xian received a call from Wang Qianqian. Hello, Sister Chanchan, what's up? Wang Chanchan said, Qin Xiaotian asked me out just now. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. What did he say? Wang Chanchan said, in the past, he just wanted me to go out for dinner. This time, there's a movie. It's at night. I think he's going to make his move. Dinner and movie, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Maybe he didn't know much in the past, but now he knew very well. This era was very open. Usually, if a girl was willing to go out for dinner and a movie with you at night, even if you weren't in a relationship, as long as the guy had some tricks up his sleeve, he could get a room that night. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that Qin Xiaotian was going to make his move tonight. Say yes first. Wang Chanchan nodded and asked, then what do I have to do tonight? Lin Xian said, don't worry. I've seen the video. He needs some time to absorb what he's going to do. Also, with his temperament, he'll definitely want to ensure his safety. There won't be any problems during dinner and movie. The main thing is to watch the next step after the movie. That should be where he's going to carry out his plan. I'll be there. By the way, if you have to go somewhere with him halfway, be careful. Pay attention to the heavenly void orb. It doesn't matter if it fails. Your safety is the most important thing. Wang Chanchan nodded. Got it. I'll hang up first. Lin Xian rubbed his chin, his eyes flashing with viciousness. He didn't need to kill Qin Xiaotian, at least not for the time being. What he needed was to let everyone know that he was a fake. In fact, to be honest, killing Qin Xiaotian was very simple. Even if Lin Xian couldn't do it, he could just let Ling Longshui do it last night. But this wasn't enough to let Lin Xian vent his anger. Moreover, Lin Xian still needed him to return the cold body that he took from Lin Ya. Chapter 4:17. Lin Xian then went to the sanctuary to visit Wang Xintong. This girl was really hardworking. Lin Xian had never seen a girl as hardworking as her. She was probably at the level of Han Chuxue and Ling Ying. No, in a certain sense, she was even crazier. Lin Xian's heart ached. After all, she was his girlfriend, okay? But since it was her own choice, Lin Xian supported her. Moreover, she listened to Lin Xian's advice. She was too hardworking in the past. After being reprimanded by Lin Xian, she would not be so crazy anymore. After that, Lin Xian left. In the afternoon, he went to visit Ling Longshui. Lin Xian did not like him, but she did not do anything overboard. After all, Ling Longshui was here. She also stayed with Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue for the time being. She realized that this kind of life was really good. Most importantly, the two of them knew more about the current human society than she did. They often brought her to eat all kinds of delicious food, play, and even go to the movies. She was very satisfied. In the afternoon, he went shopping with them. Feeling the envious and jealous gazes from all kinds of men, Lin Xian was very satisfied. In the afternoon, he went to the Gale Mercenaries' small cafe. It was already 6:00 in the evening. When he opened the door, Lin Xian smelled a fragrant smell. Then, he saw Wang Chanchan and Miao Xiaomiao sitting at the table eating. Why are you here again? Miao Xiaomiao heard the sound of the door opening and turned to see Lin Xian. She was actually very happy, but she still asked arrogantly. I'm here to freeload. Is there anything for me? Lin Xian sat beside Miao Xiaomiao without hesitation. Yes, I'll help you. Wang Chanchan smiled and stood up. No, Xiaomiao, you help me. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Miao Xiaomiao. My star, you big star. How can you scold me? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. I'm not going to scoop rice for you. Scoop it yourself. Meow Xiao Meow snorted. Sigh. Lin Xian then sighed, I'm such an unwelcome guest. Looks like I won't be coming in the future. Meow Xiao Meow, she knew that he was pretending, but why couldn't she do anything about it? If you don't want to come, so be it. Meow Xiao Meow snorted. Lin Xian was unhappy. Why did he feel that after Meow Xiao Meow became his girlfriend, other than taking advantage of her a little, she hadn't changed much? However, this was also what made Meow Xiao Meow so cute and what Lin Xian liked about her. If it was in the past, Meow Xiao Meow wouldn't have said anything after saying this. But now, she was worried that Lin Xian would be angry. After all, she was his girlfriend and he was indeed a guest. If she didn't help him with something as simple as scooping rice for him, it didn't seem right. She was waiting for Lin Xian to give her a way out. If he did, she would go and scoop rice. Forget it. I'll go. Lin Xian sighed and stood up. Okay. I'll treat you as a guest. I'll scoop rice for you. Meow Xiao Meow pouted and walked away to scoop rice. Although this wasn't a way out, she felt that she should do it. Wang Qianqian was quite surprised. Meow Xiao Meow had been spoiled rotten. When Wang Ba and the others were around, Wang Xian, Chu Meng, and a few others would help her scoop rice. This was the first time she had helped Lin Xian scoop rice. No, it was the second time. The first time was because Miao Zhenghao had asked her to do it, so she had no choice. Aren't you going to have dinner with Qin Shaotian tonight? Why are you still eating at home? Lin Xian looked at Wang Qianqian and asked with a smile. Wang Qianqian shrugged and said helplessly, I'm really going to have dinner. I'll just eat a few bites. Plus, I haven't eaten yet, so I can eat with you. Be careful. Don't eat anything that Qin Shaotian gives you. Lin Xian reminded her. Qin Shaotian was a master. His realm was lower than Wang Qianqian's. Wang Qianqian might not be able to defeat him, let alone now that he was basically at the same realm as her. However, Wang Qianqian had the heavenly void orb, so Lin Xian wasn't worried. He was worried that Qin Shaotian would drug her. If she was unconscious, even the heavenly void orb would be useless. Don't worry. Since I know what kind of person he is, I'll be fully prepared. I'll take an antidote pill before I go. Wang Qianqian said. Antidote pills didn't only cure poisons. They could also cure knockout drugs. Of course, unless it was a very special knockout drug. If it was a poison, it could only cure a very common poison. However, it was enough to cure knockout drugs. Qin Shaotian couldn't possibly take out a very special knockout drug, right? There didn't seem to be any special knockout drug, right? It wasn't a poison. There were all kinds of strange things. Knockout drugs were basically the kind that was fixed. However, for martial artists, it was still useful when they were completely unguarded. Unless the realm reached a very high level, but the mysterious heaven realm wasn't enough. That's fine. In short, be careful. This person is very shrewd. However, this is precisely his weakness. It allows me to roughly grasp his thoughts. After dinner, after watching the movie, I guess with his methods, he'll probably take you to a hotel. Wang Qianqian wasn't too shy about this topic. Although she hadn't experienced it before, she wasn't an ignorant little girl after all. It can't be, right? Hotels and guest houses are all monitored. With his personality, it's impossible for him to leave any traces. At least, he definitely won't go to that kind of place. Wang Qianqian said. Right, you reminded me. Lin Xian suddenly realized and said, but it doesn't matter. When the time comes, just tell me what he'll say. I'll be nearby when we're watching the movie. Also, your phone will always keep track of my location. For safety's sake. Wang Qianqian nodded, I know. At this time, Miao Xiaomiao walked over with the rice and placed it in front of Lin Xian. Eat. Miao Xiaomiao then sat in her seat. However, her big eyes were darting around as she looked at Lin Xian from the corner of her eyes. Right, where's Grandpa Miao? I haven't seen him for a few days. Lin Xian suddenly asked. He picked up the rice and put a piece of tomato scrambled egg into the bowl without warning. Grandpa has been addicted to playing mahjong these days. He plays it all day long. He plays it early in the morning before the sun rises. He eats lunch and dinner with his old friends. He only comes back to sleep at night. Miao Xiaomiao said angrily. The point was that it was her grandfather. She couldn't do anything about it. Wang Qianqian smiled and said, they've been good friends for so many years. They're finally together again. Of course, they're happy. Let's eat. Then, Lin Xian quickly stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth. Pfft, the next moment, Lin Xian directly spat it out. Pfft, Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 418. Lin Xian quickly snatched Miao Xiaomiao's water and gulped it down for a few seconds. Miao Xiaomiao was speechless. That was her water. It was an indirect kiss again. But she didn't pay much attention to it now, because Lin Xian pushed her stool back and slapped her hard on the butt. Slap! Wang Qianqian heard the crisp sound and shrank into the stool. He seemed to have used a little too much strength. Ah, it hurts. Miao Xiaomiao's tears were about to fall. She stood there holding her butt and glared at Lin Xian with a face full of shame and anger. You know pain. You put a bag of salt in my rice. The salt was very small and was the same color as the rice. Miao Xiaomiao put some in and then used the rice on top to press it down. Lin Xian added a mouthful of salt with every mouthful of rice. The sourness was indescribable. This little girl still needed to be taught a lesson. Miao Xiaomiao held her butt aggrievedly. It really hurt. It was burning. She felt like it was going to swell. Lin Xian did use a lot of strength just now. Okay, Xiaomiao, sit down and eat. You were in the wrong first, so you can't blame Lin Xian. Wang Qianqian finished speaking and went to the kitchen to help Lin Xian get more rice. Only Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao were left. Miao Xiaomiao looked scared. She was really scared by Lin Xian's slap. Does it hurt? Lin Xian really couldn't hold it in just now. Now that he thought about it, he seemed to have used a little too much strength. What do you think? Miao Xiaomiao's eyes were filled with tears. It wasn't just because of the pain, it was mainly because she felt wronged. When she was fighting outside, it was normal for her to be injured. She wouldn't even cry when she was injured more seriously, let alone when she was slapped by Lin Xian. But why would she cry? Most of all, she felt that Lin Xian, as her boyfriend, had hit her so hard after she pranked him. He didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex at all. He didn't like her that much. If he really liked her, would he have used so much strength? All right. I didn't do it on purpose. I just couldn't hold it in. I apologize to you. Lin Xian's tone softened. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Miao Xiaomiao's grievances disappeared. He was actually a good man. But thinking about it, it was also her fault. She had wanted to eat properly, but suddenly ate a mouthful of salt. Of course she would be angry. Actually, I'm also in the wrong. Meow Xiao Meow mumbled softly. All right. Kiss me as an apology, and I'll kiss you as an apology. Is that okay? Meow Xiao Meow, no. Then she pouted and sat down on the chair. The moment she sat down, she immediately jumped up. It hurt. Lin Xian saw that Meow Xiao Meow's face was red because she was trying to hold back her laughter. Does it hurt a lot? Let me rub it for you. Go to hell. You pervert. It was a burning pain. In the end, Meow Xiao Meow could only choose to take off her shoes and squat on the chair. She was extremely resentful towards Lin Xian, but she could only blame herself for reaping what she sowed. Wang Qianqian brought the rice to Lin Xian. Then she saw Meow Xiao Meow squatting on the chair and smiled helplessly. Let's see if you'll still cause trouble in the future. Didn't I cause trouble in the past? Meow Xiao Meow mumbled. In the past, it was because of Wang Xian. Xiaomeng and the rest spoiled you. Lin Xian doesn't. Meow Xiao Meow glared at Lin Xian. As her boyfriend, he was the one who didn't spoil her. Wasn't he being rebellious? But shouldn't it be because of this that Lin Xian had a special place in Meow Xiao Meow's heart? Everyone treated Meow Xiao Meow well, and she was used to it. But all of a sudden, there was someone who went against Meow Xiao Meow in every way. Not only did he save her life, he also went against her in all sorts of ways. Then, he somehow walked into Meow Xiao Meow's heart. This also proved that the person who left the deepest impression on a girl was not the person who made her smile, but the guy who made her cry. The truth might not be completely correct, but at least it was correct most of the time. Humph. He's a straight guy. He'll never have a girlfriend in this lifetime. Meow Xiao Meow snorted proudly. Lin Xian actually wanted to say, what about you? Aren't you Lin Xian's girlfriend? But Lin Xian didn't say it. Because Wang Qianqian was beside them, Meow Xiao Meow only said that to diss Lin Xian. I'm a straight guy. The older sisters all say that I'm their joker, okay? Older sisters. Meow Xiao Meow glanced at Lin Xian with her big eyes. Lin Xian, wow. Women were indeed scary creatures, no matter how old they were. They're my friends. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said. Wang Qianqian smiled. Meow Xiao Meow's jealousy was obvious enough, okay? She was sure that even if this girl didn't like Lin Xian very much, she must have reached the level of liking him. Sure enough, when it came to picking up girls, it was better to have more tricks up your sleeve. Those honest words were useless. Humph. Meow Xiao Meow snorted again and didn't continue the topic. It was 7:00, and they had finished eating. Wang Qianqian and Meow Xiao Meow washed the dishes together. Of course, Meow Xiao Meow wanted Lin Xian to wash the dishes as well, but Lin Xian refused. He leaned back on the chair and drank his coffee, making her very unhappy. But could she drag Lin Xian along? Then, she covered her butt and went to the kitchen. Lin Xian was thinking about tonight's matter. Before he did something, especially something like what he was doing now, he would think of many possibilities. Although he might not encounter the possibilities he thought of, what if he did encounter them? If he encountered the possibility that he thought of, then it would be much easier to deal with it. With Lin Xian's understanding of Qin Shaotian, he was very shrewd. Wang Qianqian was right. If he asked Wang Qianqian out, then the place he would take action must be in Tianhua City. As for where he would take action, there would definitely be no surveillance cameras. For example, a hotel or guest house would have surveillance cameras. Once Wang Qianqian went missing, as long as they wanted to investigate, it would definitely lead back to him. Therefore, Qin Shaotian wouldn't choose such a place. As for where it would be, Lin Xian naturally thought about it. He thought that Qin Xiaotian would definitely take action after eating and watching a movie. After watching a movie, what would he do? Get a room. He would use his methods of picking up girls to trick Wang Qianqian into going to a certain house. If this house didn't have surveillance cameras, then it could be his house. Or rather, a place that he rented. At the very least, he had to ensure that before he took action, Wang Qianqian wouldn't notice or suspect anything. Therefore, everything before he took action must be very normal. Chapter 419. These were Lin Xian's guesses. Of course, they were the most likely guesses. Qin Xiaotian would never have guessed that his mask had been torn off and his target was Lin Xian's bait. He would never have guessed this. Lin Xian and Wang Qianqian kept in touch. Their meal lasted for about an hour, and it was already 9 o'clock. 9 or 10 o'clock was the best time to take a girl out to watch a movie. After watching the movie, it would be 11 or 12 o'clock in the morning. Since the girl could stay alone with you until so late, it meant that you had a chance. If you handled it well, you should prepare to take out your ID card. Qin Xiaotian didn't seem to have a girlfriend, nor did he have a girlfriend. Previously, he was pursuing Han Chuxue. Now, he was pursuing Yi Yi. But in reality, he wasn't such a pure person. It was obvious. Little Meow Meow, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Ah. Meow Xiao Meow was a little reluctant. Although Lin Xian had hit her so hard, it was more out of shyness. Yeah, I have something to do. Can you take me? Once Lin Xian left, Meow Xiao Meow would really be alone. She could play games or something, but she felt bored. No matter what she went out with Lin Xian, she felt that as long as she followed Lin Xian, it would definitely be interesting. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and thought. Wang Qianqian had already gone to watch a movie with Qin Xiaotian. If he went over now, he would only be waiting. He might as well take Meow Xiao Meow to watch a movie and cultivate their relationship. Since he was waiting, he might as well take Meow Xiao Meow along. Moreover, what would happen after that was still unknown. After the movie, Lin Xian would just not bring Meow Xiao Meow along. How about this, I'll take you to watch a movie. Ah. Didn't you say you had something to do? Meow Xiao Meow was actually very happy to hear Lin Xian's words. However, she was worried that she would delay Lin Xian's important matters, so she still asked. It had to be said that even though she was young, this girl was quite sensible. No hurry, I'm waiting for a friend. I have something to do tonight. A girl? It would be the middle of the night. Meow Xiao Meow felt that something wasn't right. What are you thinking? I swear I'm going to do something serious. But there should be about 2 hours before she arrives. I can take you to a movie in these 2 hours. I've known you for so long, but I've never taken you to a movie before. So I want to take you to a movie. Yay, yay. Meow Xiao Meow was more than happy to hear Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian pinched her cute little nose and said, but my business tonight is very, very important. If something happens and I have to leave early, you can't blame me. Is it very important? If it was in the past, Meow Xiao Meow would definitely pester him. Was there anything more important than her? But when she saw Lin Xian's serious expression, she knew that it must be very important to Lin Xian. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Then you go ahead, I won't be going. Meow Xiao Meow said. Although she wanted to go, she was afraid of disturbing Lin Xian. It's okay, I'm just giving you a heads up. If that happens, you can't say that I don't like you anymore. Humph. You don't like me to begin with. Meow Xiao Meow mumbled as she recalled how hard Lin Xian had hit her but in the afternoon. It was still hurting even now. How is that possible? If I don't like you, why would I think about you all the time? Lin Xian teased. Ha! You spilled the beans. Meow Xiao Meow pointed at Lin Xian. I'm only 14 and you already have such a perverted idea, pervert. He too. Lin Xian, so cute. So cute, he thought about the sun. Hee, so now you're saying that I don't like you. Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. Meow Xiao Meow's face turned red from Lin Xian's actions. Take it away. I'll go change, give me 5 minutes. Right now. Then Meow Xiao Meow ran into her room in her pajamas. Lin Xian vaguely heard the sound of the door closing and locking. Wow! Was he that scary? This girl was actually afraid that he would go in and even locked the door. Fuck! In less than 5 minutes, Lin Xian hadn't even finished his cup of coffee when Meow Xiao Meow appeared in front of Lin Xian. Do I look good? Meow Xiao Meow even purposely twirled in front of Lin Xian. Based on Meow Xiao Meow's personality, she wouldn't ask Lin Xian such a question even if she was dressed beautifully. But tonight, perhaps because they were too intimate during the day, Meow Xiao Meow slightly let go of her reserve and arrogance. Lin Xian looked at Meow Xiao Meow in front of him with satisfaction. She was wearing a simple white jacket with a black and white sweater underneath. She was wearing a cute little skirt, black stockings, and white sneakers. Wow! So cute. The main thing was that this girl had a great figure. Although she wasn't tall, her overall proportions were very nice. Especially her outfit. Really, Lin Xian wanted to commit a crime. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. Just not bad. Meow Xiao Meow pouted. It's a bit small. Is it too small? Meow Xiao Meow tugged at her skirt and jacket. It's not small. Meow Xiao Meow said doubtfully. It's not that the clothes are small. Then what? Halfway through her sentence, Meow Xiao Meow suddenly realized something. Ah! Lin Xian, I'll kill you. Ha ha ha, then, the two of them ran out of the Bounty Hunter Guild while bickering. In the taxi, Lin Xian and Meow Xiao Meow sat in the back. Meow Xiao Meow turned her head and looked out the window angrily. Little Meow, don't be angry. You're not small anymore, okay? I'll help you massage your legs. Lin Xian laughed. Humph. In the front, the driver laughed. Did you forget to buy a birthday present for your daughter and she's throwing a tantrum? Lin Xian, Meow Xiao Meow, uncle, do we look like father and daughter? Lin Xian asked, confused. The driver paused for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. Sorry, then you should be her uncle. Lin Xian, pfft, Meow Xiao Meow couldn't help but laugh. Old man. Wow. His mind exploded. Even if he was 7 years older than Meow Xiao Meow, he wasn't at the level of father and uncle, right? At most, he was her brother. No, he was her lover. I'm her lover. Lin Xian said. Chapter 420. Meow Xiao Meow stomped on Lin Xian. Brother, your parents gave birth to your sister a little late. You're older than her by more than 10 years, right? Lin Xian, uncle, do I look that old? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I can't see clearly through the rearview mirror. No offense, but your sister is very pretty. She has the potential to be a star. Meow Xiao Meow heard his words and looked at Lin Xian. She snorted proudly, as if to say, did you hear that? I'm that pretty. Did you see that? She's a natural beauty. You found a treasure. You should take good care of her and not spank her like you did in the afternoon. She's not that smart. She'll be cheated if she becomes a star. Lin Xian said. Who are you calling dumb? Miao Xiaomiao wrinkled her nose cutely and glared at Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. The driver laughed and said, you guys are really close. Just like my brother and sister, they fight all day long. Lin Xian laughed and said, fighting proves that we're close. Ha ha ha, that's true. The driver laughed and said. Soon, they arrived at the cinema. Lin Xian happened to see two figures walking in side by side at the entrance. They were Qin Xiaotian and Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian had turned around just now, so Lin Xian happened to see her, but Miao Xiaomiao didn't see them. What are you looking at? Miao Xiaomiao followed Lin Xian's gaze. But they just walked in. I just saw a girl. She seems to be my first love. Where? Where? Miao Xiaomiao looked around. Here, I'm holding hands. Miao Xiaomiao stopped in her tracks and quickly let go of Lin Xian. Her face turned red in an instant. Damn, you're so good at sweet-talking. You've cheated a lot of girls, haven't you? Didn't I just trick you, little girl? Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. As if I'd believe you. Let's go watch a movie. Then, she ran over. Of course, her heart was still filled with sweetness. Lin Xian felt very awkward. The awkward part was that when he came out with Miao Xiaomiao, everyone thought that they were siblings. He really wanted to shout, look, this girl is my little girlfriend, the very little kind. Are you jealous? However, even Lin Xian felt like he was bringing his little sister out to play. He didn't feel like he had too many girlfriends, okay? This was also because Miao Xiaomiao was too young. However, 14 years old wasn't too young, right? Lin Xian rubbed his chin as he thought. Then, he caught up with her. Generally speaking, they were waiting for time. Wang Qianqian and Qin Xiaotian were definitely waiting in the hole. If they went in at this time, they would be easily discovered. Don't worry, they sell ice cream over there. Don't you like it? Let's go buy something to eat. Lin Xian held Miao Xiaomiao's little hand and said. When did I say that I like ice cream? It's something that only children like to eat. Miao Xiaomiao said proudly. You're not a child. Lin Xian laughed. Miao Xiaomiao said unhappily, I'm not a child. Okay. Then, big girl, let's go buy something delicious first, okay? Isn't there food in the theater? Are you going or not? If not, I'm going to spank you. Lin Xian glared at her. Miao Xiaomiao subconsciously shrank back. Let's go, okay? Humph. We'll know if it's small or not after we try it. Lin Xian mumbled behind them. What did you say? Miao Xiaomiao turned her head. Nothing. Let's go buy something to eat. Uncle, one vanilla, almond, strawberry, blueberry, cream, and chocolate flavors. Lin Xian looked at the excited Miao Xiaomiao and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. She still said that she didn't like it. Hey, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Miao Xiaomiao said proudly, I'm a natural beauty. Okay. You're a natural beauty, you're awesome. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. More than 10 minutes had passed since they finished making the ice cream. Lin Xian felt that it was about time. Then, they carried the ice cream and walked in. The first thing Lin Xian did when he went in was scan Qin Xiaotian's figure. When he didn't see Lin Xian, he sighed in relief. What movie are you watching? Meow Xiaomiao licked the ice cream with her small tongue and blinked her big eyes as she asked Lin Xian. Horror movie. Whoosh, Meow Xiaomiao's face instantly turned red. Big pig trotter. Then, she cursed under her breath. Fuck. Why are you cursing me? Humph. You men watch horror movies to take advantage of girls. Don't think that I don't know. Meow Xiaomiao snorted. Okay, then let's not watch horror movies, okay? Lin Xian felt that it was impossible to meet Qin Xiaotian and Meow Xiaomiao if they watched horror movies normally. He really didn't want to take advantage of Meow Xiaomiao. Logically speaking, the two of them would watch romance movies in this kind of atmosphere. Horror movies weren't suitable. Watching romance movies would stimulate a girl's hormones. After watching it, the chances of them going to a hotel room would be higher. These were all the details of asking a girl out. Lin Xian knew all this. He didn't believe that Qin Xiaotian didn't know. Whatever. Actually, Meow Xiaomiao felt that watching horror movies was fine too. If she had known, she wouldn't have said it. Ah. Damn it. Lin Xian said, also, you're my girlfriend. It's natural for me to take advantage of you and lie to you. No, that's not taking advantage of you. That's called exercising my rights as a boyfriend. Lin Xian said with a smile. In your dreams. Meow Xiaomiao then walked to the front desk. Lin Xian followed her. Can we watch that? Meow Xiaomiao pointed at a romance movie. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and nodded. You can watch it if you want. Okay. Then Meow Xiaomiao said, Sister, we want that movie. Let's choose these 2 seats. Choose the 2 seats at the back, Lin Xian said. Since it was a romance movie and he was here with Meow Xiaomiao, how could he not take advantage of her? In this theater, the last row was a sacred place. Why the last row? It's so far away. You can see further if you sit higher, Lin Xian explained. The receptionist obviously understood these things. But when she saw Lin Xian and Meow Xiaomiao, she was surprised. They were a couple. That shouldn't be, right? This girl was so young. Could this guy be so perverted? Wow. Also, she recognized Lin Xian. This theater was where Lin Xian went before. She recognized Lin Xian not because of how handsome he was, but because of Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. The 2 girls' beauty was still fresh in her memory, so Lin Xian left a deep impression on her. Last time, there were 2 beautiful girls, and this time, there was a minor. Wow! Was this guy a love saint? Wasn't he too invincible? And he was a love saint who had been around since he was young. He had some skills. Is that so? But everyone says this seat is the best. Chapter 421. Meow Xiaomiao knew what it meant when a guy asked a girl to watch a horror movie, but she really didn't know much about it. This seat is not bad, but for people with good eyesight, the last row is the best. Otherwise, why would there be rows at the back? Oh. Okay. After a few seconds, Meow Xiaomiao realized something. What did the rows at the back have to do with this? The seats at the back could accommodate more people. What did the rest have to do with it? She felt that Lin Xian was up to something, but she couldn't put her finger on it. That's why girls with less experience and more naive girls were easily tricked. Then, they walked into the studio. The studio was dark as usual. Most of the light came from the screen in front of them. Lin Xian and Meow Xiaomiao sat in the last row. You're lying. What's so good about the last row? Miao Xiaomiao pouted and looked at Lin Xian. Not good. It's pretty good. Lin Xian put his hand on Miao Xiaomiao's leg as he spoke. Miao Xiaomiao shuddered. She seemed to have understood something. Take it away. Miao Xiaomiao quickly removed Lin Xian's hand and sat next to him. She was 1 seat away from Lin Xian. Bastard! 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 Pig trotter! The seats at the back couldn't be filled. As long as no one bought a fixed ticket, they could sit wherever they wanted. Lin Xian didn't lie to Linglong Shui and the others like that. Come and sit. I won't touch you anymore, okay? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Miao Xiaomiao. Really? Miao Xiaomiao asked doubtfully. Really? Then, Miao Xiaomiao sat down. She didn't believe it, but women were really like that. After sitting down, Lin Xian patted his chest and said, come and watch the movie comfortably in my arms. Or I'll give you a broad shoulder. No. I like to lean against the back. Thank you. Miao Xiaomiao said. Being disobedient is not likable. Lin Xian then pulled Miao Xiaomiao into his arms and pressed her little head against his chest. Miao Xiaomiao, come, that's it. I'll feed you popcorn. Lin Xian then fed Miao Xiaomiao some popcorn. In the beginning, Miao Xiaomiao did struggle because she was reserved. But slowly, she felt that it was not bad. It was comfortable, and there were people feeding her good food and watching movies. It was really comfortable. Then, she became like this. Towards the end, she did not even notice Lin Xian's hand on her leg. Lin Xian didn't do anything out of line. He watched the movie and waited for Wang Qianqian's news. After about an hour and a half, Lin Xian and Wang Qianqian's movie was basically coming to an end. At this moment, in Qin Xiaotian's studio, Wang Qianqian and Qin Xiaotian sat together and watched a romance movie. Qin Xiaotian was not in the mood to watch a movie. He was actually quite nervous. Tonight was indeed the time for him to make his move. But doing this kind of thing, no matter how many times he did it, would not feel at ease. It was normal to be nervous. Qin Xiaotian slowly reached out his hand to Wang Qianqian. He did not say anything and just held her hand. For people who had not confirmed their relationship, there was no need to say anything. Just make a move. Because girls were reserved, they would reject you if you said anything. This was very common. For example, chatting on certain apps and then asking someone out to eat or watch a movie. Basically, it was like this. Wang Qianqian was not an ordinary girl. What she needed to act now was a seemingly reserved image, but in fact, she was like those men and women who chatted on apps. So she did not say anything and just let Qin Xiaotian hold her hand. It was just a handshake. It was nothing. It was nothing to Wang Qianqian, unlike girls like Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. After all, she was already 25 or 26 years old and had experienced a lot. She could be very calm. However, after helping him, she had to ask Lin Xian for some service fees. She had been taken advantage of. Otherwise, she would be unhappy. It was no problem for friends to help friends, but she had to complain to Lin Xian. When Qin Xiaotian saw that Wang Qianqian did not retract her hand, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. So he knew that he would definitely succeed tonight. As long as he could trick Wang Qianqian into his house, then he would succeed. For some experienced boys, without establishing a relationship, without saying anything, without asking, holding her hand without rejecting, the girl had already made it clear. Qin Xiaotian was also clear, so he felt that he would succeed tonight. He was most worried that Wang Qianqian would not agree, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry. Of course, the normal Wang Qianqian was not such a person. She would definitely not agree. Wasn't this helping Lin Xian act? That's right, Lin Xian had guessed Qin Xiaoqian's plan correctly. Hotels and ghost houses had surveillance cameras. The place he wanted to take action was his own house. Actually, it was not his house. He had rented it in advance for this matter. He had confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras in this neighborhood. For someone of his status, renting a house for his target was simply a piece of cake. In his own house, to be on the safe side, he would drug her and then take action. In Qin Xiaoqian's eyes, Wang Qianqian was at the arcane body realm. Even if he did not drug her, he could still take action. However, he was really too cautious. Even if he felt that he was a realm higher than Wang Qianqian, he still had to choose the safest method. Of course, if she did not eat the food he had drugged, then he would take action directly. In any case, it was best to be safe. It was not wrong for him to be cautious, but he had one fatal weakness, which was his conceit. Being cautious did not mean that he was not conceited. His conceit was because he thought that his plan was flawless. As long as he followed the plan, there would be no problems. That was normal. But he never would have thought that this target was actually Lin Xian's bait, and Lin Xian had already begun to carry out his plan. He never would have thought. He also never would have thought that Lin Xian had the video of him killing Zhang Tian's sister, Zhang Ai. He also never would have thought that Chu Haohan had the video of him appearing in Lin Ya's house. These two were not enough. One was masked, and the other was filmed from the front. However, if he could film the next part, then the three could be linked together. Qin Xiaotian was already immersed in his results tonight. He might even be able to fuck this girl before taking action. Although Wang Qianqian was not a beauty like Han Chuxue or Yi Yi, she could still be considered a beauty. If he could fuck her for free, then it would not be a loss. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. After all, his main goal was to take action. As the credits ended, everyone left the studio. The two of them also walked out of the theater. Chapter 422. At this time, Lin Xian received a message from Wang Qianqian. There wasn't much content, only that they had finished watching the movie and were leaving the theater. She didn't know what happened next and would tell Lin Xian later. Lin Xian's movie was coming to an end, but Lin Xian couldn't accompany Miao Xiaomiao any longer. Little Miao Miao, I won't accompany you anymore. Go back early after you're done. Lin Xian ruffled Miao Xiaomiao's hair and said. Oh, then go do your thing. Miao Xiaomiao was a little disappointed, but she knew that Lin Xian had important things to do, so she wouldn't be unreasonable. Okay, I'm leaving. After that, Lin Xian hurriedly left. There was no need to worry about Miao Xiaomiao's safety. Although it might be quite chaotic and it was the middle of the night, a little girl like Miao Xiaomiao would definitely be targeted by some people with bad intentions. But don't forget, she was at the mysterious heaven realm. If there really was one, he would probably be beaten half to death by Miao Xiaomiao. Lin Xian walked out and saw Wang Qianqian and Qin Xiaotian somewhere outside the theater. Lin Xian then hid. Qin Xiaotian smiled at Wang Qianqian. Are you hungry? Do you want to have a midnight snack? Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, I'm not hungry. If I eat in the middle of the night, I'll get fat. Then what are you going to do next? I don't know. Usually, when the girl said that she didn't know, it meant that the door was already open. If she really didn't have that intention, she would definitely say that she wanted to go home. Then there was really no hope. But since she said that she didn't know, what did that prove? She didn't want to go home. Then what did she want to do? Get to know her better. Then shall we go to your house, mine or Ru's? Qin Xiaotian smiled and said. Wang Qianqian smiled politely and didn't answer. Let's go, I'll drive to my house. Qin Xiaotian didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to answer. He took out his car keys and got into the car. Wang Qianqian naturally followed behind him. This was a very common process. They didn't have to wait for the girl's response because most of the time, she wouldn't give a response. What the boy had to do was to help her respond. If Lin Xian knew what Qin Xiaotian had said, he would definitely laugh himself to death. As expected, he was a veteran. Why are you still pretending to be a good person in school? If you don't have a girlfriend, why are you still pursuing Yi? Tue. Then, Lin Xian hailed a taxi and followed them. At the same time, he received a message from Wang Qianqian. She was going to his house. As expected. Looks like he's about to make a move. Then, he sent a message back to Wang Qianqian, telling her that safety was the priority and that he would try his best not to show up. Lin Xian was only there for 2 reasons: to film. If he couldn't film, there was still Wang Qianqian to film. Anyway, there were 2 of them. Another important thing was to protect Wang Qianqian's safety. If anything happened to her, Lin Xian would use his space attribute to save her. With Lin Xian's strength, Qin Xiaotian definitely wouldn't be able to block the power of space released. Qin Xiaotian's rented house was actually quite far away from here. It was probably deliberately far away. After about half an hour, they arrived at a small district. Qin Xiaotian drove into the district while Lin Xian got out of the car at the entrance of the district and quickly ran in. The district was quite old, but it wasn't shabby. It mainly depended on the decoration of the house. If it was well decorated, it would definitely be very beautiful. The highest floor was 6 floors, and there was no elevator. Lin Xian observed that there was a camera at the entrance, but the cameras in the district were basically broken. If the car was driven, the camera at the entrance wouldn't be able to capture the appearance of the person inside the car. With Lin Xian's strength as a mysterious Heaven Realm 3-star, although he didn't have the dark attribute, it was still very easy for him to hide. Unless there was a stronger person deliberately releasing their divine sense to investigate, but how could Qin Xiaotian know that someone was secretly following behind? Moreover, this district was generally dark, making it even easier to hide. 3rd floor, left side. Lin Xian received another message from Wang Qianqian. 3rd floor, oh. Lin Xian rubbed his chin, then released his spatial attribute and directly stood on top of an air conditioner box on the 3rd floor. This place was quite good, and he could see the situation in the room. And this room was one of the bedrooms. Then Lin Xian stopped moving. It was close to midnight, and it was very quiet. Soon, the lights in the room in front of Lin Xian were turned on, and Qin Xiaotian and Wang Qianqian walked in. I'll go take a shower first. Wang Qianqian said to Qin Xiaotian. Okay. You go first. Qin Xiaotian nodded and said, then walked away with Wang Qianqian. The corner of Qin Xiaotian's mouth rose slightly, then poured a glass of milk for her and drugged it. About 10 minutes later, Wang Qianqian finished her shower and walked in. You go take a shower too. Wang Qianqian looked at Qin Xiaotian and said with a slightly coquettish tone. Okay, I'll be done soon. There's milk on the table, drink a glass. Qin Xiaotian didn't want to do anything else. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could leave. The sooner he did it, the more relieved he would be. Wang Qianqian nodded and picked up the glass of milk. Qin Xiaotian then walked out, then walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Soon, the sound of the shower came from inside. Wang Qianqian walked to the window, only a wall away from Lin Xian. Lin Xian heard their entire conversation and knew that Qin Xiaotian was taking a shower. Then, he stuck his head out. Wang Qianqian was really shocked and she saw Lin Xian's head suddenly appear in front of her. Then, she nodded at Lin Xian without saying a word. They didn't communicate at all because they were worried that the slightest sound might be heard. Lin Xian sent a message to Wang Qianqian, "The curtains will definitely be drawn later, so it's basically impossible for me to film. I'm counting on you." Oh right, the milk was drugged. Wang Qianqian nodded at Lin Xian, then turned on her phone to record. She placed it in a potted plant in the corner. She glanced at it and was able to record it on the bed. Then, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she lay on the bed and drank all the milk. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw this scene. Wow! She was so dedicated. Lin Xian was really touched. She clearly knew that the milk was drugged, but she still drank it. She could have secretly poured the milk away, but she was worried that there would be any accidents, so she still chose to drink it. However, Wang Qianqian had taken the antidote beforehand, so she wasn't too worried. Then, Wang Qianqian lay on the bed and closed her eyes in a very natural posture, pretending to be asleep. Lin Xian swore that if this matter was successful, even if Wang Qianqian didn't want it, Lin Xian would have to thank her properly. About 10 minutes later, Qin Xiaotian walked out while drying his hair. He deliberately looked into the bedroom and saw that the glass of milk was empty. Wang Qianqian was lying on the bed, asleep. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 423. Qin Xiaotian walked to Wang Qianqian's side and sighed, "It's not that I want to do anything to you, but I need you right now. You just happened to appear. I can only say that you're unlucky." Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent when he heard his words. What was this called? Pretending to be a prostitute. He was obviously going to kill her, yet he was still sighing. Was he pretending? Qin Xiaotian then walked out indifferently, poured himself a glass of red wine, and walked in. Then, he sat on the sofa next to the bedroom, swaying the red wine and slowly tasting it. He was no longer in a hurry. She was already unconscious. He had plenty of time. Wouldn't it be nice to slowly enjoy this kind of time? Lin Xian was about to faint. Damn it, hurry up and do it. He was still waiting to go home and sleep with Ling Ying's wife. After about 10 minutes, Qin Xiaotian finished the rest of the red wine in one gulp. Then, he walked to the bedside and closed the curtains. Then, he walked to the bedside. Lin Xian could hear the footsteps outside. He probably knew that it was time to make a move. Once he made a move, it would be over. Now, Lin Xian was only worried about one thing, and that was Wang Qianqian's safety. Lin Xian knew that Qin Xiaotian was absorbing the ice energy for no reason, because Linya was an example. The reason why those people died was because Qin Xiaotian killed them to silence them. Therefore, before this, Wang Qianqian would be fine. However, Lin Xian would not allow Qin Xiaotian to absorb all of Wang Qianqian's ice energy. He didn't know the situation inside. He only hoped that during the period when the ice energy was being absorbed, Wang Qianqian could resist if she wanted to. If she couldn't, Lin Xian would have to make a move. However, the awkward thing was that he didn't know what was going on inside. He wasn't sure if he would enter early or late. Therefore, Lin Xian could only pray that Wang Qianqian wouldn't be restrained during this period. Qin Xiaotian looked at Wang Qianqian lying on the bed. Qin Xiaotian sneered and muttered to himself, "You look pretty good, but I'm used to seeing women like Han Chuxue. You can't arouse this young master's desire anymore." Then, he continued, blame it on Lin Xian. If he hadn't gone to act in that musical with Ling Ying, he wouldn't have invited you to be the scene controller. Then, I wouldn't have known about you, and I wouldn't have done anything to you. So after you die, take revenge on Lin Xian. No, Qin Shaotian suddenly said. Lin Xian, you can't find him. This young master will personally kill Lin Xian, and then in front of him, I will fuck all the women who are related to him. Of course, this includes that beautiful sister of his. 3 years ago, I only absorbed his sister's ice body, because that was the first time I did it, so I was still a little flustered. It's a pity that such a peerless beauty, otherwise, no matter what, I would have done it. But it doesn't matter, in these 3 years, she has grown more and more beautiful, and soon I will be able to enjoy her. Qin Shaotian licked his lips and sneered. Of course, as long as this young master has the strength, not only that Linya, Han Chushue, Ling Ying, Xiao Runing, but any woman this young master fancies, this young master will make them submit. As for you, you are just a pitiful sacrifice, but you won't lose out. It's your honor to be able to become this young master's strength. Lin Xian, who was outside, was furious. This bastard not only had designs on his little fairy, but he also had designs on Xiao Runing. But Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. What kind of situation was this? His arrogance and his words had caused him to self-destruct. Even without the previous 2 videos, he was already finished. So, Lin Xian, don't look for me. Just obediently become my powerful nourishment. With that, Qin Shaotian's body exploded with power, causing the room to freeze into ice. Following that, Qin Shaotian's right hand condensed blue energy. Following that, he placed his hand in front of Wang Qianqian's face and slowly pulled outwards. Wang Qianqian opened her mouth. From her mouth, a cold energy was extracted by Qin Shaotian and wrapped around Qin Shaotian's body. Awesome! This cold energy, it's really awesome. Qin Shaotian let out a wild laugh that made people tremble in fear. At this moment, Wang Qianqian felt terrible. The cold energy in her body was being extracted. She was conscious, but she felt like she was being frozen. This should be enough, right? Wang Qianqian thought. The reason why she hadn't made a move yet was because she wanted to take more videos. The more videos she took, the more convincing it would be. After about 5 seconds, she felt that she couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, the cold energy in her body would really be gone. Although it wasn't fatal, once her ice attribute was gone, the damage to her body would be too great. Suddenly, Qin Shaotian frowned. No, her strength is mysterious heaven realm. That's right, Qin Shaotian suddenly realized this point. The gap between mysterious heaven realm and mysterious body realm was huge. Moreover, before this, he knew that Wang Qianqian was only around 4-star mysterious body realm. It was impossible for her to reach mysterious heaven realm in such a short time. When he suddenly thought of this, with his cautious personality, he realized that something was wrong. He lowered his head and saw Wang Qianqian opening her eyes. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Wang Qianqian said. You didn't faint. Qin Shaotian was shocked. I fainted, but I woke up. In order not to expose too much, Wang Qianqian didn't say anything. Swish, in the next moment, Wang Qianqian's figure disappeared. Bang! Qin Shaotian smashed the bed with a slap. Where is she? Qin Shaotian's eyes were red. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such a change to occur. What did it mean for her to run away? It meant that he was exposed. There was one more person in this world who knew his true face. But why did she suddenly disappear? At that moment, Qin Shaotian's mind was in a mess. Whoosh, Qin Xiaotian broke out of the window and rushed out. At this moment, Lin Xian took advantage of the moment when he broke the window to teleport into the house and took away Wang Qianqian's phone. Qin Xiaotian, you're finished. Lin Xian sneered, then released his power and made a space jump of nearly 1,000 meters. With Lin Xian's current strength, even with such a low space proficiency, he could make a space jump of about 1,000 meters with all his strength. If he maxed out his proficiency, he could reach nearly 10,000 meters. At this moment, Wang Qianqian's figure suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's house. Who? Wang Qianqian took a deep breath. This was the limit of what she could do. She believed that Lin Xian should be able to take the phone away. It wasn't that she didn't want to take it, but she didn't want to expose that she was filming. Moreover, she was frozen just now. It would take time for her to break free. If Qin Xiaotian was more decisive, she would die. Therefore, she chose to use the heavenly void pearl that Lin Xian gave her. That was the safest way. The three girls' gazes fell on Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian also saw them. Linglong Shui recognized her. After all, they had been to Deep Freeze Valley together. Chapter 424. Wang Qianqian got up from the ground. She didn't know how she was teleported here. Lin Xian didn't tell her where she was teleported to. Anyway, Lin Xian said that she would be teleported to a safe place. Who knew that she would see three people when she landed? Linglong Shui was wearing a veil, so Wang Qianqian couldn't recognize her. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were the same. When they met everyone, it was Bing Lingyue who gave her a veil, so Wang Qianqian couldn't recognize her. However, the two of them recognized Wang Qianqian. Linglong Shui immediately knew that Wang Qianqian was here because of the heavenly void jewel. Her first reaction was curiosity. She knew that Lin Xian asked her for the heavenly void jewel to save the lives of the people around him. But he used it now. Did that mean that Lin Xian was also in some kind of danger? Linglong Shui thought a lot. She was actually faintly worried. How should she put it? In her eyes, the profound heaven realm was far, far too weak. No matter where they went, they wouldn't have the ability to protect themselves. And with Lin Xian's troublemaking personality, it was very likely that he had a lot of enemies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her for something that could save his life. Your aura is chaotic. Linglong Shui didn't need to think to know that the woman in front of her was Lin Xian's friend. She raised her hand slightly and a surge of energy entered Wang Qianqian's body. Her aura instantly stabilized. Wang Qianqian was shocked. How strong was this fairy-like woman? Qin Xiaotian had forcibly absorbed some of the cold energy in her body. It wasn't fatal, but it would cause some damage to her. It would take some time for her to recover. However, the woman in front of her who looked like she was in her 20s completely healed her. She was Lin Xian's friend. The three beautiful women here were all Lin Xian's friends. If they weren't, why would Lin Xian's heavenly void jewel bring her here? Thank you. Wang Qianqian cupped her fist slightly. Lin Xian is in danger now. Linglong Shui asked. Ah. Wang Qianqian was sure that they were Lin Xian's friends. I don't know. I was doing something with Lin Xian. I came back first. He should be fine. Wang Qianqian said. Yes, you're fine now. Linglong Shui nodded slightly. Thank you. I'll take my leave then. Then, Wang Qianqian walked away, and they did not ask her to stay. Elder sister, what relationship does she have with you? Why are you helping her? Also, if Lin Xian is in danger, then so be it. Who cares about him? On the sofa, Ling Longyue said casually while eating ice cream. Don't worry about it. Ling Longyue said. Ling Longyue snorted and turned her anger into appetite as she crazily devoured the ice cream. Do you want to go and have a look? Bing Lingyue looked at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue shook her head. I don't think so. Let's rest. At this moment, Lin Xian was on his way home. He did not know the direction that Qin Shaotian was chasing in. Anyway, it was close to 1,000 meters of space jump. Lin Xian was basically far away from that place. Qin Shaotian would not be able to catch up to him no matter what. Lin Xian took out his phone and called Wang Qianqian. Are you okay? Lin Xian asked. Wang Qianqian said, don't worry. I'm on my way back now. What about you? I got it. He absorbed your cold energy. Are you alright? I'm fine. Also, I met a few of your friends at the place where I used the heavenly void orb. They helped me heal. Actually, Wang Qianqian wanted to ask who they were. But after thinking about it, she decided against it. Lin Xian was touched. Ling Longyue and the others were still giving him face. Oh right, that Qin Shaotian doesn't know where you live, right? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. Why? Wang Qianqian asked. Lin Xian said, you saw through his mask. Although he doesn't know that he has been filmed, you will be in danger for the time being. So, Sister Qianqian, can you find a safe place for the next few days? If you really can't, you can go back to your previous home. I'll let them know. You can follow them for the next few days. I know that, but there's no need. I'll be sleeping in the Wind Mercenary Group for the next few days. I can accompany Little Meow. Wind Mercenary Group. Is it safe? Lin Xian frowned and asked. If it's not safe, Little Meow might be in danger too. With Qin Shaotian's ability, even if he doesn't know you, it shouldn't be difficult for him to find you. Lin Xian said. Don't worry. Do you think our Wind Mercenary Group is just an ordinary coffee shop? Do you think the Bounty Hunter Guild building is a place where people can do whatever they want? During this period, I only need to rest in the Bounty Hunter Guild. As for going out to play, it won't be a problem as long as I'm in a crowded place. Don't worry about that. Lin Xian nodded. Just be careful. As for him, I'll deal with him after the Tianwu conference ends. There are still a few days left. Understood. By the way, I suffered a lot and was taken advantage of quite a bit. Wang Qianqian said with a smile. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry. I'll go to your place tomorrow. I'll definitely pay you what I owe you. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Just treat me to a meal. Wang Qianqian said with a smile. That won't do. I'll feel bad if I treat you to a meal. Alright, then I'll wait. I'll go back first. The two hung up the phone. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Qin Shaotian, you should be panicking right now. You should be so panicked that you want to cry. Unfortunately, if I didn't want to be safe, I would have laughed in front of you. Qin Shaotian was really panicking. He looked around aimlessly and in the end, he couldn't find Wang Qianqian. He tried to call her, but her phone was all turned off. Bang! Qin Shaotian angrily smashed down a tree. His eyes flashed with killing intent. No. He needed to calm down. Even if something like this happened, he needed to calm down first. Qin Shaotian took a deep breath. He was carefully recalling everything that had happened. He was thinking. Was Wang Qianqian a conspiracy against him or was everything just a coincidence? A conspiracy. A premeditated plan. Qin Shaotian felt that it was impossible. How could she know what he had done in the past? How could she know? However, if she had a relationship with Lin Xian, then it was possible. Lin Xian and she knew each other. She should have fainted, but she didn't. Qin Xiaotian couldn't be sure if she woke up after fainting, but it was a fact that she saw him. Qin Xiaotian thought that there were two possibilities. First, it was a conspiracy between her and Lin Xian. That was possible. Second, it was really just a coincidence. That was also possible. It's not a big deal even if she found out. One person's testimony is useless. Even if Lin Xian is added, it's useless unless they have evidence. Qin Xiaotian muttered. Wait, do they have evidence? Chapter 425. Qin Xiaotian didn't know any of this. However, he was used to thinking of the worst. This wasn't a bad habit. If Wang Qianqian and Lin Xian were working together, then they might have evidence. Qin Xiaotian secretly clenched his fists. He had to think so. Therefore, he had to do this. Then, he took out his phone. Help me investigate a person called Wang Qianqian. Give me the results. Also, spend tens of millions to hire a few Thunder Calamity stage powerhouses to go to Lin Xian's house. Even if they can't catch Lin Xian, they must catch his sister. This was the worst news. The worst news was that Wang Qianqian and Lin Xian were in cahoots. Moreover, they already had evidence of him. Logically speaking, he had completely lost. However, before that, he still had a chance to turn the tables. The first was to kill Wang Qianqian. The second was to kill Lin Xian directly. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Xian, as long as he could control Linya, with the importance that Lin Xian attached to Linya, he could definitely threaten Lin Xian. Previously, Qin Xiaotian had been hesitant to kill Lin Xian because he was worried that something would go wrong. Now, he couldn't wait any longer. Even if there was danger, he had to take action. Of course, there was good news. Wang Qianqian and Lin Xian weren't working together. She had really been seduced by him. It was just that when he was absorbing her cold energy, she woke up because of her body. Coincidentally, she had a spatial spiritual device that escaped. It was also possible. Moreover, how could she have evidence? To put it simply, she had to film the scene of him taking action. However, she left immediately. She didn't take any filming equipment with her. Qin Xiaotian suddenly thought of this. He had to hurry back and thoroughly investigate the entire room. He only hoped that the worst possibility was false. Little did he know that Lin Xian had already entered his room and taken away his phone. At this moment, Lin Xian turned on his phone and watched the video. It couldn't be clearer. Qin Xiaotian returned to his room. He searched the room thoroughly and didn't find anything unusual. In fact, he was relieved. Then he received Wang Qianqian's information. Bounty Hunter Guild. Qin Xiaotian frowned. The information did not show the relationship between Lin Xian and Wang Qianqian. Why? This was because although Lin Xian had joined the Gale mercenary group, he had not registered. The money he earned was shared with the mercenary group. In fact, Lin Xian was more like a helper of the Wind mercenary group than a registered member. This was because Lin Xian had said that he would not join any forces. If she stays in the Bounty Hunter Guild all the time, it will be difficult to make a move. However, if there is no evidence, it won't matter if it's just her words. It won't matter even if I tell Lin Xian. Qin Xiaotian muttered. But no matter what, he had to get rid of Lin Xian tonight, or take Linya away. Only then would it be the safest. When Lin Xian returned home, Ling Ying and Lin Ye were already asleep. He simply returned to his room. Fuck. He was in such a good mood that he wished he could go out and dance right now. Only by dancing and having fun would he be able to fit his current mood. It was a pity that there was no one to accompany him in the middle of the night. Lin Xian was so happy that he couldn't fall asleep. Late at night, in Lin Xian's house, which was where Ling Longshui and the others were staying, the three girls were still awake. They had already showered and were sitting on the sofa in their pajamas, playing Fight the Landlord. This was what Lin Xian had taught them. They had nothing to do, so they would watch TV and play Fight the Landlord. As for their bet, it was probably the biggest bet in the world. There were all kinds of rare crystals, elixirs, and even divine fruits. In the human world, any one of them would be worth millions or even tens of millions. At this moment, Ling Longshui frowned slightly and her beautiful eyes shone. Then, it was Bing Lingyue, followed by Ling Longyue. They really don't know what's good for them. How dare they spy on us? Ling Longyue's pretty face was filled with anger as she stood up. No hurry. Ling Longshui said softly. Bing Lingyue said, they are probably here for Lin Xian. Who were they? How could anyone be here for them? This was Lin Xian's house. Naturally, they were here for Lin Xian. However, they didn't know that the person living here was no longer Lin Xian. Then I will tell them where Lin Xian is staying. Ling Longyue said. Ling Longshui, Bing Lingyue. Because Lin Xian peeked at Ling Longshui the last time, Ling Longyue had a lot of complaints about him. How should she put it? He didn't even peek at her sister, which made her angry. Ling Longshui then said, wait for them. Then, the three of them continued to play cards. At this moment, there were a few figures stealthily moving in the dark outside. It was obvious that they were experts. They went directly to the window on the second floor and quietly observed the three girls in the living room. They were slightly surprised. Didn't they say that Lin Xian and his sister were living here? Why were there three girls? Could it be that two of them were their friends? Then, they threw something unknown into the room through the window. It exploded in the room and created a fog. Then, 5 figures rushed in and fired a rocket launcher at the location where they were just standing. Then, a net was released. Hey! A voice suddenly came from behind them, and the pupils of the few people suddenly shrank. They were all experts in the lightning calamity stage. However, for people who didn't have a high cultivation level, it was best for them not to use their powers. Because they were ordered to capture people, not kill people. But why didn't they notice that someone suddenly appeared behind them? They suddenly turned around and saw 2 tall beauties leaning on the balcony with their arms crossed looking at them. Then, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Bang bang bang. Ling Longyue's figure was like a ghost. It was as if she had punched the 5 of them in the face in an instant. The 5 of them were stunned. TSK, Lightning Calamity Stage. Ling Longyue clapped her hands and then walked to the balcony. Sister, should we kill them? Ling Longyue asked. Ling Longshui glanced and then said, ask them where they came from first. Okay. Then, Ling Longyue walked in. She waved her hand and created a few ropes to tie up the unconscious people. Then, she walked over. Slap slap slap. That the sound of the slaps made people feel a chill down their spine. This Ling Longyue was a slightly violent girl. These few slaps woke them up. The moment they woke up, they released their powers to try and break free from the ropes. But they realized that their lightning calamity stage strength was actually unable to break free from the ropes. Who are you guys? All of them looked at Ling Longyue in horror. Chapter 426. Slap. Ling Longyue sent the person who spoke flying with a slap. Following that person's figure could no longer descend from the air. Ling Longyue then began to wildly punch at the speed of 10 punches per second. That person was beaten until he was completely stunned. The other 4 people below were trembling with fear as they watched this scene. You came here without knowing who we are. Are you looking for a beating? Ling Longyue said to the person who was lying on the ground on his last breath. The other 4 people felt a chill down their spine. What kind of demon is this? Didn't they say that Lin Xian and her sister were staying here? How could this little loli be so strong that they could not even resist? A man secretly released a bolt of lightning towards Ling Longyue's back. In the next moment, Ling Longyue turned around and caught the bolt of lightning with her fingers. She was even playing with it. Gulped. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What the hell? Whoosh. Ling Longyue then flicked her finger and the bolt of lightning hit that person, knocking him out. The other 3 people who were still thinking of attacking no longer had the mood to do so. You still want to sneak attack? Are you looking for a beating? Sister. We were wrong. Please treat us like a fart and let us go. One of them knelt down. They were in the lightning retribution realm and were strong. However, the lightning released by the lightning retribution realm was being played with by the girl in front of them. What was the meaning of this? Even the LoveLore retribution realm could not do that right. What kind of demon is this? Are you fit to be my fart? Ling Longyue glared at him. Sorry. No. Ling Longyue said, little fairy does not know how to fart. You. Ling Longyue, who was on the balcony, said. Ling Longyue understood what Ling Longyue meant. She wanted her to stop playing. Tell me, who sent you here? Who are you looking for? Ling Longyue sat on the chair with her legs crossed and swayed back and forth. We don't know. When Ling Longyue heard his words, she snapped her fingers and his entire body flew up. Under everyone's gaze, he was directly compressed into a meat patty by the space. Then, the space sent his corpse to an unknown place and he disappeared from this place. Gulp. Everyone who saw this scene sweated profusely. Plop. Then they quickly knelt down. Big sister, we really don't know who sent us here. Then why are you here? Ling Longyue stretched out her hand and an apple flew into her hand before she took a bite out of it. To assassinate Lin Xian. You can go now. Ling Longyue said. Ling Longyue, cough. Ling Longyue coughed dryly, and Ling Longyue quickly corrected herself, there's more. And bring Lin's. On Longyue's whose ass was stunned. So Lin Xian's enemy's target was not only Lin Xian but also his sister, Linya. For Ling Longyue, although she had only met Linya once, she liked Linya very much. Linya had an aura that made people feel very close to her. Even if you didn't know her at all, you would feel at ease just by chatting with her for a while. You wouldn't have to worry about her having any thoughts about you. Linya was the only person who gave Ling Longyue such a feeling. Therefore, Ling Longyue really liked Linya. How should she put it? When she heard that someone was targeting Lin Xian, she felt something. But when she heard that someone was targeting Linya, she was furious. What else? Ling Longyue asked. No more. Really no more. That's the mission we received. Then you can go to hell. Wait. Ling Longyue stopped Ling Longyue and walked over. You said mission. Could it be that you're from some organization? They tried to avoid eye contact but they really wanted to live. We're from the Evil Fiend Shrine. He said because he knew that if he hit anything, he would definitely die. If he didn't, he might have a chance to live. Evil Fiend Shrine. Ling Longshui thought for a moment and turned around. Ling Longshui understood what Ling Longshui meant. She meant that she, Ling Longshui, would deal with them. Then, Ling Longshui untied them. Clean up this house for me. Yes, yes. Then, the three of them who could still move helped to clean up the messy living room. How pitiful. A few Tribulation Realm cultivators who came to assassinate people were actually reduced to cleaning up. Wah! Done. The three of them stood there trembling in fear. Then you can die now. After saying that, Ling Longyu waved her hand and the three of them disappeared. Sister, I think we should just let them harm that Lin Xian. He's not a good person either. Ling Longyu walked over and mumbled. Ling Longshui did not answer Ling Longyu's question. Instead, she said, "Do you know about the Evil Fiend Shrine?" Ling Longyu nodded, "I know. Isn't it just an evil organization of the humans? What does it have to do with us?" From what I know, the Evil Fiend Shrine is indeed a human organization. However, it seems that the demons are involved. So what? It's not like they're a threat to us. Ling Longyu said while eating an apple. You're too one-sided. Bing Lingyue ruffled Ling Longyu's hair. Ling Longyu hated it when people ruffled her hair. However, only Ling Longshui and Ling Longshui would do that. The main thing was that Ling Longshui did not know how to ruffle her hair. Ling Longshui pondered for a moment. She was not too sure about this organization. However, she knew that it was quite powerful. After all, it was impossible for them to become the #1 villain in the human society. However, Lin Xian and Lin Ye were targeted by this organization. There were a few Thunder Tribulation Realm martial artists who came tonight. In her eyes, Thunder Tribulation Realm martial artists were nothing. However, what if it was Lin Xian and Lin Ye? Not to mention so many of them, even one of them would not be able to resist. Moreover, there were so many of them. This meant that they were completely targeted. They would not give up until they caught them. No wonder Lin Xian wanted something to save his life. "You heir, do you still have any Heaven's Wrath needles?" Ling Longshui asked. She did not have anything that Lin Xian could use for the time being. There were some things that he could not use with his strength. "I still have 2 more. Why?" Ling Longyu took them out. Ling Longshui took them and said, "For Lin Xian to save his life." Ling Longyu was speechless. Oh my god. Don't tell me this sister of mine really likes that scum. No. I'm not giving it to you. Ling Longyu wanted to snatch them back, but Ling Longshui had already kept them. I don't mean anything else. He helped me improve my space element to the great success stage, and you know what that means. The heavenly void orb alone can't compare to his kindness. Mother said that we void foxes should repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring, let alone such a great kindness. Have you forgotten? Chapter 427. Ling Longyu pouted and mumbled, "Of course I didn't forget, but that's because he helped you. I don't need to be grateful to him." This sentence seemed to make sense. Although Ling Longshui wanted to retort, she felt that it wasn't appropriate for her to do so. After a few seconds, Ling Longshui said, "Being grateful to me is equivalent to being grateful to you. Mother said that you and I are one entity." Alright. Ling Longyu was most worried about Ling Longshui's reasoning. Every time she did, she would have a headache. She couldn't understand it at all, but she still understood. Ling Longshui continued, "Furthermore, your space is just 1 step away from mastery. You need his help." "No way. You're enough." Why would I need a space mastery? Ling Longyu mumbled. Although she really wanted it, she was still a tsundere. Even though she had such thoughts, she was still stubborn. You need to make yourself stronger. A space mastery and just one step away is like heaven and earth. Furthermore, what we understand is space and the void. In the future, when you advance to the great virtual realm or even the heavenly Tao realm, this is crucial. With you around, it's enough. Ling Longyu said again. What if one day I'm not around? Ling Longshui looked at Ling Longyu. How is that possible? Why is it impossible? Ling Longyu didn't know what to say. You're always like this, always worrying for nothing. You're just one step away from the heavenly Tao realm. What are you worried about? Ling Longshui shook her head slightly and looked out the window. There were too many things in this world that needed to be worried about. Just one step away from the heavenly Tao realm was ultimately not the heavenly Tao realm. The great virtual realm was powerful, but what was a heavenly Tao realm expert? She didn't have any enemies, but who could predict the future? What if she provoked a great virtual realm expert? What if an accident happened? To Ling Longshui, she really didn't have any ties to herself. The only thing she had was her younger sister. It was true that Ling Longshui had some strength, but she was too naive and too easily deceived. Moreover, she was too one-sided and too casual in her actions. Under such circumstances, it was easier to make enemies. She was also worried that she would be used by bad people and cause a disaster. If there really came a day when she couldn't be by her side and protect her, Ling Longshui was truly worried. Perhaps the only person in the world who understood her was Bing Lingyue. Ling Longyu saw Ling Longshui's expression. She could understand a little, but she didn't feel good either. All right, then I won't target him in the future. Ling Longyu gave in. The most important thing for you is to become stronger. When you become strong, your sister won't have to worry about you anymore. Bing Lingyue looked at her and said softly. I don't have anything to worry about. Ling Longyu muttered. Then she looked at Ling Longshui's back and said, all right, then see if you can ask Lin Xian to help me improve my space attribute. I'll take it as I owe him a favor. Ling Longshui turned around and looked at her. Go find him yourself. All right, I'll find him. But what if he refuses? Ling Longyu asked. Ling Longshui said, this kind of treasure that can improve my space attribute is rare. It's already heaven-defying for him to have one. However, I can't be sure if he has a second one. If he doesn't have one, then forget it. If he does, then if there's a chance to give it to you, then fight for it. To you, improving your strength is the most important thing. If he needs something, as long as he agrees, then give it to him. I know. Ling Longyu nodded, I'm going to play games. Then she ran off. Actually, she cares a lot about you. Bing Lingyue said to Ling Longshui. It's useless. She still needs to improve herself. Lin Xian might be the only one who has the ability to improve her. I'll go talk to Sister Lin Xian. Let's go visit them tomorrow and give him the Heaven's Wrath Needle. All right. Bing Lingyue liked Linya and wanted to see Lin Xian. Of course, she would be happy to do so. At this moment, Qin Shaotian was having a hard time. He had just received news that he had lost contact with the Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators he sent. For cultivators of this level, he knew what losing contact meant. How is this possible? Lin Xian had just reached the mysterious heaven realm. His sister has almost no cultivation level. Why did we lose contact with the Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators we sent? Why? Could it be that there's a cultivator in his family? Qin Shaotian kept pacing back and forth uneasily. He suddenly remembered that Lin Xian had never been afraid of him and even wanted him to take action. At that time, Qin Xiaotian was worried that Lin Xian had some conspiracy, so he didn't dare to take action. Now, the Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators he sent were all dead. So, he was basically sure of his guess. That's not right. If he has the ability to kill a few Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators, why didn't he take action against me? Qin Xiaotian couldn't understand. Logically speaking, he was an enemy of Lin Xian. He even had the ability to kill Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators. Why didn't he kill him? Unless he only has the ability to protect himself and he can't take the initiative to use it. Then it shouldn't be a person. It should be some kind of spiritual weapon or some kind of formation in his family. If that's the case, it should be useless to trigger it once. Then, Qin Xiaotian dialed the number again. The death of a few Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators was a blow to the evil fiend temple. Qin Xiaotian estimated that he would have to pay a lot of compensation. But for him, nothing was more important than tonight's plan. Therefore, there was an even more tragic scene. He sent a few more experts, but they were all gone. This caused Qin Xiaotian to break down. He really couldn't sleep. In his mind, he even had the idea of leaving Tianhua City overnight and going to other cities. However, he resisted the urge. First, Lin Xian didn't come to kill him, but he was able to kill the experts who went to Lin Xian's house twice. In his opinion, it would be dangerous only if he went to Lin Xian's house. Even Lin Xian himself couldn't do anything to him. Second, what if Wang Qianqian was just a coincidence? If it was just her, what if there was no evidence? Without evidence, there was no way to convict him. He just had to find an opportunity to get rid of Wang Qianqian. He would still be fine. At most, he would be caught in a little bit of a storm. Third, the Tianmu conference was too important to him. He wanted to enter the God's Awakening door too much. He wanted to increase his strength too much. So he took a gamble. A gamble. At most, he would be more vigilant. If he didn't appear for a few days and waited until the Tianmu conference to participate in the martial arts competition, what if there was danger? He still needed a spatial spiritual weapon to escape. Money, he had plenty. To him, money was useless. With strength, he could have anything. Lin Xian, don't force me. Chapter 428. Lin Xian didn't know what was going on here. Although he was excited, time slowly passed and he fell asleep. In his dream, he dreamed that he had reached the peak and brought a group of girls back to Earth to live a happy life. When he woke up in the morning, he was drooling. I really hope that the dream is real. Lin Xian stretched and sighed. But wasn't he working hard for this goal? For now, he needed to ensure everyone's safety. In other words, there was Qin Xiaotian and Zhao Mengyue in the dark. These two dangers had to be solved. After they were solved, there shouldn't be too much of a crisis for now. Walking out of the room, Ling Ying and Lin Ye were chatting and laughing in the kitchen, making breakfast. Lin Ye was definitely going to the company today. But even if she didn't go to the company, as long as she was healthy, she usually woke up very early. Lin Ye's presence was good news for Ling Ying. She didn't need to sleep in anymore. She couldn't let Lin Ye think that she was a lazy girl. Little Ying, help me fry 5 poached eggs, thank you. Lin Xian leaned against the kitchen door and said proudly. 5? Are you a pig? Ling Ying couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Xian. Wow! 5? What's the big deal? Don't tell me you don't want to spend the money for 5 eggs. I've seen through you. Aha! Yes. Lin Ye turned her head and said softly, eating too much fried food is bad for the body. But I'm still growing. Ling Ying secretly touched his forehead. Big brother, I beg you to be less shameless. You're already 21. Are you still growing? Why? Can't I grow later? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. She really wanted to say that if she could still grow, she wouldn't be able to stand it. She couldn't even stand it now. If she continued to grow, would she break the sky? Go wash up. I'll fry it for you and put it on top of the noodles. Lin Yi said. All right, I love you, little fairy. Then, Lin Xian happily went to wash up. Before he left, he didn't forget to glare at Ling Ying. Ling Ying glared back at him without any fear, and then helped Lin Yi make noodles. Now, their breakfast was basically noodles. There were all kinds of noodles, but they still mainly ate seafood noodles because they both liked to eat them. Ling Ying's appetite was getting closer and closer to Lin Xian's. Little Ying, what do you think of little Xian? Lin Yi suddenly asked when they were cooking. Ah. Ling Ying was stunned by Lin Yi's question. He stopped eating the lollipop in his mouth. It's okay. Ling Ying didn't know what to say. Of course, she knew what Lin Yi wanted to say, but she never thought about how she should answer if Lin Yi suddenly asked her one day. Should she directly tell Lin Yi about her relationship with Lin Xian? In fact, Ling Ying also wanted to declare her sovereignty. At least in Lin Yi's heart, she was Lin Xian's real girlfriend. Even if Lin Xian was flirting with other girls outside, she would still be the first in Lin Yi's heart. However, she didn't think it would work because Han Chushua's matter hadn't been resolved yet. Han Chushua had also come to the house and knew Lin Yi. Maybe when the time came, Han Chushua would find out about her relationship with Lin Xian from Lin Yi. That wouldn't work. Now that Han Chushua seemed to have recovered and was working hard to improve her strength, Ling Ying knew that it was mostly because of Lin Xian. Once she found out, she would probably be discouraged again. So, Ling Ying weighed the pros and cons and didn't plan to tell Lin Yi. Lin Yi asked while making noodles, how big is the gap between him and your ideal boyfriend? In fact, Lin Yi was also very conflicted. On one hand, she couldn't bear to part with Lin Xian. Moreover, she and Lin Xian were so ambiguous. On the other hand, she felt that Lin Xian was already 21 years old, but he was still so indecent. After a while, he would be 22, and he wouldn't even have a girlfriend. In the future, he would have to get married and have children. Moreover, after all, she always had a grudge in her heart because they were siblings. Although they weren't blood-related, to be honest, this grudge was really difficult for her to overcome at the moment. Being ambiguous with Lin Xian was already her limit. Every time she did it, it was indeed very blissful, but after that, she regretted it. Although Lin Xian had told her many times, this kind of grudge was really difficult for a very traditional girl to accept. Perhaps the most she could do was to have sex with Lin Xian, but in the end, she couldn't accept the grudge of marrying Lin Xian and having children. At least, she couldn't accept it now. Of course, if Lin Xian really couldn't find a girlfriend, then it would be different. But that was also impossible. Lin Yi recently saw so many beautiful and outstanding girls around Lin Xian. Really, she didn't know there were so many before. Suddenly, she realized that maybe the most beautiful girls in the world were around Lin Xian. There were all kinds of types, big and small. She was also in a dilemma. Who was more suitable for Lin Xian? Of course, every girl that Lin Yi saw was very good, but Ling Ying lived with them every day, so Lin Yi naturally liked her more. When Ling Ying heard Lin Yi's words, her mind was in a whirlwind. She was thinking of an answer that didn't count as a yes or a hurtful answer. Of course, she wanted to say that it was quite suitable, and then Lin Yi would probably go with the flow and say it. But she couldn't say that. Actually, it's not that bad, but I value things like fate and feelings more. Maybe I still need a little bit of electricity, so I'm not in a hurry. Linya nodded slightly. That's true. Apart from some of us girls who value material things more, who doesn't want to be with the boy they like? Then, does Sister Linya have a boy that you like? Sister Linya is so beautiful, so you must have countless pursuers. Lingying asked with a smile as she helped. Linya was stunned for a moment. Other than Lin Xian, she really didn't have a boy. She didn't even have a little bit of electricity. Those super handsome superstars and the like, she had no feelings at all. It was probably because Lin Xian had always been in her heart, or maybe she had never deliberately thought about dating, so no matter how handsome and outstanding a boy was, she wouldn't even take a second look. She didn't have a trace of curiosity. If a girl didn't have curiosity about a boy, then it was impossible for her to have any thoughts. Yes, it's me. It was unknown when Lin Xian had come over, but he still spoke sweetly. Hey, don't you know that it's not good to eavesdrop on girls? Lingying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Is this considered eavesdropping? But how long has it been since I left and you're already talking about this? Little Yingying, let me tell you, little fairy is mine. You're not allowed to say anything. In Ling Ying's opinion, Lin Xian was more of a joke, but Linya knew that Lin Xian was serious, especially in front of Ling Ying, so she couldn't help but blush. Chapter 429. Linya blushed and quickly turned around. She pretended to focus on making noodles. Hey, is it really okay for you to do this? Ling Ying said in a displeased manner. What's wrong with that? I'd rather marry my little fairy than marry you. Lin Xian laughed and ran off after he finished speaking. Bastard! Ling Ying gritted her teeth. She was very unhappy with Lin Xian's words. However, the more he said it, the less suspicious she would be. He's just like that. Don't think too much about it. Linya explained for Lin Xian. I know. But maybe he really has designs on you, Big Sister Linya. After all, Big Sister Linya and Lin Xian are not biological siblings. Moreover, Big Sister Linya is so beautiful and he's such a bitch. Maybe he has designs on you. Linya only chuckled and did not continue the topic. After dinner, Linya went to the office. Only Lin Xian and Ling Ying were left at home. What's with that look? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian timidly and noticed his wolf-like gaze. Little Ying, you've been very arrogant recently. Lin Xian grinned. Ling Ying's heart skipped a beat. I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid. Ha ha ha, little fairy has gone to work now. You've been teasing me for the past few days. I have to set the rules and punish you properly. I'll teach you a lesson. Then, Lin Xian pounced on her. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian was satisfied. He hugged Ling Ying and laid there for half an hour. Then, he got up and went to take a shower. Ling Ying turned around. She did not want to move anymore. I'm going to the Sky Marshal Court. I'm going to find Miss Xiao to find out more about this year's Sky Marshal Assembly. Ling Ying suddenly sat up, and then the quilt slipped. She couldn't help but scream and quickly pulled the quilt up. I'll go with you. Give me half an hour. I'm going to take a bath. I have something to do in the Sky Marshal Court. Then, Ling Ying ran into the bathroom, wrapped in the sheets. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. This girl was still shy. It wasn't like he hadn't seen it before. She was still covering it up. About half an hour later, Ling Ying got dressed and walked out of the bedroom. Lin Xian was sitting on the sofa, playing with his phone. Then, he looked up. TSK, TSK, TSK. My little Ying Ying is really beautiful. Ling Ying was wearing a black jacket with a pure white turtleneck sweater inside. The sleeves were long and almost covered her hands. However, it was precisely this kind of wide sweater that made her look especially cute. Lin Xian especially liked girls wearing such loose clothes. Moreover, Ling Ying's figure was top-notch and her legs were beautiful. Especially when she was wearing tight pants. TSK, TSK, TSK. He couldn't stand it. When he thought about Ling Ying's appearance just now, he didn't want to go to the Sky Martial Court anymore. So, who didn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex? It's really strange that a man like you can find a girlfriend. Even if you do, I'm the only one who can stand you, Ling Ying said angrily. How am I not tender feelings for the fairer sex? Lin Xian chuckled and planted a kiss on Ling Ying's perfect little face that had no makeup on. Go away. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian in disdain. Then, she said, then tell me, why are you tender feelings for the fairer sex? According to research, it's normal to have sex for 10 to 20 minutes. You do it for 1 to 2 hours each time. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill someone? Ling Ying said in an aggrieved tone. Aren't I serving you? Lin Xian said with a smile. What do you mean by serving me? Ling Ying pouted angrily. Think about it. If you're not satisfied after 10 to 20 minutes, that won't do. I have to satisfy you, right? How do I know if you're satisfied? It depends on when you beg for mercy. I'll only end when you beg for mercy. Tell me, I'm already so considerate. Isn't it warm enough? Warm my ass. Lin Xian. Fuck. How can you scold me? Yes, I'm scolding you. Ling Ying said unhappily. TCH, women. Even if it's an hour or two, I don't see you telling me to stop. You even want to change positions. You're still talking. Ling Ying rushed up and covered Lin Xian's mouth. Her face was flushed red, and she looked extremely adorable. That was the truth. That was why her little face was red. Lin Xian took her hand away and said with a smile, here's the problem. I'll give you a choice. 5 minutes or 10 minutes, which will you choose? Ling Ying was in a dilemma. She would definitely choose the current position. 5 or 10 minutes was really not enough for her. Go, go, go. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let's go. I heard that the rules of this year's Tianwu conference have changed. The rules should be out today. I have to ask Miss Xiao about the rules of this year's Tianwu conference. What were the rules before? The Tianwu conference was the day after tomorrow. Of course, they cared about it. As for Qin Shaotian, Lin Xian also paid attention to it. Lin Xian and Ling Ying chatted as they walked out. It's just a normal competition. A 1v1 promotion system. I guessed so. Even if it's changed, it won't change much. After all, only this kind of 1v1 competition can show the strength of each other. Ling Ying nodded. Although that's true, it said that the changes this time are quite big. It seems that it will test the strength of each martial artist. If it's more comprehensive in other aspects, it might not necessarily be good news for higher-level warriors. The Tianwu conference was jointly organized by the 3 major powers. The top 10 winners would enter the God's Awakening door. But before that, they would also receive a lot of rewards from the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Trial Union. Although it was all for the God's Awakening door, the rewards from the other 2 major powers were also considerable. The 3 major powers were established with the same goal in mind. It was to protect the peace of human society, to save human society, and to resist the monstrous beasts. And they suddenly realized that what martial artists needed was not just strength. Or rather, it was not as simple as a 1v1 battle between martial artists. So, they changed the rules. After taking a taxi, they arrived at the Tianhua Academy in 10 minutes. Lin Xian and Ling Ying appeared at the Tianhua Academy together. That attracted the attention of many people. Lin Xian and Ling Ying had a good relationship. Of course, they knew that. But for them to come to the academy together, it made people think deeply. Damn! Look at the two of them. They can't be dating, right? That's impossible. Although Lin Xian is not bad and seems to be quite powerful recently, I feel that compared to Ling Ying, he's still not good enough for her. What else could it be? The two of them came to the academy together. I feel like they're living together. This, in a short period of time, rumors spread. But the two of them were the kind of people who did not care about rumors. Of course, if it was the kind of rumors that insulted them, it would be different. But this kind of rumors did not matter at all. Chapter 430. The two of them arrived at the Sky Martial Court. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi had been working hard recently. If they had nothing to do, they would stay at the Sky Martial Court to learn all kinds of combat skills and knowledge. They were here today as well. The two girls were currently sparring with Xiao Runing on the field. They were there for nothing else but Xiao Runing to help them train. Martial artists needed experience. The two of them could not keep sparring with each other. They needed to spar with more martial artists. Xiao Runing was one of them. She would help them improve. Of course, if she was free, she would also help others because she was a teacher. Han Chuxue. Lin Xian and Ling Ying walked over and saw that not far away, there was a beautiful figure wearing a white coat standing next to a tree with her arms crossed. Her eyes were in the crowd, and they guessed that she was watching Yi Yi and the others from afar. However, they were not familiar with her, so they guessed that she was waiting for Xiao Runing to finish her work. Many people around her had their eyes on her. Everyone must have known about the incident where Han Chuxue threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and cried, but they still hadn't received an explanation, so all the rumors were just speculation. However, Han Chuxue's beauty was undeniable. She was so beautiful that no one dared to get close to her. Therefore, those people secretly took photos of her from afar and set the photos as their phone wallpaper. Suddenly, they realized that beautiful people could do whatever they wanted. Even a photo taken from any angle would be beautiful. There were no blind spots at all. This is strange. This woman is actually standing in front of the public. TSK, Tisk, Ling Ying said with a smile when he saw Han Chuxue. She's probably waiting for Miss Xiao. After all, she should be looking in the direction of Miss Xiao and the others. Lin Xian said. That's possible. Why? Aren't you going to flirt with her? I won't disturb you. Ling Ying said with a smile. That's a good idea. Thank you for the reminder. Then, Lin Xian walked over with a swagger. Ling Ying, hey, did she say that on purpose? Lin Xian really went. Fuck. Ding. You can feel Ling Ying's displeasure. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Humph. Bastard. Are you doing this on purpose or just straight? Ling Ying stomped her foot angrily. Then, her gaze landed on a male student who was staring at her like a fool. When the student saw Ling Ying looking over, he quickly turned his gaze away. Ling Ying then walked over and asked, "Student, is this chair stable?" Ling Ying asked with a smile. "Ah. Steady, very steady." "Really? I don't know if it'll be stable if I sit there. After all, I've put on some weight recently." When the boy heard Ling Ying's words, he immediately understood what she meant and quickly stood up. Senior Sister Ling Ying, please sit. Thanks. Then, Ling Ying sat there with her legs crossed and looked in front of her. Do me a favor. Here's 800 yuan. Help me go to Lin Xian and Han Chushua's place as a passerby and eavesdrop on what they're talking about. Thank you. Aw. Okay. But I don't want money. Take it. Ling Ying then stuffed the money into his hands. Many people's eyes were naturally on the school beauty Ling Ying. When they suddenly saw Ling Ying stuffed money into a boy's hands, they immediately exploded. And this boy, because of such a small matter, received a lot of attention in the future. This was the influence of the top school beauty. As long as this school beauty didn't have a boyfriend, her influence would be very exaggerated. Even if she did have a boyfriend, her admirers would wholeheartedly protect her. Then, Ling Ying watched unhappily as Lin Xian approached Han Chushue. I'd like to see what you're talking about when I'm not around. Ling Ying would be lying if she said that she wasn't jealous. Although this was all caused by her, she just wanted to know how Lin Xian chatted with other girls outside. Lin Xian moved to Han Chushue's side. Han Chushue also saw Lin Xian coming over. She came back to her senses and then slightly tidied up the loose hair in front of her forehead to hide her nervousness. She was really nervous. No matter how outstanding a man was in front of her, she wouldn't take a second look. No matter how outstanding a man was, she wouldn't feel anything when he said sweet nothings to her. However, when Lin Xian just walked towards her, she became nervous, shy, and secretly happy. All kinds of emotions suddenly emerged. Hello, little Chushue. Lin Xian walked to Han Chushue's side and grinned. Lin Xian felt that it was time to make a move on Han Chushue. Just like Miao Xiao Miao, he made a move first and then left it there. After all, he didn't do anything. No. Han Chushue was different. Han Chushue's mission required sex. It wasn't as simple as just confirming a relationship. Moreover, it required Ling Ying to do it together. Wow! Lin Xian really felt very tired. It wasn't like he didn't do other things every day. He flirted with girls. Those real scumbags purely ran their own fish pond and didn't need to work. They were usually quite rich. Lin Xian also didn't need to work, but he had a lot of things to do. Training, leveling up, all kinds of dangers outside, etc. Then, he still had to flirt with girls. It didn't matter if the scumbags couldn't flirt with them, but if he couldn't flirt with them, his level would drop to 0. Who could stand that? Han Chushue slightly nodded and then nodded. Why isn't Ling Ying coming over? This should be the first time she was alone with Lin Xian, right? Previously, Ling Ying was there, so she was really nervous and didn't know what to say. When she saw Lin Xian, she also saw Ling Ying sitting in the distance. She really didn't know what to say, so she could only say this. She's not important. Lin Xian grinned and said. The student sent by Ling Ying heard this and was secretly speechless. Han Chushue heard Lin Xian's words and didn't know how to respond. Little Chushue, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a movie. Lin Xian smiled and said. He really felt that it was time to make a move. The sooner he got one, the sooner he could be at ease. On the other side, there was still Ling Longshui, Ling Longyue, and Bing Lingyue, 3 heaven-defying girls that he needed to deal with. He had to stabilize the rear first. Now, of all the people outside who had triggered the mission, other than Ling Longshui and the other 2, only Han Chushue and Linye hadn't completed it. Yi and Xiao Runing would definitely trigger it. After all, with their level of beauty, according to the scumbag system's temperament, it would be unreasonable if it didn't trigger it. It probably needed some kind of opportunity. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. It was best to trigger it later. Even if it was triggered, there shouldn't be any heaven-defying punishment. Now that Lin Xian was already a bowl of water, if the two of them triggered it, it would be one disaster after another. And Lin Ya's mission wasn't urgent either. As expected of Lin Xian's little fairy, there was no punishment for the mission. So now, Han Chuxue should be Lin Xian's first target. After all, the sooner they confirmed their relationship, the sooner he could be together with Ling Ying. Otherwise, it would be too late. If Xiao Runing doesn't tell them, the other judges will also ask and they will tell them. They will only say that it depends on whether you have the ability or not. In fact, there's no problem even if it's leaked. In any case, it's just a subconscious rule. Yes, asking in advance can also prepare in advance. After all, there are a lot of experts in the Tianwu assembly this time. Compared to the previous ones, the quality is much better. Ling Ying said faintly. Lin Xian took out his phone and chatted with Zhang Tian. Lin Xian had just told him about the information that could be used against Qin Xiaotian, so Lin Xian went to the side to chat with him. However, Lin Xian didn't give him the video because he was afraid that he would ruin it. Of course, he wasn't afraid that he would collude with Qin Xiaotian. Since he cooperated with him, then Lin Xian would trust him. Moreover, his own sister died in the hands of Qin Xiaotian. He had endless hatred, so he was worried that because of this hatred, he couldn't wait to release the video. That was not what Lin Xian wanted, so Lin Xian only told him this news. As for what to do next, he would take the initiative and Zhang Tian would be in charge of supporting him. With Lin Xian's understanding of Qin Xiaotian, he was definitely investigating him and Wang Qianqian. However, he shouldn't be able to do anything about it. Lin Ya was at the arcane body realm, and she also had the heavenly void pearl. Although it was still a little dangerous, Lin Ya listened to Lin Xian's words and directly made the heavenly void pearl into a bracelet on her wrist. If she encountered any danger, she could instantly use it to escape. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that if Qin Xiaotian wanted to make a move now, he would definitely only control Lin Ya and would definitely not directly kill her. Therefore, as long as she had the heavenly void pearl on her wrist, Lin Ya would not be in danger. It was impossible for someone to make a move on her and steal her heavenly void pearl at first sight. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't very worried about Lin Ya. Even if she was captured, she could use the heavenly void pearl to come back. Right now, Lin Xian wanted to humiliate Qin Xiaotian first. As for how to humiliate him, Lin Xian had already thought about it, but now that the rules of the Heaven Martial Arts Conference had changed, Lin Xian had to think about it again. In addition, he had to make sure that Qin Xiaotian hadn't left, and confirm his location before bringing people to capture him. Otherwise, if he alerted the enemy, what would happen if Qin Xiaotian directly ran away? As for whether he ran away or not, Lin Xian wasn't sure. It was true that he was cautious, but it wasn't to the point where it would make people think about it carefully, right? It had to be said that Lin Xian's control over people's hearts was still quite strong. Qin Xiaotian indeed didn't run away directly, because he still had too many things to do. However, he didn't dare to come out, because he needed to make sure that there was no danger outside before he appeared. On the other side, Ling Ying saw Lin Xian playing with his phone at the side. She found an opportunity to walk over to the student's side and asked, "How is it?" The male student said, "I heard from Lin Xian that he wanted to invite Han Chuxue to watch a movie." Ling Ying, motherfucker. As expected. Although she thought of it, she couldn't stop it, but she was still unhappy. What else? Also, he told Han Chuxue not to tell you. Ling Ying, tisk tisk, so uncomfortable. This bastard, he slept with her every day, and even invited other girls to watch a movie. If she didn't tell him, Ling Ying would remember it for the rest of her life. And then? Nothing else. Oh right, he also said that he wanted to eat a big meal, but he didn't want to bring you. Ling Ying. At this moment, Lin Xian's mind was filled with all kinds of system notifications from Ling Ying's unhappy and jealous feelings, causing him to be stunned. Wasn't he just playing with his phone? Could it be that she thought that he was secretly chatting with other girls and was jealous? That shouldn't be the case. With Ling Ying's tolerance, she wouldn't be unhappy and jealous over this matter. Lin Xian looked at her in surprise. At this moment, Ling Ying had already walked over to Han Chuxue with a dark face and was thinking about life. Of course, she wouldn't blame Han Chuxue. After all, Han Chuxue didn't know that she was Lin Xian's girlfriend. She only blamed that bastard Lin Xian. Chapter 432. Ling Ying started to doubt his life. He just had sex with her, and when he was doing it, he used all kinds of sweet words to make her change positions. Then, he didn't want to take him out to eat or watch a movie. Fuck your sister. What's wrong? Han Chuxue looked at Ling Ying and found that she was breaking the key in her hand like it was a soft candy. She looked very depressed. It's nothing, my period is here. Ling Ying mumbled, and then threw the broken key at Lin Xian. It hit his head, and then he flipped his hand and acted as if nothing happened. Lin Xian scratched his head and looked back. Who threw it at him? His first reaction was to look at Ling Ying. This girl was talking to Han Chuxue. It didn't seem to be her. Then, Lin Xian picked up the object. Fuck. Isn't this Ling Ying's house key? Then it was Ling Ying who threw it. Still pretending. However, Lin Xian was curious. Why was this girl so unhappy? What did he do? He was really very curious. Then, he walked over and put the key in front of Ling Ying. What are you doing? Did I provoke you? Ling Ying turned her head and said, I was bored, so I threw it for fun. Lin Xian, of course, he didn't believe it. The system notification was the most realistic. No matter how she tried to hide or explain, since she didn't want to say it, Lin Xian just shrugged. Chuxue, let's go eat something delicious after the Tianwu tournament. Ling Ying deliberately said this to Han Chuxue in front of Lin Xian. Han Chuxue nodded without hesitation, and... Okay, then it's settled. We'll go after the tournament. Although it was Ling Ying who asked Lin Xian to flirt with Han Chuxue, what happened just now made him very unhappy. Didn't they say that they would go to the movies and eat delicious food after the competition? Normally, Han Chuxue would choose Ling Ying first. She just said that she didn't want Lin Xian to feel too good. When Lin Xian heard this, he didn't mind. It didn't matter if it was a day earlier or a day later. Originally, they wanted to go right after the competition, but since Ling Ying wanted to go right after the competition with Han Chuxue, then so be it. Lin Xian didn't mind going one day later. Han Chuxue thought so too, so it didn't really matter. Up ahead, Xiao Runing, Yi Yi, and Lu Yufan had finished their training. Then, they saw Lin Xian and the others. Then, the three of them walked over together. This was a very eye-catching scene. Among the 4 campus belles of the Sky Martial Court, Han Chuxue, who was the rarest to appear, had appeared together. The goddess-like instructor, Xiao Runing, was also among them. When they walked together, the crowd could not wait to secretly take photos. This was a historical moment. It had been so long, but they shouldn't have appeared in this scene before, right? However, when they looked at the photos and saw that Lin Xian was among the 5 goddess-like girls, they were very unhappy. It also affected the beauty of the photos. They were all waiting for Lin Xian to leave their photos, but this guy was still there. Fuck your sister. Lin Xian, you'll be competing in the martial arts competition the day after tomorrow. Good luck. Lu Yufan said to Lin Xian charmingly. You have to work hard too. Try to participate in the Sky Martial competition next year. Of course. Next year is the year that Yi and I dominate the competition. Lu Yufan waved her fist cutely. If the two of you can maintain your current state and cultivate diligently for a year, you'll be able to become junior experts if you reach a certain level. Xiao Runing said with a smile. Miss Xiao, what about me? Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and said softly, go to hell. Lin Xian. Ha ha ha. The girls felt extremely satisfied and laughed happily. Alright, I won't treat you well the next time you come to my house. Lin Xian said in a displeased manner. It's fine. It's enough that your sister treats me well. I don't need you to treat me well. Oh, right, you didn't apply for leave for too long recently. I'll deduct your credits. Lin Xian. You're a teacher. You're awesome. I can't afford to offend you, okay? Lin Xian's face darkened. However, when the girls saw Lin Xian's expression, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't know why, but they just wanted to see Lin Xian suffer. Of course, if it was between friends, they would want to see it. However, if it was someone they didn't know, or if it was Lin Xian's enemy or rival, they naturally wouldn't do that. They just wanted to see Lin Xian beat them up and crush them. That would be very handsome. Come here, come here. Lin Xian called Lu Yufan and Yi to the side. The two girls looked at each other. Could it be that Lin Xian wanted to bully them because they laughed at him? Hey, come here. I have something to ask you. Lin Xian shouted. Then, the two girls walked toward Lin Xian. What is it? Lu Yufan asked charmingly. Yi looked at Lin Xian from the side. Did you see Qin Xiaotian today? Lin Xian asked softly. Qin Xiaotian. I didn't see him. Lu Yufan shook her head. Then, Lin Xian looked at Yi. Qin Xiaotian was chasing Yi. If he came, he would have contacted Yi. Yi also shook her head. I didn't see him. He probably didn't come to school. What's wrong? He didn't come. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Did they hide or did they just run away? Lin Xian hoped that it was the former. He hoped that he was hiding out of caution. If he ran away, that would be bad news. However, Lin Xian trusted his own judgment. He probably didn't want to leave before he was completely sure that he had been discovered. Indeed, he had been discovered by Wang Qianqian. But so what? It didn't matter if there was no evidence. Therefore, Lin Xian guessed that his current state of mind was like that. If he didn't appear, that was also in line with Lin Xian's guess. It's okay, Yi. If he appears, let me know. Also, if he asks you out, don't go. Lin Xian reminded her. Both of them had heavenly void jewels, but Lin Xian still had to remind her. NN. Yi nodded her little head obediently. Also, Yi didn't agree when Qin Xiaotian asked her out. Lu Yufan said. Lin Xian nodded. And, keep it this way. Then you guys go ahead and practice. I'll go find Miss Xiao and the others to understand the new rules of the Sky Martial Tournament. Good luck. You must defeat all those experts. Lu Yufan waved her fist and said. Her boyfriend must be the best in her heart. Therefore, she trusted Lin Xian without thinking. Don't worry. It's nothing. Let's go. Lin Xian saw Ling Ying and Han Chuxue follow Xiao Runing to the office, so Lin Xian couldn't wait to chase after them. The three of them followed Xiao Runing to her office and sat down. Then, Xiao Runing poured them a glass of water. Miss Xiao, where's my water? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Chapter 433. Xiao Runing glanced at Lin Xian, and then the corners of her mouth curled up. Pour it yourself. Lin Xian, wah. That's heart-wrenching. Lin Xian clutched his chest. Actually, these girls couldn't be blamed for wanting to see Lin Xian embarrass himself or for targeting Lin Xian. The main reason was that Lin Xian often teased them and even touched them. This made them unhappy, and in order to vent their anger, they targeted Lin Xian. This was normal. For example, when Lin Xian pinched Xiao Runing's butt, Lin Xian was very happy, but Xiao Runing must have been very angry, so she could only choose such a simple way to vent her anger. But obviously, it was very useful. They didn't have to choose something too excessive. Just seeing Lin Xian's expression was enough. Okay, I'll remember it. Lin Xian then sat on the chair next to Han Chuxue. Damn it. One day, not only will I make Xiao Runing pour water for me, but I'll also make her do something else every day. What else do you want to do after you remember it? Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. She felt that Lin Xian's words had a hidden meaning. Coupled with his previous behavior, she felt that he had some bad thoughts about her. Remember, when you come to my house in the future, I won't pour water for you. Lin Xian said. Why didn't Xiao Runing believe him? Okay, Miss Xiao, don't bother with him. Let's talk about our own things. Ling Ying said. It seemed that she still had a lot of resentment towards Lin Xian. Xiao Runing nodded. Little Chuxue, you have to pay attention to me. Lin Xian said to Han Chuxue, feeling wronged. He deliberately let Ling Ying and the others hear. Yes. Han Chuxue nodded slightly. Ling Ying, oh. Lin Xian was doing this on purpose. Xiao Runing was already used to Lin Xian's shamelessness. She helplessly shook her head. She definitely couldn't let him get first place in the Tianwu assembly. She suddenly wondered if this was what a teacher should think of her student. Miss Xiao, what's the situation with the Tianwu conference? Ling Ying asked curiously. Lin Xian also pricked up his ears to listen. After all, this was what they were here for. Xiao Runing said, actually, there are a lot of changes to the Sky Martial Arts Conference this time. Up until now, there are a total of 280 people who have signed up for the Sky Martial Arts Conference in Tianhua City. The deadline for signing up is the same as before. A 1v1 duel. Xiao Runing took a sip of tea and nodded. Yes, it's still a 1v1 duel. In the past, the Sky Martial Arts Conference could end in one day, but after the change, it will take 2 days. Moreover, it's life-threatening. Lin Xian, it can't be. Isn't it just a duel? Why is it life-threatening? Lin Xian was puzzled. Xiao Runing said, in the past, it was a 1v1 duel until the end. But this time, there are 280 people participating. The 1v1 duel will only decide the top 70 people. The second round will decide the top 10 from these 70 people, including the first place. Then how will it be decided? Ling Ying asked curiously. Go to the Sky Demonic Beast Forest and kill demonic beasts. The three of them were shocked. What's happening now? A normal 1v1 duel in the Sky Martial Arts Conference was enough. But now, they had to go to the Sky Demonic Beast Forest to kill demonic beasts. Xiao Runing nodded her head, because the 1v1 martial arts competition is too one-sided. Only by fighting against truly powerful monster beasts and hunting them down can a martial artist's ability be fully reflected. Fighting with demonic beasts, or surviving in the sky demonic beast forest, is a test of all aspects. Therefore, the three major forces decided to do so. Then what if they die? Lin Xian asked. If they die, the three major forces will give them a pension. Of course, after the top 70 people are decided, they have the right to choose whether to continue or give up. Under such circumstances, the realm is no longer the most important thing. Of course, it's still very important. Xiao Runing said. Actually, it's pretty good. Ling Ying said after pondering for a while. Xiao Runing nodded her head. Yes, it's very good, because the situation of our human race is becoming more and more unfavorable. The three major forces are trying to find ways to improve everyone's strength. The previous Linfeng City operation, as well as the Heavenly Martial Assembly's reform, are all trends. In the future, there will be more, because they have discovered that too many so-called geniuses are actually flowers in a greenhouse. Only by constantly experiencing dangerous battles can they truly improve. Even if it's a duel, it has to be combined with this. Being afraid of death really can't improve the quality of the human race. I quite agree with this. Ling Ying said, yes, and if we don't improve now, it's too easy to die in the future. Then how will the top 10 be decided? Han Chushua asked. Xiao Runing said, for all the martial artists who agreed to enter the Sky Demonic Beast Forest, we have already marked out an area. This area has demonic beasts from the Qi Building Realm to the Mysterious Heaven Realm. As for the Lightning Tribulation Realm above the Mysterious Heaven Realm, it's possible that they exist, but it's very rare. We have already checked. As long as you don't leave this area, you'll be fine. Then she paused for a moment before continuing, all of you will enter the Sky Demonic Beast Forest from different positions. You will survive in the designated area for 1 day. This day is not only for survival, but also for killing demonic beasts. Kill all kinds of demonic beasts and take out their demonic crystals. Every demonic beast has a different number of demonic crystals. In the end, we will calculate the total number of demonic crystals in each martial artist's hand and rank them. This is a very fair method. Lin Xian muttered, but it's very dangerous. Xiao Runing replied, it is indeed dangerous, but in fact, it is not too dangerous. The Heavenly Demon Beast Forest is a place where many cultivators go to gain experience. Chushua, Ling Ying, and the others often go there when they were still in the mysterious body realm. The level of the demon beasts there is generally not too high, but there are many of them. It is a good place to gain experience. Since the top 70 cultivators are basically all at the high level of the mysterious body realm or the mysterious heaven realm, such a place is not too dangerous. So the danger can only come from accidents in the demonic beast domain. Ling Ying said. Xiao Runing nodded, yes, and we will also ensure the safety of the martial artists. There will be powerhouses from the three great forces and mentors from the three great academies patrolling the entire Heavenly Demon Beast Forest. When the time comes, we will also provide you with equipment to contact your mentors. Basically, if you encounter any danger within 10 minutes, the closest support will be able to arrive and save you. 10 minutes, in fact, if the difference is not too great, and you want to run, then even if you encounter a profound Heaven Realm martial artist, you will still be able to hold them back. At that time, the three great forces will also provide you with some sort of life-saving item. In any case, your safety is basically guaranteed. Chapter 434. However, this wasn't good news for Lin Xian. What if Qin Shaotian attacked him in the Sky Demon Beast Forest? But he didn't seem to be afraid. Why was Lin Xian panicking? Moreover, there was a way to contact the teachers of the three major powers. Those experts would wander around the Sky Demon Beast Forest, so Qin Shaotian wouldn't dare to attack. The danger is basically guaranteed. Then, you have to hunt demonic beasts. Remember, no matter how small the demonic beasts are, they are all points. If you don't kill them, they will be killed by others. As for the corresponding points, I don't know yet. Can we form a team? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Xiao Runing nodded. After entering the Sky Demon Beast Forest, you guys can do whatever you want. As long as you don't break any rules, it's fine. There aren't any rules. The main point is to kill demonic beasts and your own safety. Just these 2 points. Then if we form a team with a few experts, wouldn't we be in the top 10 for sure? Lin Xian shrugged and said. You think you are the only smart one? Ling Ying couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Xian. Aren't I very smart? Lin Xian blinked and felt that it was quite good. When he formed a team with experts like Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, their results would definitely be better than those of the other students. Miss Xiao, I suspect that this guy's brain isn't very good. What do you think? Ling Ying asked Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing pondered for a moment and nodded. It's not very good. Lin Xian, 3 women in a drama, damn. No, Han Chuxue didn't help them, so it was just 2 women. Little comrade Han is still the gentle and considerate one. Why is it not good? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian. You are usually so smart. Why are you so stupid at this time? Teaming up would only increase one thing, and that was the increase in safety. Think about it. If a person walks alone and encounters 20 demonic beasts in a day and kills all of them, there will be 20 demon crystals. Let's not talk about the grade of the demon crystals first. Then, you guys form a team of 3 and encounter 20 demonic beasts in a day. Then, the 20 demon crystals will be divided equally between the 3 of you. If we form a team, our results will be lowered. Isn't that right? Lin Xian slapped his forehead. That's right. How could he have forgotten about this? He always thought that with 3 people, they would be able to kill 3 times the number of demonic beasts, or even more, and it would be safer. However, that was not the case. They were going in to look for demonic beasts, not countless demonic beasts looking for them. The concept was different. As for the latter, the more people there were, the more they would kill. In theory, the demonic beasts were endless, but reality was always different. That's why it's best to act alone, if you're looking for results, Xiao Runing said. But I have to spend a day and a night alone in the heavenly demonic beast forest. I'm so lonely. Without the company of a girl, tsk. Lin Xian had an aggrieved look on his face. It's all right. There are countless demonic beasts accompanying you. When you want to rest, you'll be worried that you'll be surrounded by demonic beasts. You won't be lonely, Ling Ying said with a smile. Lin Xian. That seemed to be the case. Gather at the Sky Martial Court at 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow and head to the martial arts arena together. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to enter the top 70. The main thing is the heavenly demonic beast forest later. Strength is the most important factor. Luck might play a part as well. It will test your abilities in all aspects. I have confidence in all of you. After all, you often go out to train. Lin Xian. I say, Teacher Xiao, what do you mean by this reversal? Lin Xian asked awkwardly as he touched the tip of his nose. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and said, your combat strength is sufficient. However, in the demonic beast domain, combat strength is only one of the methods to save your life. I don't know much about your other abilities, so I won't comment. There were too many things that could pose a threat when one was out there alone. If one was strong enough to defeat the demonic beasts, that would not be a problem. However, demonic beasts were not the only things that could take one's life. Maybe the plant in front of you is a poisonous plant, but you don't understand it, and you die because of it. Maybe you meet someone else, and you might be tricked, or your life might even be in danger. This is just a simple point that might be related to your life. There are many tests that have nothing to do with your life, but there might be something very important, and this would always happen inadvertently. However, if everyone's strength wasn't too different, and they were alone in the demonic beast domain, without any help, they could only rely on themselves. Under such circumstances, it was more reliable to get into the top 10. For those experts, the three major forces, and those mentors, this kind of top 10 covered much more than the top 10 of a martial arts competition. Although they might not be able to see it, and although it might not be as direct as watching a martial arts competition, this was the reality. I feel that I'm stronger than the two girls beside me. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Han Chushua, Ling Ying. Xiao Runing could not help but laugh. It's not that I want to discourage you, but they started learning martial arts when they were a few years old. Before they were 10, they went to the demonic beast domain to hunt demonic beasts. When they were in their teens, I feel that there aren't many people on planet Aqua Blue who can compare to them in this aspect. What about you? Lin Xian. Speaking of this, it was a little awkward.